Chapter 316, Mac Tony's Opening. Awakened Michael raised his hand and used his supreme skill gift bestowal. Tony felt a firm sensation in his chest as it glowed a bright light, intensifying until it blinded him for a few seconds. After it subsided, a new world opened up to him. Talent B-class fried chicken chef. In Tony's chest he felt mana condensing into a core, allowing him to feel and use mana for the first time in his life. Now he would be able to use spells and skills to cook chicken easier and much faster than normal. Michael even gave him the skill See to Taste, allowing him to know the taste of the Mac Tony's chicken through sight alone, giving him time to make any adjustments before it was served to the customer. Once Tony realized what Michael gave to him, what Michael awakened, a slew of emotions rushed to his face. He hugged his son and then thanked Michael. "I will make Mac Tony's succeed to repay all that you have given me." Tony promised. After just a few days had passed, the Mac Tony's restaurant had finally finished construction. Tony, Remy, and a few other talented Rebornian chefs did their final checking before they officially opened the restaurant. This is amazing," Tony remarked, sliding his hand over the cool door of the refrigerator. "How does this even work?" The kitchen was fully equipped with fuel-powered machines like the stoves, the ovens, and of course the refrigerator. Your assistant chefs will help you familiarize yourself with these machines. A satyr, a dogfolk, a lizardman, and a hobmanky introduced themselves to Tony. They used to be chefs back in the nation of Reborn and were just given a promotion to help Tony with the restaurant. They were all capable people that Michael personally awakened, so he knew they could run things smoothly. He also worried about Tony getting overwhelmed with the stoves and grills. After all, his talent awakening should have come with modern cuisine knowledge through ChatJK4. "Okay," Tony said, taking a deep breath. "Let's start cooking." Like a well-oiled machine, the six of them started their own duties in the kitchen station, with little Remy helping wherever he could. Just half an hour later, the very first batches of the signature Mac Tony's chicken were finally cooked. They piled them up in a glass container, allowing the customers to see the juicy and crunchy chicken for themselves, tempting them to order. Just a few minutes later, the first few customers finally entered the restaurant. "Hey, boss. Hey, Chef Tony. Can't wait to eat this again. I've been craving it." It was the Rebornian engineers who had led Michael to Tony's restaurant a few days back. Since the restaurant had just opened, the first few customers were only Rebornians who had heard about its opening through their own circle of friends. A few minutes later, the next group of customers came in and ordered the Mac Tony's chicken as well, and about a few hours after opening, the first non-Rebornian customer had finally arrived. "What's this place? Ooh, that smells delicious." About 20 middle-aged men and women entered the restaurant, almost filling the seat capacity. They were a group of people who used the Reborn buses to travel through the territories in the Golden Road as a vacation, and coincidentally their bus had to refuel at this truck stop. While they waited, they saw this newly constructed restaurant, so they decided to take a chance and enter inside. And as soon as they saw the crispy chickens displayed on the counter, they immediately wanted to order one for themselves. "Let me try one, chef." "Actually, make it two." After waiting a few minutes, they were served their own Mac Tony's signature chicken. It only took one bite, that crunch, for the people to voice out their liking for this new and exotic meal. "Give me one more." Tony's eyes gleamed in joy. This was the first time he had a lot of customers buying his chicken. The combination of wanting to succeed for Michael and the feeling of wanting to serve good food made Tony a lot more enthusiastic as he tossed the chicken on the cooking pan. "Orders coming right up," he shouted back. Michael watched a successful opening day for Mac Tony's chicken. Although not a lot of people visited it today, it would only be a matter of time until people took notice of it. Those that did buy it, that they would come back for more if given the chance. For now, Michael instructed Tony and the chefs to keep on cooking chicken every day. Of course, since all their appliances were connected to a generator powered by fuel, they needed to pour gas to it every day for it to keep functioning. It was especially important that they don't forget, because there were a lot of frozen chickens in the refrigerator. Thankfully, they were located right next to a gas station, so they wouldn't run out of fuel anytime soon. Now, this was just a temporary solution for now, since using gas to power these machines was quite wasteful. Michael would have just to bring electricity further into the Queen's region, so that they would be plugged into the grid. Speaking of which, the renovation for Angora City was well on its way as well. The construction of the Golden Road to the east and the renovation of the city was being worked on at the same time, which was quite efficient, but was a very expensive endeavor. They had to hire a lot of external help from the general public for the construction worker. All of them had to be paid above the standard fee, which thankfully wasn't a problem for a company like Reborn. Money was one thing they didn't lack. Because of Michael's tempting fee, a lot of people signed up for construction work. Even people who normally don't do this kind of work volunteered to go because of the good pay. "I just have to carry these concrete blocks and place them in order. This is easy." One adventurer said, The gold coins he would earn from this was the same as a dangerous mission hunting monsters in the wild, with none of the risk. The first project for Angora was the construction of the sewers and the plumbing systems for each house, and since Angora City was managed by one person, the Duke, getting permission for this construction only relied on him. "Yes, please," answered the Duke when Michael visited him in the baseball stadiums back in the nation of Reborn. "I can't live without a shower or a toilet in my castle." And without looking away from the baseball field, Duke Stelmane signed the contract Michael handed to him in a heartbeat. "You know, sigh, never mind." Michael almost wanted to reprimand the Duke for being too casual about things like this, but remembered that his laid-back attitude made the work a lot easier. Just like that, construction was started. He wanted the project to be done as fast as possible, so that the Duke would finally return home from his super-long vacation, and Michael could finally relax for a change. "I guess it's finally time to see if I can summon that metallic woman again." Chapter 317, Trying to Summon the Apparition. After that fateful day when he inadvertently summoned the apparition of the metallic woman, Michael had not yet tried to use the finger gun again. First of all, he became quite busy dealing with a lot of business in Reborn, with the lack of resources and the current McTony's project. It was only after things settled down and he completed those tasks did he have enough time to sit down and try it again. Second of all, Michael wanted to make sure that he would do it away from anybody's prying eyes. If he did summon the metallic woman again, then he didn't want the new Iron Maiden religion to become even more crazed than they were right now. Whether he liked to or not, that group was spreading faster and faster throughout the southern tip of the Queen's region. This was perhaps one of the only downsides of having the Golden Road so interconnected with a lot of territories. Things like these were spreading faster than normal. Either way, after letting Shayna and the rest of the Rebornians deal with the problems of Reborn for a day, Michael found himself a secluded forestry in the grafted cluster. There was no one around him within 100 kilometers. He made sure of that by scanning his surroundings and seeing no sign of light mana anywhere. And as an added precaution, he had ChatGK4 alert him if anyone did unknowingly step foot close to his testing area. This secrecy wasn't just for security reasons, but also with the safety of other people. He didn't know if summoning that metallic woman would result in an unpredictable explosion of power. He didn't even have a guarantee that he could survive it himself if that happened, much less saving an unfortunate bloke that stumbled into this forest. After all, it was clear that the power born from that metallic woman was not made out of mana. It was something completely different, which meant that it was something that not even his supreme talent could control. There was simply too much unknown about the small piece of Godforge in his heart for him to be careless about this stuff. ChatGK4, are you ready? "I'm always ready, Michael." His confident and a little bit condescending personal AI assistant did give him a bit of a comfort boost. At least he knew that ChatGK4 would protect him if anything bad happened to him. "Here goes nothing," Michael muttered to himself. He raised his hand, folding his fingers into a ball except for his pointy finger and thumb, mimicking a modern pistol from his previous life. All 8 cores in his abdomen began to pump out mana throughout his veins, following the magic theory that Michael constructed them to do. As the power gathered at his hands, a blinding glow of light appeared on the tip of his pointy finger. The power contained in this one small part of his body was like a ticking time bomb that was about to explode. He just needed to trigger it, and it would shoot out into a laser with unmatched power. But he waited. He didn't pull the trigger yet. Just then he felt the change in his body. The small piece of Godforge material surrounding his heart valve began to emanate a strange and mysterious power. The sensation he felt now was extremely similar to the sensation he felt back then. Now that he was out of the heat of the moment from the battle, he could finally observe this new sensation through a cool lens. The power was definitely coming from the Godforge piece, with its metallic luster pulsating at the same time as the strange power in his body was convulsing. However, the strange thing was that Michael saw no connection between the two. There was no flow of energy that traveled from the piece to his body. It was akin to a light bulb being powered while it wasn't plugged in. It was wireless power. I don't understand how it's doing this, but if the Godforge piece can transmit power without a wire, then it's more than possible that the Godforge piece didn't have any power at all. It could be getting that mysterious power from somewhere else, essentially just acting as a transmitter. It would make sense why neither he nor ChatJK4 noticed anything weird when he obtained this Godforge piece. "Can you analyze anything? I have recorded a lot of parameters from this experiment, but without the theoretical framework for why these effects are happening, then I won't be able to figure out the true nature of this strange power. More samples of the Godforge pieces are needed. Everything that occurred after he began summoning his Unity gun happened the same way as before. There was just one stark difference." Michael looked up above him. expecting to see the bust-up image of the metallic woman looking down at him while spreading her arms. But instead of seeing a human-like figure, Michael instead saw a purely metallic contraption that looked completely alien to the inhabitants of this world, but very familiar to him. It was a gun. Specifically, it was a single-action Desert Eagle pistol, or more commonly known as the Deagle. This was one of the guns that he liked to use on one of his favorite video games in his previous life. It was the very basis for the Unity gun that he created. "Whoa," Michael uttered in amazement. The large projection of the Deagle was very familiar, yet the power it held was completely alien to him. But the thing that probably amazed Michael the most was the metallic hand that gripped the very gun in the projection. It looked like a cybernetically enhanced fist that was completely clad in some sort of metallic luster the same as the Iron Maiden that appeared back then. Its knuckles were red-hot in color, with what seemed to be empty attachments on the back of its hand. He didn't think this fist belonged to the Iron Maiden at all. It looked too bulky to be her hand. He couldn't really be sure of that, though, because the solid projection of the hand started to fade off into nothingness by the time it reached the mechanically jointed wrist. The gun seems to be born from the inspiration that I drew the Unity gun from. But what about the hand? Unfortunately, Chach K4 was as clueless as he was. He would have to get more God-forged pieces if he wanted to find out more. But for now, he had to find out what this new projection could do. With his finger gun glowing with a bright white light, a single trigger was all it would take to release all that power into one concentrated beam. Even when he only used the bare minimum amount of mana for this spell, Michael didn't want to carelessly trigger it in some random direction. Power from the God-forged piece was amping its intensity by an unknown amount, so he had to take that into account. With no target in sight, Michael aimed directly above his head. At least this way he knew nothing would get hit accidentally. Chapter 318 God-forged Progress. As he triggered the Unity gun in his hand, Michael felt the large deagle above his head move to point to wherever he was pointing. Even though this metallic apparition was made out of a completely alien and mysterious energy, Michael felt somehow connected with it, as if he could command it as if it were his own hand. The blinding light in his finger finally came to a crescendo, releasing a giant beam of pure Unity mana, destroying even that of the air mana present in the atmosphere. Its speed was as fast as light itself, reaching the heavens up above almost instantaneously. It was not something mere mortals like Michael could follow. The whole sky seemed to darken as the Unity gun continued to release energy into the atmosphere in the form of light. Then, a few seconds later, the beam subsided, leaving only white smoke leaking off of his finger. A few seconds later, the metallic apparition of the gun slowly dissipated like smoke, leaving no trace it had even existed in the first place. Michael looked at his own hands and cracked his neck. Aside from an empowered form of the Unity gun, he saw no other effects from the God-forged piece or the metallic apparition, which, to be honest, made him quite disappointed. He had a lot of expectations from the giant gun above his head, but unfortunately, it did nothing for him aside from making him look cool. So is this projection thing just that? A projection? Just then, ChatGK4 suddenly gave him a notification in front of his eyes. Godforge progressed 3%. If I may be so bold, there is a conjecture to be had from this little experiment. Michael welcomed any input from his personal AL assistant. Sure, what's your thoughts on all of this? The process in which you used Unity Gun was exactly the same as when you used it the first time. However, the metallic apparitions that appeared from both attempts were completely different from each other. That's true. I was expecting to see the metallic woman as well. If you were to consider the metallic woman as some kind of god or goddess that is intimately linked to the original Godforge, then it is safe to assume that she must have stored some of her consciousness into the Godforge piece that is in your heart right now. And since she appeared only when you used a Unity-powered spell like the Unity Gun, then it can be concluded that her sliver of consciousness was somehow awakened from her slumber after sensing the presence of Unity. This is not without evidence. After all, there are records about the Unity mana, the coalition of all 8 elemental mana in the Godforge you made contact with back in the Dwarven Kingdom. The ancient dwarves were able to harness that power and change the very laws of physics itself. Michael nodded, following along ChatJK4's reasoning. What's your point? The metallic apparition that appeared above your head may not be able to show its true powers because it is not powerful enough to do so. The little sliver of Godforge piece that you have on your heart is not enough to completely manifest that strange apparition. This will be in line with the metallic woman's words. Build me. Thought, Michael agreed with ChatJ4's thinking. The only way he was going to find out the Godforge was to collect them all and piece them together to reform the original relic from the ancient times. Thankfully, he knew just where to get them. Meanwhile, back in the bastard bandit's hideout, Wano and the rest of the bandits had just completed their preparations in the forest. The problem they now faced was information about the Reborn company themselves. "What did our scout say?" Wano asked, massaging the stump of his missing right hand. One of his officers led a group of bandits who specialized themselves in secrecy, stealth, and speed. Wano had chosen them to spy on the Reborn company to find out where they were or what they were currently doing. It was only with this information could they successfully ambush them in the forest. Unfortunately, this simple task turned out to be Herculean in nature. Even though they'd done this task 1,000 times before, and with much stronger opponents, the bandit scouts found themselves unable to find out any accurate information about Reborn. "We saw them turning their golden road to the right, Boss Wano. They're anticipating our ambush," one of the scouts confidently reported. Yet Wano was less than pleased. "Are you sure? Because our previous scouts said that they were rerouting their road to the left, and the scouts before that told me that they weren't rerouting their road at all. Can anyone please tell me which is true?" The bandit scouts turned silent. They were confused because they had seen it with their own eyes. They even thought to themselves that spying on Reborn was quite easy since there was no security among the Reborn construction. "Workers." Wano shook his head disappointedly. "This means we underestimated Reborn," he said. "They must have some sort of illusionist mage among them, and a good one at that." "We'll send out our own illusion breaker mage, Boss Wano," one of the officers said. "Good," the bandit leader answered, but unbeknownst to them, any of their attempts at breaking these illusions had already failed at the start. After all, the shadows of Reborn had already found themselves attached to every single bastard bandit in existence. They knew all the moves they were going to do and planned beforehand. The Jonin or the High Shadows of Reborn were assigned to the mission. Their illusion skills were top-notch, especially since almost all of them had B to A class talent. Not only that, but one of the elite Shadow Force members was assigned to the bandit leader himself. Just then, the footsteps of a hurried bandit rang out inside their cave hideout. The man ran through the other bandits without care, even causing some crates to fall and shatter. But he didn't seem to care. He only wanted to go to the bandit leader, Wano, and tell him of this urgent news. "Boss Wano," the bandit said, trying to catch his breath. Wano recognized the man to be one of the guards along the perimeter of the forest itself, and if he had run all the way from there to here, then things must have been truly urgent. "What is it?" "They're here," the forest guard bandit blurted out. "She's here." And before Wano could even clarify what he was talking about, the entrance of their cave suddenly erupted in an explosion. He saw the bandits guarding the entrance be blown inside the cave, throwing them to the walls. Wano saw a bright light flickering from the entrance, with the shadow of a feminine woman slowly walking inside. Her footsteps were like a giant elephant stomping on his heart. Even if he hadn't seen her yet, she knew who she was. "This place is wet and dingy. I can't believe you guys live here," a woman's voice echoed. She was none other than Blazel Oscorp, third in command of Flare Corp. Itself, Chapter 319, Blazel's Fury. The fiery woman of Flare Corp sauntered over to the bastard bandit's hideout with the bravado of someone completely confident of her stature. Her chin was perpetually turned up, as if looking down at all the bastard bandits that dared to look at her. Her orange, flaming armor accentuated the curves in her body. And despite the armor's purpose being for protection only, the woman's attire had some parts missing on a lot of strategic places that truly made her whole outfit become a lot more fashionized. "Miss Blazel, I didn't know you were going to be visiting our base so soon. No warning?" Wano asked, clearly angry at the intrusion but hiding his contempt. "Why can't I?" Blazel said, shrugging her shoulders. "This too shall be part of Flare Corp's empire in the future. I'm just here to ensure that this place is up to my cousin's standard. He is quite the stickler for these kinds of things, you know. I'm doing you a favor by coming here. I can help you reorganize and clean up all the trash here." Wano of the bastard bandits gritted their teeth. The woman was clearly insulting their way of life, yet they couldn't say anything back to her. "What are you all standing around for?" Blazel asked, looking around at all the bandits that were just staring at her doing nothing productive. "Chop, chop. I'm going to clean the entirety of the southern tip of the Queen's region in order for it to be ready for Flare Corp's glory." She had a tinge of manic in her eyes, yet it was clear that she completely believed her own words. She truly believed that it was for the better of everyone that Flare Corp conquers them. Wano could only just grit his teeth. He clearly didn't like this, but wasn't doing anything about it. He was complicit. But of course that didn't mean that all bastard bandits were on board for their subordination to Flare Corp. They were against the idea, but knew that it would be stupid to provoke the ire of someone like Blazel. So they just let out their frustrations through passing remarks. "Teach. Good luck getting rid of Reborn," one of the bandits muttered. Although there were plenty of other people talking in hushed voices, this particular sentence was loud enough for it to echo all along the cave and eventually reach the ears of the Flare Corp woman. "What was that?" she asked, directing her glare everywhere. What's this about Reborn? The bastard bandits all looked at each other, confused. They would have thought that a capable woman like her would know about the biggest phenomenon right now in the entirety of the southern tip of the Queen's region. They especially would have thought that FlareCorp would take notice of this company after they had publicly defeated them for the possession of the grafted cluster. This particular story hit the newspapers as soon as the survivors of the incident were able to get the word out. They talked publicly about how they were imprisoned in a flaming sphere, unable to get out, and were forced only to consume bland, flavorless FlareCorp products for sustenance. It lowered the public perception for FlareCorp, but increased it for the Reborn company, at least here in the lower Queen's region. "You don't know about the Reborn company?" Wano asked Blazel. "Who or what is that?" The woman seemed genuinely curious. "They're the 450th ranked company in the Golden 500, one bandit said. "But that's old news. They're due for another increase in the rankings after they absorbed Barkus Inc. and Bullrun Inc. as their subsidiaries. Both are in the top 500, so they will definitely move up by double digits," another bandit added. This seemed to have confused Blazel more. "They have the biggest market share in Angora City and in the grafted clusters," Wano mentioned. It was at this point that Blazel turned to look at the bandit leader. "But that's impossible. We conquered the grafted cluster. Hestu assured us that we have no competition in this place." "You must be mistaken," Blazel asserted, shaking her head in denial. "I don't know what to tell you," Wano said. "Just see for yourself." He tossed a bundle of newspapers at her feet, which unfolded to let us see the very front page. "Reborn liberates grafted cluster. FlareCorp ousted." She picked up the newspaper from the ground and began reading through it. Her eyes widened as the words in the report were completely different from the one that Hestu told them in their meeting. "No," Blazel muttered, almost in a growl. She wanted to deny it, but the evidence was right in front of her eyes. Hestu betrayed them. "Bastard!" she screamed. Her hands began to tremble as she held the newspaper with her very skin starting to glow orange. Her hands emitted a flame, turning the paper into mere ashes in a matter of a single second. She didn't know what to be mad at. First, she couldn't believe that a prestigious officer like Hestu would have the gall to lie directly in her face. That rat bastard. He must have failed in his mission and left me to clean up for his mess. In her mind, the reason why Hestu neglected to mention the Reborn company was because he failed in his task, not because he betrayed the company. After all, she couldn't think of any justifiable reason to turn away from the glorious company of FlareCorp. And it was with this pride that she failed to consider the fact that Hestu turned into a traitor. If she had, then she could have warned her fellow officers back at Batrock Town and had him executed for treason. Unfortunately for her and the rest of FlareCorp, Hestu would remain as an agent of the one called the Slime God, doing his bidding under the shadow of darkness. Meanwhile, Blazel felt intense anger and rage rising within her, bubbling up to the surface. Just the thought of Hestu's face almost made her blood boil into steam. "Gra!" She screamed out into the cave, with her shout echoing back at her. Wano and the bastard bandits remained locked in their positions as Blazel let out her frustrations. The crazy woman screamed at the top of her lungs, stomping her foot on the ground angrily. This went on for a few seconds before she turned silent. Just when they thought she would finally calm down, Blazel took out the rapier from its scabbard and raised it up into the air. Suddenly the air turned hotter, denser. Wano and the rest of the bandits felt the air moving around Blazel as if she was in the eye of a tornado. Blazel's shadow flickered as her body began to glow with her own fire. As she continued on this rampage, the elite shadow orc tasked to monitor her suddenly felt a strange force repelling him away from her feet. It was unlike anything he had ever felt before, and before he knew it, his lesser unity defense activated and started to repel the fire. Yet the shadow orc could only watch with wide eyes as his greatest defense started getting chipped away by Blazel's fire. Chapter 3:20. Diva. The elite shadow orc's pride as a ninja flared up, making him want to fight against the fire and light of Blazel's fury. He wanted to gather all of his strength and sustain the lesser unity defense that protected him all this while. But surprisingly, his defenses were getting whittled down slowly. As the fire in Blazel's body burned even brighter, it would only be a matter of time until there was a hole in the invisible prismatic shield that protected him. That would not be ideal. After all, part of the reason why they were even able to stealth around in other people's shadows was precisely because of the lesser unity defense that they innately had on their bodies. It was able to destroy or nullify any magical scans or investigations that would have otherwise discovered them. And if his lesser unity defense was broken, there was a huge chance that Blazel would discover him, and therefore discover the presence of the shadows of Reborn. That cannot happen at all cost. He had to make a choice. The elite shadow orc chose to abandon his post, leaving Blazel's very own shadow, and for security's sake, he motioned for the other shadows in the bastard bandit's hideout to leave with him and not risk the chance. And before the shadows truly left, the elite shadow orc took one look back at Blazel. Blazel's power was not something they expected, which meant that it was not something they could measure. If it could burn through the lesser unity defense like that, then there was a chance that she could find out the truth about the shadows of Reborn. About 100 tune-in mid-shadow, 50 Jonin high shadow, and 2 elite Shadow Force members retreated from the bastard bandit's hideout, not even leaving a shadow clone behind. This would be the first failure of the Shadows of Reborn. Even though they successfully retreated before anyone even found out they were there in the first place, the elite Shadow Force members felt like they had failed Michael since they weren't able to find out how Blazel was able to emit that kind of power. It was a power that not even their own mana could sense. It was as if it was a different power altogether, something alien, something foreign. Her body was glowing as if her skin was on fire. The illumination of her anger allowed no shadow to form inside the cave, making every bandit squint as she became too blindingly hot for them to look at. "Grah!" Blazel screamed one last time, her shout lingering, releasing all of her anger onto the cave. And before the whole place lit ablaze with a light so blinding, Wano and the bandits nearest Blazel suddenly saw a mysterious form appear above her head. It felt like the very personification of fire had come down and blessed Blazel with the power to burn even more brightly than the sun itself. And at the end of her shout, slowly, the light and fire subsided. Blazel's body slowly started dimming as she tried to catch her breath. The strange power that overcame her body began to vanish as well, leaving behind only burn marks in a circle around her feet. Some unfortunate bandit who got too close to her suffered multiple burns all over their body. But Wano, the bandit leader, couldn't seem to care at all. He kept looking at the empty space above Blazel's head. There was nothing there, yet Wano was sure he saw some kind of apparition or some kind of figure appear above her. And despite squinting, his powers of observation allowed him to figure out that Blazel's overwhelming power of light came from none other than the mysterious figure that appeared above her. It was that fiery figure that was the source of all the non-mana power she emitted. "Ah," Blazel panted. "Damn that Hestu, he made me summon my diva." She raised the rapier in her line of sight. She raised in its orange handle for any signs of damage. She gritted her teeth when she saw a slight burn mark on the lower part of the knuckle guard. Wano, overcome with curiosity, spoke up. "Miss Blazel, what was that?" he asked with caution. The Flare Corp woman looked around the room and saw the bandits look at her in a completely different light. Back then, they stared at her with disdain and mockery, with no sense of respect for her stature as the third in command of Flare Corp itself. But now, all she could see were gazes filled with fear and unease. They were terribly frightened at the so-called diva that she summoned, and the unknown power that it held that was completely different from the one they knew all their lives. That image of that fiery figure above her head would forever be burned into their minds. Now you understand the true power of a woman like me," Blazel said with a chuckle. "What you saw there is something called a diva. It is not something that any of you can just obtain for yourselves. It is reserved only for magnetics or chosen ones like me. You must have noticed it by now. My power is not something you can even detect. It is completely different from mana, meaning that you measly physical and mystical art spells cannot defeat someone like me. That is why we are superior. Flare Corp is superior. Get that through your heads. If you surrender yourselves to our company, then maybe you too can wield this power in the future." Her last words sent a wave of shock and longing into these bastard bandits. The temptation of having that power, that diva, overcame their pride as a lone bandit and allowed them to finally accept being subordinated to Flare Corp. "If you bastard bandits help us conquer the southern tip of the Queen's region, then we shall reward you with a chance. If you help us overthrow the Reborn Company, then we shall test if you are magnetic yourself. And if that test succeeds, then you will be given a priceless treasure by our king. You will be given a god-forged piece like I have been." Blazel slightly ripped away the armor in her chest, revealing a surgical scar that spanned an entire finger length. "Once you have undergone the procedure, you can awaken your own diva," Blazel shouted, raising her rapier up in the air. A simmering fire suddenly erupted above her, creating an amorphous figure of flames and inferno. This apparition had no eyes nor face, just a head, an upper body, and 2 flaming, handless arms. "This diva's true power can only be controlled using a mithril relic," Blazel said, waving her rapier in the air, and consequently the flaming apparition above her raised its arms and followed her movements. "But not just any mithril relic. It must be added with the spirit of old, or more commonly known as the oil of old. Wano's eyes widened, recognizing that name. It was a very exotic and rare ingredient only found in the deepest depths of the seas, distributed only by the Ocean King and his territories. Because of this, the price of the oil of old became extravagant enough for only billionaires to be able to afford. Was that the reason why Flarecorp wanted to conquer the southern tip of the Queen's region? Chapter 321, Bandit Sphere. The impressive show of force from Blazelle, and the tempting power she presented to the bastard bandits, effectively turned the tides of their opinion. At first, almost all of them were completely against the subordination of their group into Flarecorp. But now that they saw what Blazelle was capable of, what Flarecorp was capable of, they understood that they had no chance against them in a straight-on war. She was just the third in command, meaning there were two more powerful people above her. Yet the bandits knew that the strange apparition of fire standing guard above her was enough to decimate them all. It threw away everything they knew about power and mana. It was the equivalent of seeing true magic in a magicless world, and what they don't understand they fear. Blazelle was able to take control of the bastard bandits and use it as her own army. In truth, she was just here to consolidate the territories and prepare them for the arrival of Flarecorp. But nobody knew that Hestu failed in his mission. Now she had to clean up his mess, starting with the one called Reborn. She can't wait around for them to appear here in the forest. She had to strike them while they were unprepared. "Tell me everything about Reborn," she demanded. The bandit scouts told her everything the public knew about Reborn, their expansion into Angora City and the Grafted Cluster, their strange innovative products, and most of all their Golden Road project. "A Golden Road project?" Blazelle uttered. "Is it a coincidence, or is he part of the race?" she asked herself. "It doesn't matter. It will all falter in the face of Flarecorp anyway. If they have already started their Golden Road project, then we shall destroy its reputation. By the time my cousin arrives, this southern tip must be cleansed of all things Reborn." Blazelle shouted orders at the bandits, who quickly accepted her words. Wano, the bandit leader, could only stand around in the sidelines and watch as the bastard bandits got turned into Flarecorp's possession. Harass all travelers using the Golden Road. That ought to make them distrust Reborn. In all the years of the bastard bandits' history, they had always stayed within the protection of the forest and the fairies. It was what made them hard to get rid of. But now Blazelle was taking out their territorial advantage and attacking Reborn in their own turf. He knew Reborn. Despite them acting as a peaceful merchant company, there were a lot of rumors about their impressive firepower. Mithril artifacts, for instance. They had a lot under their sleeves, and they wouldn't simply just stand around while their territories got attacked. Case in point, he knew Sleazy had gone off on his own and tried to attack Reborn, and he ended up disappearing from the face of the earth. Things could end up the same as that. Michael transported himself to the truck stop in the Golden Road right in front of McTony's. When it first opened up, the restaurant saw no more than 50 people a day. For Tony and Remy, this many customers was already well above what they had back in their rundown little restaurant near the slums of Angora City. They were already quite satisfied if this were to continue day in and day out. But just after a week of its opening, they saw their numbers jump up to almost 100 customers. The fact that McTony's was located in the middle of nowhere made this even more impressive, since there was less foot traffic here. Michael visited on the peak hour, just after the sun had set. Travelers and merchants used this truck stop to camp and sleep in for the night. And when they saw a restaurant open, they decided to eat in before going to bed. So the restaurant capacity of 50 seats was nearly filled, with just a few vacant positions left. Michael walked in and saw Tony and his kitchen staff hard at work, tossing pans with a raging fire almost reaching to their heads. Even when they used spells like cook evenly and automatic stir to make work more efficient, it seemed like it still wasn't enough. "Excuse me, I'd like to order a McTony's," one of the customers on the counter shouted, trying to get the chef's attention. Just then he saw a small boy use a small stool to reach eye level with him. "All right, sir," Remy adorably said. "I'm sorry, but you will have to wait 15 minutes for your order. Is that all right?" The man wanted to complain, but saw how much the chefs were working hard to fulfill orders. He also didn't want to be the guy to lecture a little kid, so he just nodded and waited like the other customers. He consoled himself with the fact that McTony's chicken was worth the wait. "A lot of customers today, huh?" Michael approached the counter, with Tony and the Rebornian chefs greeting him with a strained smile. "Michael, you couldn't have come at a worse time," Tony said, juggling 2 pans of chicken in his hands at the same time. "I can't believe it, but this is the first time that the restaurant has been filled to capacity. I know I should be happy, but this is stressful, haha." Despite his complaints, Tony saw joy in his work. For the first time, he saw how much people loved his chicken. "Any problems with the ingredients?" Michael asked the Rebornian chefs assisting Tony. "Not yet, boss. We still have a lot of chickens in our freezer, and we have more coming in tomorrow delivered from Barkas's chicken farms. However, We didn't expect the customers to increase this much. Our stock of dragon's whiskers is getting low. Michael had Tony and the other chefs coordinate with all the merchants in the Kings and Queens region for any dragon's whiskers that they had in store. When the store first started, the stock lasted well enough. But now that their restaurant had filled capacity for the first time, it seemed that they would need a lot more than that to satisfy demand. The chefs gave Michael some paperwork that graphed the rapidly increasing customer base of McTony's. According to their projections, this wouldn't be the first night where they would get this much customer in the peak hours of the afternoon. I'll have Shayna contact some of the adventurer guilds in the Queen's region and formally issue a mission for Dragon's Whiskers. With the extravagant fee they posted, their stock of Dragon's Whiskers would at least be able to give them a stock for a few months. Just then the restaurant door opened and a group of customers entered inside. The excitement was clear on their faces. Anyone could tell that they were returning customers of McTony's. However, the smile on their faces soon turned into disappointment when they realized that the restaurant was filled with people. There were no more seats left for them. "Oh, damn, guess we'll have to come back another day." Michael heard this and turned to Remy. "Are they always leaving like that?" "They don't have any places to sit," answered innocently. It was then that Michael remembered an important aspect of fast food restaurants' takeout. But it was in that exact moment that Michael saw a shadow emerge from his feet. Chapter 322 Questions for Blazel. Michael moved to a more private location. Once he was alone, shadows from the corner appeared in front of him and turned into the shadow orcs. He thought it was just a routine report, but he was surprised to see 3 orcs appear in front of him. It was Naruto, Sasuke, and another orc whose shadow robe outfit didn't seem to be in good shape. Most of the silk material had been burned away, leaving holes all around his uniform. What happened to him? Michael asked immediately. The prospect of a Rebornian getting hurt without his knowledge was something that immediately tugged at his attention. Using his supreme talent, he scanned the orc's light mana, seeing if there was any danger to his life. Thankfully, though, aside from a few burn marks in the skin that was already halfway healed, the orc was in relatively good shape. However, the fact that he was even hurt in the first place was a little bit worrying. Aside from the fact that his lesser unity defense was broken through, a shadow orc should have all the tools he needed to escape untouched if he wanted to. Meaning, this shouldn't have happened. The 2 shadow orc chieftains kneeled in front of Michael and apologized. "Bututu, it is with our greatest dishonor to report that we have failed in our mission. Even our elite shadow force were not able to infiltrate our enemies," Naruto said, slapping his breast muscles harshly. "Tell him what happened," he instructed the shadow orc. The injured orc bowed to Michael. "Bututu, the task that my superiors had assigned to me was to closely monitor the actions of Blazel, the third in command of Flare Corp." He began to describe in detail everything that the orc shadows had seen just a few hours ago. He told Michael about the meeting with the bastard bandits and her failed attempt at gaining control over the group. It was only when she became angry did she unleash a power so great that even we cannot withstand it. I was attached to her shadow, so the power I felt was even more amplified than normal. My lesser unity defense tried to protect me from the flames, but was unable to withstand its strange power. There were flames, yet it was not made out of fire mana. I had to make a split decision. In the end, I chose to retreat all shadows from the bastard bandit hideout in fear of getting discovered. It is my failure that I was unable to gather more information about Blazel and her strange power. The shadow orc kneeled and waited for punishment. Yet, it did not come. Michael heaved a sigh of relief. "It doesn't matter. As long as you are all well and good, then the mission doesn't matter. Your lives are more important than anything else," he reminded them. "But to 2, we are grateful. Ratata. I am even more grateful." Michael didn't even consider it as a failed mission. After all, Blazel was the third in command of the entire Flare Corp army. Of course she was strong. The fact that they could escape out of there unscathed, and without Blazel even knowing about their existence, already spoke to how competent they were at their jobs. However, from the Shadow Orc's description, Blazel's power didn't seem to come from her magic at all. It was something else entirely that even his lesser unity defense could not counter. "What exactly did you see?" Michael felt his intuition going off. There was something familiar and unfamiliar about Blazel's power. "I was only able to take a glimpse from afar," the Shadow Orc answered. A figure made out of flames appeared hovering above her. It looked surreal. It cast no shadow, and it didn't get illuminated by the oil lamps around it. And most of all, it had no presence of mana at all. Nothing. Michael felt his heart pumping loudly. He looked down at his chest and felt it with his hands. This wasn't just a normal heartbeat. It was the God-forged piece trying to tell him something. The thought had already crossed Michael's mind, yet he just couldn't believe it yet. There were too many unknowns. However, his intuition was telling him. Blazel had a God-forged piece of her own, and not only that, but she was also able to summon her own apparition. A whole plethora of questions appeared in Michael's thoughts. Was this normal? Were all God-forged piece owners capable of summoning their own apparition? Did they meet with the metallic woman as well? These questions appeared on Michael's mind, yet he was incapable of answering them. But there was one thing for sure. This is the secret of the God-forged pieces, Michael realized. This is why the corporations who hoard God-forged pieces distribute them to their heirs and successors. The power held in these supernatural metal materials was something that could bypass any and all sorts of magical spells or defense. It was something that defied all logic, needing no mana at all to show a tremendous force of power. Our shadow orcs have also heard chatter from the bandits that went outside. They are planning on attacking the Golden Road and all its travelers as a way to discredit us, Narita reported. Although Michael wasn't a fan of violence, he wouldn't back down from a fight, especially if he already had a reason to confront her. If Blazel was planning on attacking them, then he would finally have an excuse to fight against her. And whether she wanted to or not, he will find a way to make her answer everything she knew about the God-forged pieces. He was only able to summon the metallic apparition through the use of his Unity gun, which was a combination of a mystical and physical art spell that utilized the Unity mana. However, Blazel and presumably others were able to find a way to bypass that and summon their own apparition, even if they could not wield Unity mana. All of his questions could only be answered by someone like her. "Summon the Dragonborns," he said to the Orcupine chieftain. "If they want to fight on our turf, then we'll give them what they want." "Ratata!" Sasuke roared in excitement. "We shall have our high shadows and mid shadows lure the bandits to a secure location. Naruto, go to the nation of Reborn and bring out the bandit prisoners. Tell the Centaur guards that this is urgent. They will know what to do." "Boo-to-too," Naruto shouted back. "I shall not disappoint you." Now the elite shadow orc was the only one that remained. "Are you injured?" Michael asked him. "No, boss. Please let me participate in this, and allow me to redeem myself." The Orcanine Orc's ears were practically drooped down once he thought Michael wasn't going to assign him a mission. Michael couldn't really deny the guy after seeing the eagerness in his eyes. And since he didn't have any serious injuries, Michael relented. "Go to Neo-Orcus and seek out Beth in the chocolate factory. Tell her that I'll meet with her soon to talk about our products." Chapter 3:23. Concentrated. Michael transported himself near the forest of Neo-Orcus. There, he saw a large factory building with white smoke rising from the chimneys. The scent of a rich and sweet mixture wafted over his nosy smell of chocolates. This was the chocolate factory where they turned the native cacao seeds into delectable sweet snacks that everybody seemed to enjoy. Chocolates was actually one of the most sold products in Reborn. Not only was it loved by the general public, but its public perception as an energy booster helped it become a mandatory snack for the knights and other fighting-related jobs. Even adventurers used it as their sustenance whenever they were off on missions for long periods of time. But because of its demand, there were some troublemakers who wanted to get it directly from source. But of course, the factory was tightly guarded, with Rebornians positioned all around the walls surrounding the building. There were watchtowers pointing lights all over the corners, making sure there was no one there plotting to rob the place. The guards bowed as he walked inside the building. Inside, he saw Rebornians garbed in white safety coats and glasses. After all, processing chocolates needed a lot of heat and steam, which can create a lot of accidents. Michael walked past conveyor belts with a worker magically using the mechanical spouts to pour perfectly portioned liquid chocolate into a mold. This would then get transferred over to the next machine, where it would get cooled and packaged by a Rebornian into a wrap. The workers bowed and gave Michael a smile as he walked past them. Since he already announced his arrival, the guards guided him to the top floor where the offices were located. Michael knocked on the door and opened it, seeing Beth in her baking attire with oven mitts in her hand. She had just finished cooking a batch of cookie chocolates. Even though this was an office, Beth had it retrofitted to become a bakery where she could experiment with new recipes to sell. "Michael, it's great to see you. Come have a try of this," she said, giving Michael a freshly baked chocolate chip cookie. He tasted it and knew that her skills had improved since the last time he saw her. "This is good, but this is not actually what I came here for," he said to her. "I'm here for the concentrated chocolates." Beth nodded and immediately walked over to her cabinet to take out a metal box containing 5 separate bars. Each bar turned darker from left to right. "Just as you have ordered, we have been doing experiments to make the chocolate more concentrated than the last," she said, bringing up the lightest colored bar on the box. "This is our normal chocolates, the one we sell to the general public. It contains 25% cacao concentration." Michael nodded. This was the normal amount of cacao that they sold everywhere. According to their research, it was in this concentration where it was chocolatey with not much bitterness to consume. But for Rebornians, it was a whole new different story. After all, Michael gave them all a skill called Sugar Rush, allowing them to increase their mana efficiency, mana consumption, mana power, and everything else upon consumption of a chocolate bar. Right now, the 25% cacao chocolate allows each Rebornian to increase their power by 1-star realm. If they were 3-star magicians, they would turn into 4-star magicians upon consumption. Michael still wasn't satisfied with this, however. He wanted to see what would happen if they increased the concentration of the cacao chocolates to the Sugar Rush skill. The first result was disappointing. Just putting more cacao into the recipe only resulted in a very marginal increase in strength. Thankfully, though, after many iterations and experiments from Beth and the rest of the talented bakers in the factory, they were able to make their first breakthrough. By compressing chocolates into a much denser material, while still adding in more ingredients, they were able to create a 35% cacao concentration chocolate. It still wasn't enough to improve power by 2-star realms, but it was enough to almost reach it by just a hair. "This is our very best chocolates," Beth said as she showed Michael the darkest chocolate bar with the number 35% stamped on top of it. "How much do we have right now?" he asked her. "We have about 5,000 in stock, and we can rush production for another 1,000 today if we shut down all normal chocolate production." "That's enough for now," Michael said, pocketing the chocolate in his inventory. "Can you make more in the future? The problem is with our current stock of cacaos. Creating the 35% concentrated chocolate needs about twice the amount of cacao needed for a normal chocolate. And the sacred trees of the orcs are only limited in amount. If we were to focus on the production of concentrated chocolate, we won't have enough to satisfy the demand of our customers. Although the sacred cacao trees from the orc tribes were numerous, it was still limited, and the cacao trees that were planted back in the nation of Reborn still wouldn't mature for another few years before it was able to bear fruit. I'll ask Anne if she could plant more cacao trees back in the parched land so that we won't have this problem in the future," he said, making a mental note. "I'll have the Shadow Orcs come and pick up the 35% chocolates to distribute among our forces. Thanks for your help, Beth." "No problem, Michael. Come by if you want some freshly baked cookies." Meanwhile, the bastard bandits had set off from the safety of their forest and ventured into Reborn's territory. They stalked the Golden Road deep into the night, hoping to catch straddlers that were easy prey. However, they were horrified to find out that each of those automobiles could ride faster than even an arrow. They zoomed through the flat roads, leaving the bandits unable to catch up to them with their horses. Eventually, one of their scouts came back from Angora City. The man had been walking into taverns and trying to find more information about Reborn and the Golden Road. It didn't take long before the conversation ended up at the truck stop. "Truck stop?" the bandits questioned. "Is that a new town?" The scout clearly didn't know as well. "It doesn't matter what it is. What's more important is that they are property of Reborn in the Golden Road. I heard there's a lot of people going there and camping to sleep." With no luck robbing the people driving in the roads, the bandits decided to travel to this so-called truck stop for days on end. It took them a while, but they finally reached their destination. And there, they saw a bustling community of automobiles and people alike. Cars were going in and out of the truck stop, with most parking their cars on the designated spots and leaving to enter an establishment on the side. "Mac Tony's," the bandits muttered to themselves. There were a lot of people inside. A lot. And they were just there like sitting ducks, ready to be robbed. With a silent nod, the bandits approached the busy building. Chapter 324, Restaurant Hostage. Once Michael had everything prepared, he returned back to Mac Tony's to settle his unfinished business. Specifically, he wanted to talk to Tony and the others about customers being able to take out their order and eat it on the go. He appeared once again during the night, at the peak hours of the restaurant. Tony, Remy, and all the chefs were busy serving out chicken after chicken without any pause. But at least now they seemed prepared to handle this many customers. After that day when they reached full capacity of customers, the next several days continued to be like that as well, giving them time to adjust to the workload. Michael looked out the counter and still saw some people entering the restaurant and leaving disappointed once they saw they had no seat left to sit in. "We need to talk about ordering takeout," Michael said. "There's a lot of wasted business once people leave without being able to eat a single thing." Tony was able to find some downtime as the chicken cooked in the pan. "Takeout? What's that?" But before Michael could say anything to him, a shadow emerged in front of him, with an orc appearing right in the middle of the kitchen floor. "Boss," the Orcanine orc said, kneeling, "the bandits have finally reached this part of the Golden Road. They are currently targeting this restaurant as we speak." That finally got Tony's attention. "Bandits? They're coming here?" Michael waved off Tony's concerns. "We have it under control," he said nonchalantly. "As I was saying, I think it's time we implement a takeout system for customers that can't sit inside the restaurant. I'll have some Rebornians create takeout boxes." "What are you talking about right now? Don't we have to worry about the bandits?" It was at that moment when the door to the restaurant was busted wide open. with a bunch of roughly dressed individuals walking inside with swagger in their steps. They did nothing to hide the sharp weapons holstered in their waists, and even proudly displayed it to everyone who wanted to see. The customers frowned at the entrance of these new people. The fact that they didn't line up at the counter to take their order meant that they were not here for the chicken. They were here for something else entirely. The 10 or so bandits spread themselves around the restaurant, covering every corner, window, and exit. They leaned into these escape routes casually, but it was clear that they would not hesitate to resort to violence if one wanted to get past them. The bandit with the bandana on his forehead walked on top of a table, never minding the fact that there was still chicken on the plate. "Okay, don't panic, people, this is a robbery," he announced. The customers all froze in their seats as the other bandits reached out for their knives and presented its sharp blades to the crowd. "Don't move from your seats if you don't want something bad to happen. If you try to run, we have more people waiting outside," he said, pointing his knife at the window, showing more bandits leaning on the glass. "Just do as I say and no one gets hurt, understand?" The customers had no other choice but to nod their heads and comply with the bandits. Meanwhile, Tony was able to witness as the bandits took the entire restaurant hostage. The whole place was surrounded by bandits. "Oh no, Remy, hide," Tony said to his son, who was hiding behind his legs. "Michael, just please ensure that my son is safe from them." The dogfolk assistant chef approached Tony with a reassuring smile. "There's no need to worry, Tony. You're a new Rebornian, so you don't understand, but the safest place in the entire world is right next to where our boss is. There's nothing to worry about." Tony looked at all of them and saw no sign of distress in their faces. The Rebornian chefs continued to cook chicken as if nothing was happening, and Michael was still talking about the takeout system even during this entire situation. "We have been preparing for their arrival for a few days now," explained the Shadow Orc. "This is within our estimations. And besides," Michael said, pointing at the 2 particular customers sitting at the tables, "I have someone there that I trust completely. They'll take care of it now. Let's talk about the takeout wrappers." Tony didn't know if he should be awed or worried at Michael's nonchalance to the whole situation. Back to the hostage situation in the restaurant, the bandana bandit silently signaled the other bandits to take out their large rucksack bags. "I want everybody to take out all your jewelry, your coin pouches, and everything valuable on your bodies. Set them down at your table and put your heads down. If you do, then our bandits will not attack you as we collect the money." There was no hesitation for some customers. They hurriedly took out their coin pouches and put it on the table, with its hefty catching ringing out on the table. These were the people who valued their lives more than some gold coins. But for other people, they were less than inclined to give up their life savings to the bandits. To quell any ideas of rebellion, the bandana bandit stabbed his knife on the table, just missing the reluctant man's hands. At that point, everybody was convinced to give up their possessions in exchange for their safety. "Okay, put your heads down," the bandit commanded. Everyone did. They buried their heads on the table and hoped that this whole thing would be over fast. The bandits began collecting all the jewelry and valuables on the table. However, it was only now in the silence of the room did the bandits notice that there was a table who didn't comply with their rules. 2 people were sitting facing a wall, with their heads still clearly up, and with no valuables on the table. Not only that, but the 2 of them had the audacity to continue eating fried chicken without a single care in the world. This is so good, bro. I can't believe Bro Mike has been hiding this restaurant from us. Yeah, I want this every day." The bandits looked at the 2 demi-humans and didn't recognize their species. Their bodies were full of scales like a snake, yet their heads were more like that of a lizard than anything else. "Didn't you hear what I said?" questioned the bandana bandit, brandishing his knife near the dark blue-scaled demi-human's neck. "Lower your heads or I'll cut your necks." But in response to that threat, the 2 of them kept munching on their fried chickens as if the bandit was even less than wind. In the silence, the crunch of the chicken resounded out through the restaurant, confusing all the bandits. These people must be wrong in the head for acting like this in a robbery. "I want to finish this quickly so that I can order one again," said Zion, wiping his mouth filled with sauce. "All right," Yaku replied while stretching. "I'll take this first one. You do the others." The bandana bandit finally had enough. "I warned you," he shouted, thrusting his knife towards Yaku. Chapter 325. Hole in the Wall Restaurant. The 4-star spell Thunderous Burglary erupted within the knife, creating yellow electricity that surrounded the very blade itself. With the speed of thunder, the knife reached Yaku's side in a matter of milliseconds. Clink! A sword coming from below Yaku's elbow parried the knife, preventing the blade from going any further. The bandit's eyes widened as he looked at Yaku, who was suddenly wielding a sword out of nowhere. The bandit didn't even see him have a sword in the first place. Not only that, but with the very short distance it had to travel, the bandit thought his knife would surely pierce through the demi-human's scales. The worst part was that Yaku hadn't even turned around yet. He was still taking his last bite of the chicken in his hands, with the sword just positioned on his side near his elbow. Tisk. Impressive. But that exchange alone let me know you're just a 3-star swordsman. That's not good enough. The bandana bandit retreated his thunderous knife. His feet and arms began to emit electricity as well, giving him a boost in both speed and power. He thrusted his knife to Yaku's shoulder, but the Dragonborn finally turned around and deflected off the knife with the flat side of his blade. The thunderous knife slid and thrusted into the wooden table. The whole structure exploded into a million charred splinters as electricity coursed through it from the knife. Yaku got up off his seat and faced the bandana bandit, who smiled and flipped his knife in the air. As a piece of wood fell from the ceiling and hit the ground, the bandit rushed to Yaku with bloodshot eyes. He thrusted the knife to Yaku's stomach, with the Dragonborn parrying it with an upward swing. The bandit moved closer, using the close-quarters combat to his advantage. His knife was very easy to maneuver, allowing him to create a relentless flurry of thrusts. Each strike was parried by Yaku, with the clashing of their blades creating sparks that flew around the restaurant. The bandit's unrelenting flurry of attacks forced Yaku to continue to move backwards. Each of the bandit's thrusts allowed him to take one step closer to Yaku until the Dragonborn was standing behind a table of innocent bystanders. He stepped in and pushed his knife to Yaku's neck, parried only by Yaku with his downward swing. The bandit rushed again, intending to hit Yaku's left ribs. If the Dragonborn dodged this, the knife would slip past him and hit the innocent people sitting at the table behind him. So instead, Yaku used the flat of his blade to stop the knife dead in its tracks, perfectly keeping it in place and creating a pause in the fight. The bandit used this opportunity to rush his knife before Yaku could reposition his sword, intending to cut his elbow. Yet, at the very last second, Yaku's sword erupted in a blue lightning, creating an illusion as if two swords had appeared in front of Yaku and deflected the knife before it hit him. The bandit's eyes widened. Yaku's entire body was now surrounded by blue lightning, similar to the bandana bandit's body-enhancing spell. Just then, a blur flashed past the bandit's eyes, and he subconsciously raised his knife, barely knocking Yaku's swing off course and saving himself from a much deeper cut in his chest. Blood stained the bandit's outer garment from the surface-level injury. The bandit looked down at his chest plate and saw a small cut in the middle of the metal. If it weren't for this, he would have suffered a much deeper injury. You're faster than me. I'm 1-star realm above you," the bandana bandit shouted in disbelief. "Who are you? You attacked us, and you don't know who you're fighting against. I know I'm lazy, but that's even lazier." Yaku put his sword on his shoulder and disappointedly shook his head. The bandit's eyes widened as he finally remembered the rumors. There were talks about the famous fighters of the Reborn company, the people who defeated the stone-cold Six the Dragonborns. You're the Dragonborn?" Yaku nodded. The bandana bandit gritted his teeth and gripped his knife tighter. "It doesn't matter who you are when there's 10 of us." 5 bandits thrusted their swords behind Yaku. The Dragonborn's body erupted in a blue lightning, allowing his speed to reach even faster limits. From their perspective, he seemed to have disappeared from their sights, leaving the bandits to crash into one another. Massaging their heads, the bandits looked up and searched for Yaku. They looked up and finally saw him on the other side of the restaurant. The dark blue-scaled Dragonborn took out a freshly cooked chicken from the counter and pinched a small piece before eating it in one go. The bandits were shocked at the audacity. "Get back here!" the bandana bandit shouted, empowering his knife with a thunderous quality. His body almost turned into a blur as he lunged towards Yaku. Clink. At the moment of impact, the bandit remained still. Slowly, he raised his head and looked at the blade on his knife. It had been shattered into a million pieces on the ground. "How?" Yaku didn't let the bandit recover and hit him in the head with the flat part of his blade, knocking him out cold. Then he disappeared into a blue lightning bolt again before reappearing right in front of the 5 bandits. Flustered, they tried to overwhelm him with attacks from all different sides, and for a brief moment, Yaku's body blurred into 5 different bodies, with each one hitting a bandit's knife and deflecting their flurry of blows. Slowly, the bandits felt their knives chipping and cracking with each blow against Yaku's sword. At this point, they slowly retreated and stopped attacking him. Yet, it was already too late. Their knives had shattered into useless metal scrap. Before they could even react, they saw a blue blur before a blade slapped them in their heads, knocking them out cold instantly. "Ha ha! Boom! This is fun!" On the other side of the restaurant, Zion had been toying with his bandit targets. The red-scaled Dragonborn had been weaving left and right as all 4 bandits thrusted their knives at him. Despite the reckless action from the youngster, none of the blades were able to reach his scales. This was the perfect opportunity for him to practice the Dempsey roll skill that Michael imparted onto him. What the hell is up with this kid? The bandits' attacks became ever more sluggish as they felt exhaustion creeping up on them. They had been at this for a full minute, yet they couldn't get a hit on Zion. "Oops," Jakku said as he looked at the other side of the restaurant. "Bro, Jakku's done with his practice. Time for me to finish this," he said. As the exhausted bandit thrusted his knife at him, Zion ducked down and performed a swift uppercut to the wrist, disarming the man. And with a left-right 1-2 combo, he disarmed the rest of the bandits around him, with their knives haphazardly flying off into the ceiling. Befuddled, the bandits were left defenseless as Zion prepared his final move. "Space Breaker Punch," he shouted as his dark violet gauntlets began to glow a purple light. Space itself began to crack around his fists, propagating further as Zion gathered power around his gauntlets. "I told him to not overdo it," Jakku muttered in a disappointed voice, watching from the sidelines. His body erupted in blue electricity again as he teleported himself to the innocent civilians that were about to be caught up in a massive explosion. Zion didn't even seem to care as he finally unleashed the power of his punch, with all 4 bandits being caught up in the propagation of the cracks in space. The Dragonborn's gauntlet hit the first bandit squarely in his stomach, launching him forward. And somehow the 3 other bandits seemed to have been caught in the force, feeling as if a big boulder had hit them like a meteor. They shot off into the walls, destroying the tables and chairs that were in the way. They then burst through the glass windows, skidding an extra 50 meters outside before stopping on the ground. Chapter 326. Back up, V, back up. Tony looked through the window with his jaw dropped to the ground. The power those 2 Dragonborns showed was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was 10 against 2, with all the bandits in the 4-star realm. Yet, they were swiftly and decisively defeated by 2 demi-humans who were only in the 3-star realm. Even though he was just a chef, Tony knew how impossible this all seemed. The Dragonborns didn't even break a sweat. "Michael, yeah." Zion was a bit too careless with his punches. "The restaurant is a mess," Michael said, looking at a large hole in the wall filled with rubble and glass shards. Not only that, but there were about 3 tables and 6 chairs that were completely destroyed, lowering the capacity for the restaurant. Tisk, tisk. "We warned him about this. Now Shayna will be forced to lower his chicken allotment for the week," Michael said disappointedly. They defeated those bandits," Tony shouted. How did they even do that?" "That's just normal," one of the Rebornian chefs said, and upon hearing this, the little Remy couldn't help but gleam an excited smile. "Really? Then does that mean I can be as cool as those big brothers?" Michael nodded. Of course. Then I'll be an ass-kicking chef in the future. I'll not only serve a juicy fried chicken, but also a swift kick of justice," Remy proclaimed, with stars almost forming in his eyes. "Oh, how cute, little Remy." Ho, quite an exciting chef you'll be in the future. We're looking forward to it." "Little Remy, worry about that after you don't forget about plucking all the feathers in the chicken, okay?" The Rebornian chefs all coddled and praised the little boy for his ambitions. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but slap his own forehead. It seemed that he was the only person in this room who knew how difficult it was to be able to defeat multiple vicious bandits 1-star realm higher than you. "Son." Just as Tony was about to tell his son about the harsh reality of something called talent, Michael signaled for him to stop talking. "Let him have his dream," Michael said. "Who knows? Maybe he will become what he says in the future." Since the little Remy was still 9 years old, Michael didn't know how talented the boy could become. So he didn't want Tony to influence Remy by saying that he might not have the talent to become as powerful as the Dragonborns. After all, Michael had realized that perception and self-belief could play a part in the development of talent. For example, the red hobmankeys evolved the exact same way that Michael wanted them to evolve once he told them about their new jobs. If it could work in the evolution of demi-humans, then it could possibly work in the talent awakening of a human. Maybe. I should focus on the education department of Reborn. Chat K4. Make a note. Understood. Making a mental reminder. "Michael, I see more bandits out there. They did say that they have the whole place surrounded. There's more outside." Tony looked through the windows again and peeked through the giant hole in the restaurant. There was a gathering of about 30 or so raggedly dressed men looking down at the 4 knocked-out bandits. They all took out knives from their waists, wielding it with caution as they looked through the restaurant in search of the one who defeated their comrades. "Don't worry. We have more people outside," Michael said. The 30 or so bandits stared at the restaurant with more caution. The fact that they were able to defeat the bandana bandit leader and the 9 other bandits meant that they were dealing with a much more difficult situation than expected. "Hey, what happened over there?" the bandit said as he slapped the unconscious man on the ground. Unfortunately, he was totally knocked out. If he wasn't, he could have warned them to retreat now before they faced those dragonborns. "Tisk, are they slacking off? How dare they get knocked out by a bunch of civilians?" one of the bandits said. How embarrassing of them. "Let's teach these civilians a hard lesson. We'll storm the restaurant together. On 3 we go. 1, 2, 3. Before he could finish his sentence, the bandit suddenly felt something tugging at his feet, causing him to fall forwards. "Ow, what the?" He looked at his lower body and saw a shadow wrapped itself around his shins. Then his eyes naturally saw a large, intimidating orc standing behind him. It had a great furry mane around its neck, with its muscles even bigger than his head. He couldn't even understand where the orc had come from. Anyone among them should have sensed the approach of such a big creature like him. Yet when he looked at the other bandits, he realized he wasn't the only one. He saw them struggling to break free from the shadows that wrapped themselves around them. Some had their arms forcefully strapped to their backs, some had their legs almost sinking to the ground, and some had almost their entire bodies coated with a dark black material. "Ah, what's happening? What are these? Get this away from me!" Following the direction of these shadows, the bandits saw an entire horde of orcs standing menacingly behind. "Who are you?" the bandits screamed at the orcs. Yet they continued to stand still, not moving an inch and remaining completely silent. It was then that the silence of the night was disrupted by the sounds of multiple hooves crashing on the ground. The disturbance propagated through the earth, causing the bandits to look towards its source. And there, riding in the distance, they saw 10 centaurs rushing at top speeds and leaving behind a cloud of dust behind them. They held humongous lances to the side, ready to skewer the bandits. As they came closer and closer, the centaurs didn't slow down their approach. They rushed even faster, with the very tip of their lances aimed directly at the trapped bandits. Their lances glowed with tremendous red power as the ground beneath their hooves quaked in fear, and as they reached their target, a large explosion erupted from the point of collision. The crash sent the bandits flying off into the air in different directions. The 15 or so unfortunate bandits that took the brunt of the force were immediately incapacitated, with most of their bones broken from the impact, and only further exacerbated once they landed harshly on the ground. The other 15 bandits didn't come out unscathed, however. Their small knives were unable to deflect against such a large course of impact, so they were still injured from the initial explosion, with most sustaining broken bones and internal injuries. Yet they were able to pick themselves back up after landing on the hard concrete ground. Where did they come from? One of the surviving bandits muttered with strained breaths. Blood flowed from his injured forehead. "Retreat!" he shouted to the other surviving bandits. But before any of them could move, red mankeys rushed behind them and knocked them out with one swift hit in the neck. Chapter 3:27. Meeting a reformed bandit. After the bandits were taken care of, Michael came out of the kitchen to assure the customers that this type of thing wouldn't happen again. But surprisingly, instead of being angry that their dining experience was ruined by the bandits, the customers began approaching the Dragonborns and giving them praise. They were impressed by their swift removal of the bandits, even at the cost of some property destruction. Of course. That's just what I do on the regular," Zion boasted, scratching his nose. Yaku hit his younger brother on the head with his sheath. "Idiot! You created a hole in the restaurant. Ow!" The red-scaled Dragonborn glared at his older brother. "What's the big deal? We'll rebuild it anyway." Tisk. It's not the rebuilding that I'm worried about. What do you think will happen to this restaurant once it's under construction? You think they'll still sell chicken?" The realization came to pass in Zion's mind like a truck. He held his heart in pain, probably in more pain than what the bandits could have done. "Oh no. I've made a terrible mistake. Don't close down the store. Let's just leave it like this." Thankfully, Shayna wasn't here, or else the two of them would have gotten the screaming of a lifetime. "Who are these guys again?" one of the customers whispered as they looked at Zion and Yaku. "They're the Dragonborns," another answered. "I thought they weren't real. The rumors were true then that they could defeat people 1-star realm higher than their own." "And did you see those centaurs outside? If they're protecting the Golden Road, then I'll feel safe traveling here." As it turned out, this kind of hostage robbery situation was normal in this world, especially in the middle of nowhere like this truck stop was located at. Traveling out in the wilderness were usually accompanied with encounters with bandits and monsters. It was normal to fight off either one of them at least once every 3 days of travel time. and in the entire time they used the Golden Road, this was the only instance where they felt any danger at all. That was the reason why they weren't at all fazed by the bandits, and continued to eat their chickens after everything was over. "Chef, another order of chicken," one of the customers said, walking around one of the bandits unconscious on the floor as he approached the counter. Michael tapped Tony's shoulder. "See that? They're asking for more chicken." Tony absent-mindedly nodded. He was still not over everything that happened tonight. He was the only one reacting normally while everyone was already too jaded. "Don't worry. The bandits are all taken care of," Michael said, just as the centaurs picked up every bandit and gathered them into one big circle. "But what if they come again? That's why I asked the centaurs to come here for support. You can count on them for security." One of the centaurs approached the kitchen area, ducking down the door as he entered. "Boss, we have all the bandits captured." "Good job," Michael praised them. "I was just talking to Tony about your new positions here. I want you to work with the red hobmankeys to patrol the Golden Road and prevent something like this from happening again." Michael also asked the leader of the hobmankeys to enter the conversation, formally introducing the two demi-humans who would one day become the highway patrols of the Golden Road. "Your two groups will work in tandem. Centaurs don't have any problem with being ridden like a horse, right?" The centaur bowed his head. "We will do anything to protect Reborn." "Good. Since you'll be highway patrols, you'll need to be able to catch up to any high-speed troublemakers. I'm expecting a lot from you." The red hobmanky leader faced the centaur, and even without exchanging any words, their eyes communicated a common sense of loyalty to Reborn. The two shook hands, solidifying this symbiotic relationship. "We shall work hard." The red manky bowed to Michael. "Your headquarters will be here in the truck stop, but I want regular trips around the Golden Road frequently. I know you're quite short on people right now, but we'll see if we can improve your numbers in the future." There were currently only 10 red mankeys in the nation of Reborn, which was why Michael only asked for 10 centaurs to transfer over to the Queen's region. The highway patrol only consisted of 20 for now, but would certainly grow in the future, especially once they found the secret village of the red mankeys. "Now, I think it's time to meet with the bandits. Tony, you'll be okay, right?" Tony nodded his head. "I'm still a little rattled, but I'm a lot more at ease now that I know that these people will protect the restaurant." The centaur and the manky both tapped their chests in confidence. "Don't worry, Papa. I'll protect you in the future," Remy butted in. "I'll become like those dragonborns." Tony looked through the window and saw the two dragonborns almost strangling each other for the last piece of chicken on the plate. Even when the chicken had already fallen on the floor, they still treated it as brand new. "I hope not." Once he settled everything in the restaurant, Michael walked outside and saw the pile of unconscious bandits laying down on the concrete floor. An Orcanine shadow orc approached Michael. "Shall I send him in now, boss?" "Sure," Michael nodded. As the orc used his shadow transport skill to summon a person from afar, Michael used a simple water ball spell to wake up all the sleeping bandits from their slumber. My head? Where? What happened?" As the bandits slowly regained consciousness, their eyes opened to see a silhouette of a person approaching them. They jerked their injured bodies, only to realize that their hands were cuffed behind them. "Our boss just wants to ask you a few questions," a voice told them. "We won't tell anything," one of the bandits muttered. "You should have just killed me. Everyone here would rather die than submit to another company. Damn, we should have been like Sleazy and just left the group when Flare Corp approached us." The person chuckled. "I didn't leave. I was captured." Sleazy walked closer to the bandits, letting them see his distinct face and sharp chin. They wouldn't mistake him for anyone else. He was the infamous Sleazy who didn't take no for an answer and took anything he wanted. We thought you were dead. You're with them now." Sleazy looked at the bandits with pity. "I am not. Yet I haven't earned it." "Why?" the bandit hoarsely shouted. "You were the personification of a real bandit, following no laws, no humans, and no morals. What happened to you? I was reborn. I should have died and was given a second chance, a better life. And I realized that I had been doing things wrong my entire life. And now, I want all of you to realize that as well." The other bandits looked at Sleazy with doubt, wondering if he was real or a clone. "You'll find out soon enough," Sleazy said with a smile. "Chapter 328, driver? Fighter?" The bandits, expecting nothing but torture and mistreatment, were caught off guard when they were suddenly all given a piece of McTony's chicken to eat. At first they thought it was poisoned or something, but as they took a bite, their eyes widened with delightful surprise. "That's just one of the benefits of being a reborn prisoner," Sleazy said to them, after which 30 or so genin low shadow orcs appeared and attached themselves to each of the bandits, transporting them directly to the nation of Reborn, landing them in the open court of the prison. There they saw all the amenities and all the benefits they were afforded, even though they were only a prisoner. Just the fact that they had something warm to sleep on was already miles better than their lives back in the bastard bandit cave. Not only that, but they were offered amazing food that they wouldn't have been able to buy even if they were stealing as a bandit. Sleazy began the rebirth progress for the bandits. He would become the senior that would help them realize how great their lives were here in Reborn, just like how the infamous Deathclaw taught him how to accept life in the prison. With the first group of bandits secured and imprisoned, Michael and the Rebornians focused on the rest of them still roaming around the Queen's region. "What are they planning on doing now?" Michael asked Narito and Sasuke. "Boo-to-two. I've sent out my own 50 mid-shadows to survey the area, and we have found a few other groups of bandits laying in wait around the Golden Road. They're targeting our taxis." "And our buses," Narito reported. "My Orcanine orcs will surely trample those troublemakers without problem. Ratata. Boss. I did not think that 50 mid-shadows were enough, so I sent out 30 high shadows to accompany our Rebornian drivers during their duties. They'll be protected once the bandits attack," Sasuke said, sneaking a mocking smile at his rival. "Are you saying that my Orcanines are not enough to defeat the bandits?" Narito faced Sasuke, puffing his chests and smacking it hard. "I'm just preparing for the worst," Sasuke retorted. "This is not the first time that your orcs have failed a mission. What did you say? Boo-to-two. Ratata. You heard me." Michael raised his hand. Please, leave your rivalry out of this for now. "Boss, please assign this mission only to us. I promise you that we will not disappoint you," Sasuke said, spreading out his quills to make himself bigger and coincidentally shooting out a few spines to his rival. "Ow. Keep your grubby quills away from me, boss. We'll do this mission. My co-chieftain here can't even control his own quills. Can't expect him to execute the mission well with that kind of carelessness." Michael shook his head. "For now, since we're just dealing with a bunch of 4-star bandits, I'm not going to assign it to either of you." "What? Boss, are you sure? If not us, then who? We'll let our own taxi drivers defend themselves," Michael revealed. "Boss?" The 2 orc chieftains simultaneously blurted out. "Don't worry. I gave them something to help." Michael wanted to see if the Rebornians could protect themselves without the help of the Shadow Orcs. After all, every single one of them had the lesser unity defense with them, and learned basic mystical art spells when they awakened. They should be able to deal with a bunch of bandits easily. Of course, Michael instructed the Shadow Orcs to help the drivers if things got too dicey. Not only that, but he gave them a few trump cards to use that would surely turn the tides of battle. Meanwhile, in a desolate part of the Golden Road a couple of days away from any large civilization, one reborn taxicab drove through the flat highway at a brisk 60 kilometers per hour. His passenger was a traveling merchant who came to the grafted cluster to pick up some precious herbs he would sell in Angora City. It was only the 2 of them in the reborn taxicab, with a bunch of plants in the back seat. They hadn't met any other taxicab in this part of the road, making the trip all the more lonely. The sun was already starting to set, but unfortunately they were still about 1 day away from the reborn truck stop, so they would have to camp out here in the wilderness for now. The driver drove the cab off-road and picked a seemingly safe spot in the wilderness. There were plants and vegetation covering their camping spot, so they wouldn't be easily spotted. But just as they set up their bedrolls, the bushes started rustling with activity. It wasn't long before 3 roughly dressed bandits showed themselves to the driver and the merchant. They took out their knives from their waists and flipped it around haphazardly. Its blade shined under the moonlight, showing its sharp cutting threat. "Give me all your money and we won't kill you," one of the bandits wearing only a shoulder guard threatened. Money, give me money." "A merchant. Jackpot." The passenger merchant raised his trembling hands. Don't hurt me," the 3 bandits laughed. Robbing these merchants was easy, especially since they didn't have any guards around them. "All my gold coins are over there." The merchant bumbled over his words. The bandits looked at the rucksack stacked near the fireplace and approached it with greed in their eyes. "You will do no such thing. He is a passenger of Reborn. He and all his belongings are protected by our authority." The 3 bandits looked at the driver, who wore a simple white long-sleeved t-shirt with a Reborn symbol and a captain's hat. "Under whose authority?" The shoulder guard bandit scoffed. "You're just a driver." He gestured for the other 2 bandits to deal with him. They approached the Rebornian driver, flipping their knives threateningly. But instead of getting scared, the driver balled his fists and put his arms up in self-defense. "I'm not just a driver," he said confidently. "I'm a Rebornian." The driver reached down his pockets, revealing a small, darkish brown, spherical object. The mostly bitter scent of the pellet wafted through the air. While the bandits were confused, the driver swallowed the pellet in one go. And immediately, a burst of energy erupted from the Rebornian driver. The bandits raised their arms to protect themselves from the gust of wind that assaulted their face. Once the wind subsided, they looked back at the driver. What? How is that possible? The two bandits felt a sense of overwhelming pressure coming off of the driver. It was as if the man had just broken through to the 3-star realm in a matter of seconds. That was supposed to be impossible. From the bottom of 2-star to almost the peak of 3-star. "What the hell are you two doing?" screamed the shoulder guard bandit. "Attack him!" But before they could recover from their shock, the driver raised his hands and summoned a magic circle in his palms. 2 pillars of water manifested beside the two bandits, each one as thick as a tree trunk and as tall as a human. Suddenly, these water pillars gained curved blade-like arms from the bottom to the top. The blades or brushes started rotating, turning from slow to blazingly fast in just a few seconds. The bandits' knives glowed in different colors as they used their respective spells to try and defend against the attack. Unfortunately for them, the driver finished the spell. "Car wash!" the driver shouted. Chapter 329, Golden Road in the East. The 2 pillars of water closed in on the two bandits, smacking them with the force of water rotating at the speed of almost 300 kilometers per hour. It was the equivalence of being attacked by a modern pressure washer. The bandits' rag-like clothes were immediately ripped into pieces, and their armor were almost shredded through. "Grah!" they screamed, and soon the water pillars stopped rotating, dissipating into nothingness as the driver's spell finished its execution. The two bandits, unable to keep their consciousness active, fell to the floor drenched in water. Witnessing this with his own eyes, the shoulder guard bandit couldn't help but slowly back away in fear. The most frightening part of this was the fact that the spell wasn't even meant to be an offensive attack. It was just a simple 2-star spell meant to clean dust and grime off of an automobile. But as the driver consumed the special 35% concentrated chocolate pellet, his innate sugar rush skill activated and increased his measly bottom 2-star power into peak 3-star power. It was able to turn a harmless production spell into a ferocious shredder that could almost rip armor into pieces. What the hell?" the bandit screamed. He slowly backed away, intending to run away from this horrifying situation. The driver, still feeling the effects of the sugar rush skill, picked up the 2 knives dropped down by the unconscious bandits. He stared at the fleeing shoulder guard bandit, who stumbled as he tried to get over the bushes that obstructed his path. "Auto route to target," the driver muttered as he threw the 2 knives in his hand. His technique was sloppy and his aim was horrendous. However, the skill he invoked allowed the knives to automatically find itself driving to the target with pinpoint accuracy. After all, this was a skill that all Rebornian drivers were given once they got the job. This lessened their driving load during the day, allowing them to take their hands off the wheel and let the skill drive the automobile automatically. Now it was used to hit the fleeing bandit directly in his legs, destroying his chance for fleeing. The driver panted. After taking a few breaths, he turned to the merchant passenger. "Are you okay, sir?" The merchant couldn't bring out any words out of his mouth. He only looked at the 3 bandits down on the ground and back to the unassuming driver with disbelief in his eyes. "Were all Rebornians as strong as him?" the passenger asked himself. Once the bandits were taken care of, shadow orcs immediately appeared on the scene. They thanked the driver for their service and disappeared carrying the unconscious bandits on their shoulders. Back at the Reborn headquarters city, Michael was soon informed about what happened with one of the Reborn taxi drivers, and just as he hoped, the driver was able to protect himself and his passenger, all through the use of the experimental 35% chocolate. "This probably won't be the only time that the bandits will attack our drivers," Shayna said, as she served a cup of water for Michael at his desk. "Yeah, this is Blazel's plan to discredit Reborn and the Golden Road. All the bandits we captured this far have told us that there are multiple more groups of bandits that are out there targeting taxis. Just like Sleazy said, all the bandits that were imprisoned soon found themselves liking their new situation. It took them a couple of days, but they started cooperating in Reborn's plans to destroy the bastard bandits from the inside out. They told everything they knew about the bandits' plans, including where and when they were most likely to strike. Fufu, their plans are doing the exact opposite of what they want. We have seen a surge of people using the Reborn taxis to travel the Golden Road, Shayna said, showing Michael a complicated graph. McTony's is also doing very well, increasing the number of visitors to the truck stop. They're treating it as a safe haven to sleep in. Shall we start the construction of the next truck stops? Not yet, Michael said. We don't have resources to spare. For now, let's focus on the Golden Road expansion to the east. Speaking of which, how's it going? The Golden Road was about 70% on the way to the forest on the east. It would probably take 1 or 2 more weeks before people could finally travel there using automobiles. But until that project was finished, people to the east using conventional means horse carriages. One such horse-carriage convoy consisted of merchants and travellers who longed for Reborn to finish the Golden Road. "I can't wait until Reborn taxis can travel here," one of the female merchants said. "I'm just a simple man. I just a taste that Tony's chicken again soon." "Do you think they'll build a new restaurant here?" "I hope so," the chubby merchant said. "Once we sell our items in the East, we'll have enough money to stay in the nation of Reborn for at least a month. So just stay strong until then." These merchants were part of the people who journeyed all the way to the ends of the Golden Road, leading them to the promised lands in the parched lands. There they truly fell in love with the culture and the life of Rebornians. If they had enough money to spend, they would permanently stay in the nation of Reborn and start their own business there. They had been expanding their territory, so this was a chance for them to buy their own land there. Unfortunately, the only way they were going to earn enough for a down payment was by becoming traveling merchants to the east. The trip was dangerous because they had to travel to the forest of the bastard bandits, but it was precisely because of that danger that they would earn a lot of money once they succeeded. As they reached the border of the forest, the caravan stopped and waited. Usually this would be the place where the bandits would appear and ask for a protection fee. But about an hour later, no bandits appeared. Weird. Those money-hungry bastards would have known we were here even before we reached the border. Should we go? I think we should. If they're not here, we have no one to pay. They can't blame us for that. Left with no choice, the merchants decided to move forward. As they traveled through the forest, the sun finally set and the caravan parked to camp. They unfurled their bedrolls and made a campfire for heat and for cooking. Although they were still wary of the bandits, the merchants decided to eat fast and go to sleep earlier. But unbeknownst to them, there were little spots of light watching over them from above the trees. "Hey, fresh food? I wonder if their emotions are tasty." "Vivi, where are those bandits? Why are they not here?" The fairy named Vivi wore a purple sequin dress that accentuated her natural curves and showed off her unblemished skin. Her wings were as violet as lilies and as clear as a crystal. She looked at the humans below with a mischievous smile on her face. "We'll just have to do it ourselves," she said. Chapter 330, Consume Emotions. The merchant's early evening dinner of porridge soup was disrupted by the loud roar in the distance. It sounded like a mountain had just erupted and caused the entire land to shift to the side. What was that? "Guards, can you please check that out?" The caravan of merchants employed adventurers to protect them in their travels. So when the loud guttural roar appeared, they were the one tasked to ascertain the safety of the entire group. The 4 adventurers, 1 tank, 1 swordsman, 1 mage and 1 herbalist raised their weapons in the air as they faced the source of the sound. Grua. Another roar caught all of them by surprise. It sounded closer, much closer than they would have liked. It was as if the monster was already right in front of them. The adventurers looked out into the darkness of the forest when all of a sudden the ground underneath them exploded outwards, sending them flying backwards into the merchant's camp. Soil and rock rained down on the entire camp. Everyone stood up and slowly backed away as they looked at the giant creature that emerged from the ground. Its entire structure was made out of soil-like minerals that was usually found only in the depths of the ground. Its 2 trunk-like feet were planted squarely on the ground, supporting the rest of its enormous body. Its upper body mimicked that of a burly man's physique, with large stones acting as its pectoral and abdominal muscles. The arms on its side resembled that of a thick tree's branches, with roots still growing up its arms. Above its body were 2 glowing sources of red light, acting as the eyes of the monster itself. The rocky mouth beneath its large nose opened wide, showing a crystal-like material on their gums. "Grua!" Its roar was akin to 2 continents crashing into each other. It was deep and soul-piercing. The adventurers looked up at the rocky creature with horror painted on their faces. "Ah, rock golem," the tank muttered under his breath, his voice cracking. 6-star, a 6-star monster. Their fear was not without merit. After all, their adventuring party was only rated for monsters 4-star and below. Defeating a creature 2 stars above that was a guaranteed impossibility. "Rurun!" the swordsman screamed to the merchants. It was only now that the caravan of businessmen moved with haste. They started bolting opposite of the rock golem, but it was at that moment where the ground exploded once again, catapulting the fleeing merchants back into the feet of the rock golem. Everyone despaired as they saw 3 more rock golems emerge from the ground, each one as gargantuan and as powerful as the first one. "No way. We're dead." Surrounded by these 4 monstrous creatures, the caravan of merchants thought they were close to seeing their end. They had no way to escape. The 4 rock golems raised their branch-like arms up in the air, intending to smash these humans into bits. Even the tank shield won't protect against the onslaught of these 4 monsters. While the humans were in this state of terror, 5 fairies fluttered their wings as they looked down at the emotional scene. These rock golems were their own construction, and they used it frequently to create a high-stakes and tense situation for humans to experience. After all, their innate skill as a fairy consume emotion allowed them to reach down the metaphysical dimension of human emotion and use all the complex and passionate feelings they had for sustenance. The pink-haired fairy, who was slightly bigger than the other four, led the ritual for today's fine dining experience. She danced in the night sky, letting the small powder of golden sand-like particles float down into the ground. A fairy's dust not only allowed a person or object to float, but it also heightened the emotions of humans who came into contact with them. So, the merchants and the adventurers felt the fear of their lives even more as they faced the four rock golems. Vivi looked at the humans and saw the chubby middle-aged man as the perfect candidate. He was the one showing the most emotions. She swooped down on top of his head as a tiny magic circle appeared on her hands. "Come down, my pretties," Vivi whispered to her fairy friends above. The four fairies floated down as well and chose their own targets. The magic circles they conjured allowed them to harvest the emotion and turn it into usable energy. Vivi laughed. "Let's eat. Golems, do it now." Finally, the rock golems brought down their arms, making the humans clench their own bodies out of fear. In that moment, it was as if time itself had slowed down for the fairies. The intense situation brought a vulnerability within the humans and allowed them to see through their memories and their emotions. Vivi licked her lips as she sorted through the different lights of emotions present in her target's head. She immediately looked for the purple lights in his memories. This was the emotion of fear, specifically the fear of death. It was the strongest of all emotions and gave the most amount of sustenance for the fairies. This was why they tolerated those brutish bastard bandits. They were the ones who regularly put the fear of death into people. "Bon appetit," Vivi said. But just as she was about to consume the violet light, a new light suddenly caught her eye. It was just peeking down below from the fear emotion. Curious, Vivi pushed aside the violet light and saw a unique and new color she had never seen before. It was the color blue, which was mostly associated with sadness or regret. However, this shade of blue was different. It was lighter, much lighter, as if the emotion in the memory was something positive instead of it being filled with regret. What was interesting about this was that this sky blue color was almost the same size as the violet color, meaning this emotion almost overpowered the fear of death itself. Vivi decided to consume this blue emotion first, curious to see what kind of emotion of memory this would invoke in her mind. She closed her eyes and inhaled with her mouth. The sky blue light in her target's mind started to be sucked into her lips like smoke, allowing her to consume the emotion and briefly make contact with the memory associated with this emotion. Now, the memory she sees within this emotion wasn't exact, but she was able to see glimpses of images from the person's perspective. As Vivi consumed the blue light, she started to see just that. The picture of a grand otherworldly city showed itself to her. She was looking up at the tall buildings defying the laws of gravity, almost as if it was one of those spires that magicians built as their base. But these buildings weren't made of mana. In fact, they used no mana to remain constructed at all. The image soon faded, and more pictures of life in this city flashed through Vivi's mind. She couldn't understand most of what these images meant, with one of them being the depiction of a man striking a ball with a bat and people cheering loudly beside her. However, there was one clear emotion that she did understand. It was longing. It was a desire to go back to this city, and as she sucked in all of the emotion in her target, there was one name that stuck to her mind: Reborn. Chapter 331, Fairy sees Reborn. Meanwhile, the counterattack on the bastard bandits was going extremely well. Each and every time that they showed up to ambush a Reborn taxi, they would always end up getting defeated by the chocolate-powered taxi drivers. The bastard bandits seemed to have finally noticed that their numbers were slowly whittling down. The groups that they sent down for missions ended up being missing in action, as if they just disappeared out of thin air. And since no one was returning from the ambushes, they had no idea what was happening. In response, the bandits sent out more bandits per group, making sure that they had the numbers advantage in the ambush. Now, the Rebornian drivers would find themselves outnumbered almost 10 to 1. But thankfully, the Shadow Orcs were always there to support whenever things got too dangerous. So to find out their progress in the fight against the bastard bandits, Michael visited the Rebornian prison to see for himself. "How many do we have now?" Michael asked Sleazy. "About 500, boss. But I don't think they'll send more bandits out soon. They'll know something is up and they'll hole up in the cave." Michael nodded. "Yeah. The Orcs are telling me that there are less and less ambushes happening in the Golden Road. They're still there, but they just stay in the dark and spy on the automobiles. They're trying out the secret why they're losing the ambushes. They won't. While they're spying on us, the Orcs are spying on them," Michael assured. "By the way, how are things going here?" The reformed prisoner pointed at the numerous bandits wearing orange jumpsuits gathered in the open courtyard. Some were playing mini-baseball, some were working out, and some were even participating in a painting class. Look at them, boss. When they first arrived here, they wanted to escape any time they could, but now they've adjusted to life here just like I have. Sleazy rubbed his nose, a bit embarrassed. Actually, they're thanking me for helping them be captured in the prison. If not, then they would have been stuck in their cave becoming Flarecorp's lackeys. Michael was glad that these bandits were given a chance. Although they definitely did some horrible crimes in their lives, that didn't mean that they weren't deserving of redemption. And with his supreme skill, he even saw that these prisoners had a wide range of talents that they could pursue better than just throwing fists. There were potential engineers, chefs, and even artists. He planned on integrating them into society once they had fully served their time in prison. They were valuable manpower that Michael needed in all of his projects in the Queen's region. Speaking of which, Michael wanted to check in on the progress of the Golden Road in the east. According to his estimations, they must be closing in on the forest. He bid goodbye to Sleazy and teleported himself to the very edge of the Golden Road. In front of him were a group of construction workers using their innate skill excavate path to dig up dirt and stone from the ground to make way for the pouring of concrete. Behind him, he saw an automobile truck with an open load containing stacks of metal rebar meant for supporting concrete to make it more durable. Beside it was another truck whose load was a cylindrical drum that was rotating at a constant speed. This was where the liquid concrete was stored. The on-site Rebornian engineer looked up from his paper and finally saw Michael in front of him. "Boss, hey Busker, how's the construction going?" The yellow Hobmanky engineer showed an awkward look. "Right now, but our scouts further up the forest are experiencing some weird events." The engineer scouts of surveying the way for the Golden Road. They made sure that the path was suitable for construction. Unfortunately, their analysis was disrupted by some supernatural. Weird how. They would find themselves tripping on flat roads. They would lose items from their backpacks, and when they slept, they heard whisperings and incessant laughter around their tents. Michael looked beyond and saw that the Golden Road was just 10 or so kilometers away from the luscious green forest of the east. "It's the fairies," Michael concluded. "Fairies? My gosh, sir. Probably not. If they were, then they would have already attacked us." The on-site engineer heaved a sigh of relief. "They only want the emotions of people, so they'll probably scare you in the night." The engineer was scared again. "Will we be able to construct the Golden Road in the forest?" "They'll probably harass you as you get closer. But don't worry, I'll have me and a few others accompany you while you work," Michael assured him. "Thank you, boss." Once the engineer found out that Michael would be protecting them, he was inspired to start working a lot harder than before. Back to the merchants and the adventurers, they all closed their eyes as the 4 6-star rock golems brought down their thick, branch-like arms towards them. They thought this was the end of their lives, but a few seconds later nothing happened. Slowly they opened their eyes to see that the giant rock golems that surrounded them were gone, with no trace of them ever being there in the first place. They all patted their bodies and felt no injury or change. It made them wonder if everything that happened was just a dream or an illusion that was brought upon by deprivation of sleep. Meanwhile, once they had their fill, Vivi and her friends blipped out of reality itself. Soon, they appeared in a world covered in darkness, where the trees glowed with a green and blue light, and where the veins of its leaves twinkled with luminescence. This was the dimension of the fairies, located in a subspace coinciding with the forest of the east. This place was like the mirror copy of the forest itself, but contained in a different dimension that only fairies could access. In this place, they could come in and out of reality whenever or wherever they wanted. This was how they stayed out of people's sight, allowing them to traverse the forest without anybody knowing. Vivi looked down and saw the merchants and the adventurers quickly pack their things up and leave in the middle of the night. They were spooked about what happened and immediately wanted to return. On a whim, Vivi decided to follow them from the fairy dimension. She watched them turn the caravan around and race off to the forest's exit. There was still a worried look on their faces, worried about those strange rock golems that suddenly appeared and disappeared out of nowhere. But as they left the forest, Vivi saw their expressions change from one of worry to one of relief. She looked beyond and saw these humans and demi-humans working together to pour some kind of liquid onto a ditch. Behind them were these strange metal carriages that looked like monsters laying in wait, and as Vivi looked closer, she finally saw the badge embroidered on all the workers' shirts. It was the symbol of R, one that she was familiar with from her target's memory. This was Reborn, Chapter 332, Fleeing Fairy. Fairies weren't supposed to go out of the boundary of the forest, but Vivi was spurred on by her curious mind to check out what the Rebornians were doing. While in the mirror dimension of the fairies, Vivi traversed outside the forest and went towards the Rebornians. This allowed her to stealthily spy on these reborn people without them knowing about it. As she got closer, the first thing she noticed was the road they built beyond the horizon. Even she was impressed. It was incredibly flat and made out of sturdy natural materials. No magic was involved in it. This made her all the more impressed about the people making them. They all seemed to be performing intricate and complex types of magic that she had never seen before. These spells were weirdly specific and seemed to be molded perfectly for their jobs. For example, the ones in charge of digging used spells that specifically created a wide uniform path the same as the road behind them. Stranger still was the fact that there were demi-humans in their midst. Magically inclined demi-humans. They were even led by a yellow monkey whose species were known for their inability to cast magic. Reborn became ever more stranger as Vivi observed them. She looked at the metal automobiles parked along the road. At first she thought that they were just a mere useless pile of creation. But then, one of the cars sped off back towards the road at blazingly fast speeds. Are those metal golems? Even fairies couldn't make golems as intricate and as powerful as those. In fact, it was so advanced that Vivi didn't even sense magic from it at all. Focus, Vivi reminded herself. She wasn't here to marvel at their strange inventions. She was here to understand why Reborn evoked such strong feelings from other people. Vivi fluttered her wings, shedding off large amounts of golden dust from her own body down into the ground. With a little wave of her hand, a magic circle appeared and started to command the earth mana below to do her bidding. Suddenly the hard rock underneath the ground burst upwards, revealing a giant rock golem that looked down at the Rebornians with its red glinting eyes. Fuck to scare them, but upon seeing this terrifying rock creature emerge in front of them, the people of Reborn showed no sign of fear or distress at all. They just looked up at the rock golem with only a slight bit of surprise and wonder. "Ah, this must be the rock golems those merchants told us about," said one of the Satyr construction workers. "I wonder how they work," a catfolk cement mixer replied, still manually mixing a batch of concrete. "They move kind of similar to those metallic arms that are on those factories back in the nation." What is up with these people? Vivi thought to herself. She had no idea what they were talking about, and even if she wanted to know, these people weren't exhibiting a strong enough emotion for her to feast on. Their reactions were mild at best. "I better tell the boss about this," said the yellow hobmanky engineer. Michael was soon awoken from his slumber by a low shadow orc. The Orcupine ninja informed Michael about what happened in the Golden Road construction project and urged him to come quickly. He thanked the orc before teleporting himself into one of his shadow clones he left attached to one of the cement mixers they used. As he ascended from the shadows, he immediately saw the large rock golem standing above his Rebornian workers. Rock golem. These constructs are non-living beings and are purely made out of mana. Their destructive powers are strong, but are limited to the amount of mana left behind in their cores. These rock golems are usually the protectors and the main defensive force of the elusive fairy race. Once he read this description, Michael immediately scanned the area for any sign of the fairies. And what did he see but the silhouette of a very small human with wings flying above the rock golem itself? He didn't see the actual appearance of the fairy, but he did see the mana signatures of one. He saw an abnormal gathering of light mana in the sky of what was presumably a fairy. He didn't know what kind of magic they used to hide themselves, but the light mana from their bodies could not be hidden away from his supreme skill, even if it used the bright sun on the skies as another camouflage. "Boss, what should we do with the rock golem?" the yellow hobmanky engineer asked him. "It's not doing anything to us, so we're hoping to keep it as our pet." "I'm afraid you're too late," Michael replied. "Somebody already owns the rock golem." Michael used a simple flotation spell to fly up in the sky and meet with the fairy, and as he ascended he felt as if the fairy finally took notice of him. It turned into his direction and stared at his face, seemingly wondering if he could truly see through their stealth. There was a moment where the fairy shook their heads, unbelieving of the fact that a human could see through them. But as Michael continued to fly in a straight line towards them, the fairy was forced to realize that the golden-haired boy could truly see them without a problem. It immediately tried to run away. "Wait, I just want to talk," Michael hurriedly said to the fairy. It looked back at him for a second, only for it to speed away from him in fear. The fact that a human could finally see through them was a truly frightening and shocking ordeal that forced the fairy into a retreat. Michael chased the floating light in the sky until they reached the border of the forest. Once the fairy entered inside the territory, the light mana seemed to have disappeared from his vision, making him lose sight of the fairy. Michael stopped in the air, just a few meters away from the leaf crown of a tree. "What's going on here?" ChatJK4. "Analyzing surroundings. Complete. I've detected small and minor anomalies of mana in the forest. Some mana spontaneously enter and leave the territory as if there was a hole in the very space itself. Normal people cannot notice this difference, but your supreme skill has allowed this software to gather enough data to conclude a finding." "What is it?" "The forest seems to contain an altered version of a pocket dimension inside." "The whole forest?" "That is correct. Michael floated inside the forest, bracing himself to enter the pocket dimension, yet nothing happened. Can I enter this pocket dimension? Yes. The data we have gathered from the pocket dimension in Greaves' tomb allowed for me to get a superficial understanding of pocket dimensions itself. That is not inherently enough to break into an occupied and protected pocket dimension. However, the fairies' entrance into the pocket dimension created a brief weakness in their defense systems, allowing me to analyze how to get inside. Michael smiled. He would pat his own head for Cheche K4's impressive skills if it wouldn't be so awkward. Suddenly, a large wave of information washed over his head, allowing him to grasp a new magic theory, allowing to enter the pocket dimension of the fairies. Chapter 333, Entering the Fairy Realm. A magic circle appeared around Michael's wrist as mana flowed through his body. Slowly, the appearance of a simple key made out of pure mana manifested inside his hand. Michael grasped this key and gently pushed it in the air, feeling a resistance that no heavy air could make. As he turned the key, a satisfying click resounded in the forest before his surroundings changed completely. The bright sun that was peeking around the leaves of the trees was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the entirety of the skies had been enshrouded in eternal darkness. "So this is the pocket dimension of the fairies," Michael remarked. He looked behind him and saw nothing but a dark fog beyond the forest where the Rebornians were supposed to be. Flying back, he was able to see the Rebornians still hard at work on the Golden Road project, with the construction workers starting to pour liquid cement on the paths. He flew towards the on-site engineer, who looked beyond the forest in search of him. Where did Boss go? The yellow hobmanky asked himself out loud. The demi-human could not see Michael, even when he was floating right in front of him. This is probably how they hid themselves all this time, Michael realized. This pocket dimension was different from normal ones, because Michael could interact with the real world through this pocket dimension. There was no wonder how the fairies sustained themselves all this time while keeping away from everyone's eyes. This made him wonder if this pocket dimension was a natural occurrence or a creation of the so-called Pixie Queen. He flew back towards the forest and decided to venture deeper into the territory of the fairies. He made sure to keep his presence low so as not to spook any of the fairies and provoke unwanted attention. As he journeyed through the forest, he saw that despite the absence of the sun as a source of light, the forest was still illuminated with bright overlapping colors. Trees glowed with neon luminescence. Vines pulsated with life as the wind rustled its knots, and the grasses were replaced by these glimmering tentacles growing out of the ground. These vegetations were an exact mirror image of the real world, but altered to become a mutated version of itself. Even the wildlife contained inside this world were not exempted from this fact. Birds flew with 3 eyes, owls crawled on the floor, and unexpectedly, slimes jumped through the small puddles of green water in the crevices on the ground. Although these were very interesting sceneries, Michael reminded himself of his goal to meet the fairies. So he ignored the croaking of the flying frogs next to him and slowly flew through the forest in search for the fairies. Eventually he saw in the distance a bevy of large mushrooms spread around the kingdom of this otherworldly forest. These abnormally large mushrooms reminded Michael of the birdhouses popular back in his previous world. It was the same size, and there was even a small door-like hole on its wide stalk, just enough for a bird to walk through. Finally, peeking through the tentacle vines of a large tree, he saw for the first time the real appearance of the fairies. They looked exactly the same as in his imagination. They were as small as a finger, with glittery butterfly wings on their backs. Fairies were both men and women, and they were all objectively good-looking in terms of human beauty standards. They lived in a tight gathering of mushrooms around a group of trees. Some were down on the ground, while others were high up on the branches. It was a civilization of fairies. Just then, Michael saw a small gathering of fairies near the spotted mushroom plaza. "I told you," he looked at me. One fairy wearing a violet dress made out of vines and leaves shouted as she tried to convince the rest of the fairies surrounding her. "Vivi, that's impossible," said one of the elderly fairies sitting in a sprout-like chair on the opposite side of Vivi. "No human can see through the other dimension of the forest." The other fairies agreed on this sentiment. However, Vivi was certain of what she saw. "There was no mistake," she clarified. "He was trying to talk to me even when I was shrouded in this dimension." The elderly fairy squinted as she looked at Vivi. "This is not another one of your pranks, right? This would be unbecoming of your—" "I'm not lying," Vivi asserted. Her reputation within the fairy community seemed to be a little bit shaky, as not a lot of them were convinced of her words. She was quite a troublemaker in these parts, and it wouldn't be out of her realm of tricks to do this. "You need to be more educated, Vivi. You cannot be playing tricks on us now that you're this old. And besides, your direct actions could directly affect our fairy race. You must be careful with what you say," the elderly fairy warned. The other fairies seemed to have heard enough and started to fly off the mushroom plaza. But just then, Vivi whipped her head to the side and saw Michael peeking through the mushroom vines. They made eye contact, with both exhibiting a sense of surprise. Michael was shocked that she was able to sense his presence even when he was actively trying to hide it, and Vivi was surprised that he was able to traverse the pocket dimension of the forest. Seeing that his cover was blown, Michael walked through the low-hanging branches of a tree and entered the village of the fairies. "Hello, nice to meet you guys," he said with a disarming smile. All fairies turned to look up at the giant creature that suddenly trespassed in their territory. Shock reverberated through them in the form of fluttering butterfly wings. "Yeah, a human!" The fairies fled away from Michael out of fear. The only one who faced him was Vivi, whose sense of pride overwhelmed her sense of fear. "See, I told you guys," she shouted with a smile. Suddenly, the ground beneath Michael's feet started to shake. He looked around and saw something emerging from the ground. The head of a giant spotted red mushroom ascended, disturbing the glittery soil around it. It continued to emerge upwards, growing, until it reached a height just a little bit smaller than the trees. 2 spots of red light opened in its stalk underneath its cap, showing sentience. 2 other mushrooms emerged right next to it, before it jumped up towards the stalk and attached themselves to its sides, creating arms for the giant mushroom creature. "Brow!" it screamed, sending reverberations throughout the forest. King Mushroom Golem. This golem is born from the altered ecosystem of a pocket dimension, allowing it to draw infinite amounts of mana from its surroundings. As long as this creature is in its natural habitat, then it can propagate and clone its body endless times. The king mushroom turned towards Michael, raising its mushroom arm towards him and slamming it down hard. The crash caused dust and soil to fly into the air, obscuring the vision for the fairies. They slowly walked out of their houses, thinking that the intruder was taken care of. Chapter 3:34. Fight with the Mushroom King. As the dust settled, the fairies were surprised to see the golden-haired boy still standing on his feet. Gasps resounded through their village. Michael looked at the king mushroom and was wary of its 7-star power. This was perhaps the strongest creature he had faced aside from Grieve. The fact that it had almost broke his absolute unity defense when it attacked him meant that this creature was not something that he should face lightly. The king mushroom used its 2 trunk-like legs to move closer to Michael, using its giant mushroom arms to slap Michael into a paste. Michael raised his hand and casted Fireball on both hands, flattening them to create a wall of fire. The mushroom's arms collided with the fire, with a squeaking sound coming out of its body as it began to get cooked by the fire. The Mushroom King roared Varu, before it released a cloud of spores that intended to bury Michael with toxic fumes. Just then, a prismatic shield appeared and fought off the mana-filled spore attack of the Mushroom King. But it didn't stop there. The creature shook its head and continued to release more and more spores until Michael's body was shrouded in a yellow cloud of dust. The spores began eating through the absolute unity defense, with its 7-star power dominating Michael's 5-star cultivation. Michael immediately took out 4 chocolate pellets from his pocket and consumed it in one go. Suddenly, a burst of energy exploded out of his body, pushing the spores and the Mushroom King away from him as his body began to emanate a strength equal to that of a peak 6-star magician, just 1/2 step away from the Mushroom King's 7-star power. Any spores that tried to eat through his prismatic shields were now destroyed completely by the unity mana within it. The Mushroom King glared at Michael before using its arms to slap its own head, creating a different colored spore that slowly spread through the air. Suddenly, the forestry started to squirm with life. The trees that were slowly swaying in the wind now moved with purposeful activity, with its branches slithering towards Michael with violent intent. Even the glowing tentacle-like grass vegetation beneath his feet tried to grasp at him and drag him down into the ground. It seemed that the whole forest had turned into the Mushroom King's lackeys. "Go-woo!" the Mushroom King shouted. It rushed towards him, threatening to punch his stomach. Michael tried to cast Water Ball to protect himself from the Mushroom King's attacks, but a branch slithered through his arm and tried to disrupt his casting of the spell. Using this chance, the Mushroom King rushed towards Michael with even fervor. In response, Michael flashed a cheeky smile. Just before the mushroom's arms hit his body, a wall of water manifested just in time, completely stopping its momentum. "Grew!" And from this water wall, a large fist formed into ice and punched the Mushroom King into a tree, causing it to release some of its spores unintentionally. Michael looked at the tentacles grabbing his feet, holding his arms. His eyes flashed with a glint as he peered even deeper through its individual cells and into its very DNA. There, within its natural helix structure, were spores made out of a gathering of mana. Their unique chain link was very similar to how atoms form into a chemical molecule to achieve a very different material. And it seemed that this unique group of mana was how the Mushroom King used to take control of its surroundings. Magic theory acquired. Chech K4's voice resounded through his mind. Creating a counter-strike. Michael smiled, and suddenly, magic circles appeared around his body, with each circle depicting a reversed form of the magic theory that the Mushroom King used. Each spore around him quaked with intensity as they felt an overpowering grip around their body. They tried to resist, but their individual mana particles couldn't help but offer themselves up to Michael, allowing him full control over all of them. Slowly, the grip of the branches trapping his body loosened, allowing him to finally set foot on the ground. The Mushroom King felt its connection with its spores suddenly cut off. It couldn't understand what had happened. But just then, Michael raised his hand and pointed at the Mushroom King. The slithering tree branches and the tentacle weeds on the ground wrapped itself around the Mushroom King's body, letting it have a taste of its own medicine. It looked at Michael, confused as to how he was able to take control of its own spell. "True!" it screamed, releasing another cloud of spores to try and take control of the vegetation around. But Michael wouldn't let that happen. He casted a spell, pulling a large boulder from the ground and hurling it at the Mushroom King. With its body still restricted, the Mushroom King pumped out a cloud of spores, letting it absorb some of the impact. But still, Michael's spell was enough to cause bruising in its head and stalk, with violet blood starting to leak out of its injuries. Michael casted another spell, creating a bolt of lightning in his hands, and with the help of Chat J4, the optimal throwing position of the spear-throwing athletes in his previous world washed over his head. The lightning zoomed towards the Mushroom King, who quickly grew a large mushroom head in its body as a shield. The lightning spear collided with the mushroom shield, burning through its entire head and letting electricity course through the Mushroom King's body. The aftermath left the Mushroom King's head limp, as the injuries it sustained was enough to weaken its body. It was on its last legs. As a last-ditch effort, the Mushroom King released a puff of spores which quickly spread throughout the forest. Slowly, Michael saw the trees start to contort and twist unnaturally. Even the ground started to turn as if his whole world was skewed to the side. Light seemingly coming out of nowhere bloomed around him, creating a flurry of colors that was mesmerizing to look at. An acid trip, with the Mushroom King's spores creating a large illusion that allowed it to secretly spread its spores to a different location, allowing it to regrow into 3 different bodies. But just as these spores were about to plant itself on the ground, the Mushroom King suddenly felt its connection with them sever completely. Michael, even in the face of mesmerizing illusions, could still pick up the minute and small changes of mana in his surroundings. He raised his hand, levitating the 3 seed spores of the Mushroom King in the air, and with a quick spell cast, 3 wind crescents bursted out of his magic circles and cleaved the spores in half, killing the Mushroom King's intent to regenerate itself into a new body. Battered, bruised, and with no weight its body, the Mushroom King looked at Michael with indignation in its face. "Well fought," Michael praised him. He raised his hand, pointing it at the Mushroom King. The tip glowed with the power of unity mana, illuminating even the darkest regions of the forest. Chapter 335, Vivi's Excitement. The fairies were in complete disbelief as they watched the fight between their elder Mushroom King Guardian fight with the human boy. It was supposed to be their last line of defense, something that could protect them against even the most numerous of enemies. Yet somehow this young kid was able to force into submission. In truth, the Mushroom King really was a very strong and feared monster in the world. It could defeat armies using its numerous toxic spores that even the best herbalists couldn't counter. Not only that, but inside this very pocket dimension, the Mushroom King was almost immortal, as it could spawn itself infinitely using its own spores. However, it was in an extremely bad match up against Michael, who could create and synthesize skills at the drop of a hat. His complete mastery over mana allowed him to prevent the Mushroom King from using its best weapons, nullifying its spores and basically turning the Mushroom King into a harmless cow. The elderly fairy floated off her chair and looked up at Michael with bewilderment in her eyes. "Impossible," she muttered. The rest of the fairies stared at Michael, whose finger was glowing with an intense white light as he pointed it at the Mushroom King. That is the mana of old," the elderly fairy muttered. If it was indeed the power held by the ancient people, then it meant that they had no chance against him even if they tried. Meanwhile, with the Unity gun locked and loaded, the Mushroom King was just mere moments away from its untimely death. Above Michael's head, the figure of a mechatronic right hand holding a deagle started to appear, shimmering as it manifested. It was just then that Vivi suddenly flew in front of Michael and put herself in between him and the Mushroom King. Wait! she shouted hurriedly, waving her tiny little hands to get his attention. To which Michael immediately released the power in his fingers, with the light of the Unity gun slowly dimming in his hands. The figure above his head dissipated in the air before it could truly manifest itself in reality. He wasn't really planning on killing the Mushroom King. He just wanted to get their attention and get them to listen to his words. And it worked. "You're from Reborn, right?" Vivi asked him. "Yeah, my name is Michael," he replied. Excitement poured over Vivi's face. Her wings fluttered even faster as she darted around Michael's body in a fit of eagerness and anticipation. "Really? Then that means you can tell me all about those amazing stories about Reborn." Yeah," Michael said, unsure of what the fairy was talking about. He didn't even know how she knew about Reborn in the first place. Then Vivi turned to the Mushroom King, who was still restricted from vines and branches slithering around its body. "You can go now," she said, wiping her hands and giving the creature some of the golden dust surrounding her body. The cuts and bruises it sustained from being hit by a giant boulder was immediately cured, becoming as good as new within just a few seconds. "Gru," it muttered, rubbing its spotted red head cutely towards the fairy. Then it turned to Michael and grunted before it walked off into the forest, still giving him a wary look. "Sorry about that." Vivi quickly turned back to Michael. "He thought you were an intruder. I'm Vivi. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you." Michael held out his hand, and Vivi grabbed a hold of his pinky finger and flew up and down with it, creating the equivalent of a handshake. "Oh, you should meet my family," she said, pointing to the fairies hiding behind their mushroom houses with fear. Finally, the elderly fairy floated over towards Michael's face, going uncomfortably close to him as she scrutinized his face. Even though she looked to be 80 years old or more, there were still traces of beauty in her face that were only weathered down by time. Her hair was white, and she wore a very regal and formal dress compared to the other fairies around her. You're a human, correct?" Michael nodded. Yeah. What is it that you want? Are you planning on conquering us?" The elderly lady fairy shot a threatening look at Michael. "I'm not planning on conquering this place. I just wanted to talk," he said, raising his hands innocently. She stared at him for a few seconds, and even though she wasn't using any kind of magical spells or skills, Michael felt as if she was seeing through him with an X-ray. Could she be the pixie queen they were talking about? Michael, though, to himself. Finally, she seemed to have seen enough and softened her look on Michael. "I'm Virion, and I'm the mother of that troublemaker over there," she said, pointing her head towards Vivi. "We should talk more, Michael. There are some things that you and I should both know." "Wait, Mother," she protested, pulling on Michael's sleeves. "I'm going to talk to him first. Didn't I tell you that we discovered a new flavor of emotion in humans? It's because of him and his Reborn company." Virion shot a look of surprise. Vivi had talked about this new emotion they tasted, but hardly anyone could believe that it was true. After all, everyone knew that fear was the strongest of all emotions, and it was what humans feel most when they near death. So many fairies just considered it another one of Vivi's tricks. However, she had proven herself to be truthful this time, with Michael being able to cross into their realm even when he was a human. "All right," Virion relented. "However, the human and I must talk privately later. I shall consult the annals of history to see if this had any precedence." The elderly fairy soon floated away, leaving Michael all alone for Vivi to pester. Michael couldn't help but look back at Virion, and saw her floating down the village with her hands behind her back. She descended into her house in the center, walking directly into her room. Before she closed the door, he saw her take a book out of her shelf and turned its page to read it. Whatever she wanted to talk to him about seemed important. But while he was contemplating on this, Vivi kept on buzzing around his face, trying to get his attention. Hey, look at me," she said, putting on different faces. "Mr. Reborn." Michael snapped out of his thoughts and focused on Vivi. "Are you sure this is more important than what your mother wants to talk about?" "Of course it is. She's just stuck in the past while I want to move forward to the future." Since she was the first one to acknowledge him, he decided to humor her for now. Unfortunately, once Virion left Michael, the other fairies found courage to fly up to Michael and observe him up close and personal. They buzzed around him, awed and confused at his ability to trespass into their realm and even defeat their Mushroom King Guardian. "Vivi, is he really a human? Maybe he's just a giant fairy. No fairy is this large. He's definitely a human boy. Maybe he's a shapeshifter." Michael massaged his head, who wouldn't be overwhelmed with 20 fairies buzzing and shouting around their face. Finally, Vivi shushed everyone around her and turned to Michael. "Everyone shut up. Now, Mr. Reborn, please tell us everything about your company." Chapter 336, Fairy Needs Fear. Surrounded by all these expectant fairies, Michael did as Vivi asked and told them all about the nation of Reborn. First of all, he told them that it was located deep in the south of King's region, in the infamous parched lands. Gasps sounded out through the fairies. Really? How is it possible to live in a desert? Is that true? And there's thousands of people living there. Vivi and her 5 other fairies nodded furiously, remembering the memories that they saw when they consumed the emotions of the merchants. We saw it. Demi-humans and humans living together in a fantastic city, with buildings of metal rising up. There's lights in all these buildings, even at night. It's like the stars descended down to this desert. Shush, everyone. I want to hear more, Vivi said, obediently sitting down in a lotus pose. Tell us more, Mr. Reborn. Are there really beasts of metal zooming at speeds faster than horses? That's not possible. How could that be? The other fairies simply couldn't believe such things. Lifeless metal shouldn't be moving at all, much less speeding faster than a horse. They're called automobiles, and... Michael continued telling them all about the nation of Reborn, and slowly but surely the entire village of the fairies sat down in front of Michael and listened to his stories as if they were watching a movie. This was perhaps the first time that any of them would be interacting with a human face-to-face. After all, they only knew about human culture through consuming their emotions. Not only that, but the unique circumstance of Reborn greatly piqued the interests of the fairies, with gasps and exhales of surprises coming out of their mouths periodically, especially during the part when Michael told them about their cooperation with the Dwarven Kingdom. You're friends with those dwarves. We haven't seen them even from memory. We only know about them through our books. The only species that were more isolated than the fairies were none other than those dwarves. The fact that Michael became allied with them was a feat that was even more impressive than him defeating the Mushroom King. Speaking of the monster, the Mushroom King was also silently hiding behind the tree and listening to his stories. See, guys, Vivi said, addressing the entirety of the fairy village, Reborn is able to give people such new and novel emotions that we have yet to taste. I can see have large amounts of emotion for Reborn. I want to see it for myself. Michael found his opening. The reason why he wanted to talk with the fairy in the first place was because he wanted their permission to construct the Golden Road. With their powers and their mastery over this pocket dimension, he could see them making the construction project 10 times harder than normal, so it was imperative he got their assistance, or at the very least their approval. Why not just go see it for yourselves? He asked them. I'm building a golden road that will connect this forest to the nation of Reborn. It will only take less than a month of travel, even less, if you use our automobiles and our trains. The fairies were not the adventurous types. In their entire history, they had always stayed in the comfort of their own pocket dimension, where they were the most secure. However, the prospect of seeing the nation of Reborn for themselves was at the very least a tempting idea to do at least once in their life. No thanks, Vivi said, turning her head away. But this road of yours is very interesting. It means that people will travel more to this forest, right? Then this means that there's more emotions for us to consume. Yay! The other fairies realized the side effect of Michael's golden road and started to thank him for this gift. More humans? Hooray! Maybe I'll taste the emotions of a Rebornian to see how they feel. Me as well. Mr. Reborn, you wouldn't mind, right? The fairies looked up at him in anticipation. Before I answer that, how and why do you consume emotions from humans? Vivi showed an exhausted expression. She was clearly impatient and wanted Michael's answer immediately. Unfortunately for her, Michael wasn't going to agree to something he didn't understand. While you humans consume food to create energy, we fairies consume emotions, plain and simple, Vivi answered. What happens to your targets? Do they lose anything? Does it hurt them? No, Vivi said. Even the other fairies immediately refuted Michael's assumption. That would be barbaric. We're not monsters. We only consume emotions and nothing else. It doesn't hurt humans, or else they would have hunted us down. They don't even know we consumed their emotions. Michael was very glad to hear that. These tiny and cute creatures would immediately turn into a horrifying monster in Michael's eyes if it turned out that they were somehow eating a part of a human's brain as they consumed their emotions. And according to ChatJK4, they were telling the truth. There is no recorded instance of a human getting hurt by a fairy's consumption of emotion. So this means that you won't disturb our construction work, right? Vivi nodded. Of course, Mr. Reborn. From now on, our fairies won't touch your people working in the forest. Can you really make this decision without Virion? The elderly fairy looked to be the leader of this whole village. It would be rude if she weren't aware of this new cooperation between them and Reborn. Shh, Vivi dismissed. She's just an old fairy. We don't need her permission, right, guys? Michael wasn't inclined to believe Vivi, but the rest of the fairies nodded their heads to corroborate her words. So, do we have a deal? Flying over to Michael's hand to shake it prematurely. "Wait," he said, taking his hand back. "I have one more condition. You'll have to stop helping the bastard bandits." Upon hearing this, Vivi showed a look of complete and utter betrayal. She fell on her knees and despaired on the ground. "It's as if you're asking us to sever our arms and our wings. We can't do that," she said to Michael. "Why is it so important that you guys cooperate with the bandits?" "Fear," Vivi proclaimed. "The feeling of almost dying, the feeling of dread as a monster stalks behind you. Those are the feelings that give us most life. We cannot function without it, and the bandits give that feeling to travelers all the time. They're an easy way for us to eat sustenance." Even the rest of the fairies nodded their heads in agreement. They explained to Michael that fear was like meat for humans. It gave the most benefit to their physical bodies, making it essential to their everyday diet. Those that do not consume fear would find their strength and their magic slowly depleted over time. Now, this was a problem for Michael. At first, he thought that just any strong emotion would be enough for the fairies. But unfortunately, they needed to consume the feeling of near death, which only the bandits could give them freely. "We won't get rid of the bandits." No way," Vivi said, crossing her arms. "What if I built you a roller coaster?" Chapter 337 Roller Coaster. The prospect of the Golden Road wasn't enough for him to convince the fairies to change sides. Fear was just that important of a factor for them that they were willing to side with the most despicable of humans just so they could get their daily fix of emotion. But thankfully, Michael knew that there was more than one way to evoke the fear of death in human sown that wouldn't involve the bandits or any kind of fighting at all. It was a roller coaster ride. "What's that?" Vivi asked, tilting her head. Now Michael knew that the concept of a roller coaster was completely foreign for people in this world, so he just simplified it for now. "It's a carriage that will make people feel like they're falling off a cliff. They'll scream and shout without getting hurt at all." Vivi and the fairies all scratched their heads simultaneously. How do people not get hurt after falling off a cliff? Maybe it's secretly powered by a floating spell. Michael knew that a description was not enough, so he decided to borrow one of the skills of a Rebornian engineer. He raised his hand, with a magic circle appearing just above his palm. Michael pinched his head as if he was picking something up, and then threw that tit towards the air in front of him. Suddenly, a 3D light projection of a run-of-the-mill roller coaster appeared in front of the fairies, startling them all. Their wings buzzed as they flew away from the projection, thinking that it was some kind of light golem that Michael created. Vivi was the only one who remained, and kept her eyes locked onto the rising and falling railings of the roller coaster. Since this was just a prototype of a roller coaster, Michael only added one falling and one rising section. Then, as he snapped his fingers, a cart appeared on the very bottom of the roller coaster, with a few human dummies seated firmly on the seats. The cart powered up and rose through the roller coaster in a 45-degree incline, slowly building up the tensions in the human dummies. And as they reached the top, the sound effects of metal creaking added to the anxious atmosphere from being this high up in the clouds. The cart curved through the plateau before it eventually reached the downward section of the roller coaster. There, at the very edge of the fall, the cart slowly slowed down, letting the human dummies see the fall in which they were just about to take. Then, when the tensions reached a crescendo, the cart raced down in almost a 90-degree angle, causing the dummy humans to raise their hands and let out a blood-curdling scream. Michael's projection of the roller coaster ride was so realistic that all the fairies in the area suddenly gathered right on top of the coaster without any of the fear they once exhibited. They subconsciously tried to consume the emotions of the human dummies, not realizing that they were just an illusion made by a gathering of light mana. The fairies were like sharks that smelled blood in the water. They subconsciously knew that the fear induced by this thing called the roller coaster would be equivalent, or even better than the fear that they had consumed all this while. Vivi's eyes glinted with desire. From the first moment she heard the screams of the human dummies in the roller coaster, she already knew that she wanted to see this apparatus in real life. "Mr. Reborn, can you make this roller coaster into reality? Pretty please." Although this was a very interesting idea that Michael would like to create, he knew that a project of this size and magnitude would require a lot of resources and manpower, which he didn't have much of. There was a lot of overlap of metal materials between this roller coaster and the automobile factory. Both needed a lot of specific and rare alloys to construct. Not only that, but the Golden Road needed a lot as well. Rebars were needed to ensure that the concrete would withstand the harsh conditions of the environment. If it was just a normal roller coaster, it would be easy. However, he knew that it wasn't just humans who were going to ride on it, but demi-humans as well. Many of them were far too heavy for a normal roller coaster, so he had to add more support to the roller coaster to ensure safety. All in all, a roller coaster for this world would cost far too much materials. If he were to start this project now, it would only exacerbate the problems they had in Reborn. I could build it, but it would take time. This will take a lot of materials to construct. Vivi suddenly flew up with her hands on her waist and her eyes filled with confidence. Why didn't you just say so? We have plenty of materials here in the forest. Really? This was a very pleasant surprise, one that would alleviate Michael of his worries even for a little bit. Where is it? Do you know a place with plenty of minerals? Yes, we do, Vivi replied, swiping her nose. The bandits are using it as their base camp. Once you give us a roller coaster, we'll allow you to use it instead. Michael couldn't help but smile. Then does that mean that you're going to stop helping the bandits? Fuck them bandits, Vivi proclaimed. I want my roller coaster. Meanwhile, in the cave of the bastard bandits, the usual lively and raucous culture of these misfits of society became eerily quiet these days. After all, it had been a few weeks since they decided to attack the nation of Reborn. But not only have they failed in preventing their advance to the East Forest, but they had also been losing members left and right with no apparent evidence to where they went. The fairies would have loved to feast on these bandits with how much anxiety and fear they had these days. After all, a fiery woman was watching their every movement inside the cave. We lost another group, Blazel grunted. How is Reborn doing this? Wano sat quietly on the side, squirming, wondering if he should say something or not. We should stop sending out our forces and consolidate our men here, he muttered out. Shush, that's useless. We should attack them where they're the strongest, gather more men to attack Reborn. The other bandits bowed at Blazel before going out, leaving only the two of them inside. Have you found a way to communicate with the Pixie Queen? Blazel asked. There's no way to do that. They don't communicate with humans, Wano replied, trying to sound as respectful as possible. Teetsk. Wano took a peek at Blazel. May I ask why you want to seek out the Pixie Queen? Will Flare Corp make an alliance with the fairies? Blazel shook her head. Heavens no. The Pixie Queen has something that we need, and if you are able to get me a meeting with her, then I'll give you a first try at the relic we'll recover from her. What is it? It's a God-forged piece, Blazel said with a smile on her face. Chapter 338, Small Trip for the Fairies. So, can we go see this roller coaster now? Vivi asked, buzzing excitedly around Michael's face. The other fairies, who were also expectant of this roller coaster, copied Vivi's actions and began to pester Michael. It's not that easy to create, you know. We have a lot of factors to take in before we even start planning its construction. First, we have to deal with the location. A roller coaster needs stable footing so that it won't crumble under its own weight. I have to take into account the speed rating. Michael's words entered one ear of the fairies and out the other. They were completely disinterested in hearing about the nitty-gritty details, nor could they understand his earth engineering concepts. Enough about that. Where will you build it? Vivi asked. Ideally, I want it in the nation of Reborn. This was actually one of the dilemmas Michael faced recently. After all, he wanted the roller coaster constructed in the wide spaces of the parched lands so that he could expand it more in the future. However, this project was mainly for the fairies, and in order to benefit from the fear induced by this ride, they would have to move all the way to the nation of Reborn to harvest emotions. Fairies couldn't just pack up and leave their forest so easily, especially if they had their own pocket dimension here. Ooh, that's a good idea. I want to see the nation of Reborn too, Vivi said innocently. Me too. I want to see your stories in real life, Mr. Reborn. Michael didn't expect this response from them. He thought they would argue to have the roller coaster constructed in the forest. But what about this place? He asked them. Shh, Vivi snorted, waving off his concerns. It's not like we're leaving here. We'll just visit it for a few hundred years. No big deal. He looked at the other fairies, and they seemed to have the same sentiment as Vivi. He almost forgot that some demi-humans lived far longer than humans, with some even reaching a 1,000-year lifespan. Come on, guys, let's go visit Reborn. Vivi rallied, with the other fairies excitedly flying out of the village with no hesitation at all. Wait, that easily? They didn't even pack up their clothes or anything. It looked like they were just going on a stroll for a couple of minutes, when in reality, the nation of Reborn was thousands of kilometers away from here. Come on, let's go, Vivi said, pulling on Michael's cuff. He was the only left in the village, as the other fairies were already well on their way out of the forest. Won't Virion get mad at you for going away without permission? More than half of the fairy population suddenly deserted their village. He didn't want Virion to think that he abducted them or something. And if his guess was right and she was the Pixie Queen, then he especially didn't want to get on her bad side. Don't worry about Mom, Vivi said, pulling harder on his clothes. She's busy looking at ancient leaf scrolls for a while. She won't get out of the house for another month. This was a complete culture shock for Michael. Fairies' lives were so long that they treated a months-long journey as equivalent to just a quick stroll around the park. Even their reading sessions could go as long as an entire month. I guess it's fine. Of course it is, Vivi assured him. Now, let's go to your nation. Michael led the fairies out of the forest. Once they were out of the pocket dimension, the fairies phased into reality as bright spots of light floating in the air. Vivi explained to him that fairies lost the ability to turn themselves invisible once they were outside the forest, but they could still shapeshift into a ball of light so that they could camouflage themselves in front of the sun's brightness. This led into a strange situation for Michael as he walked alongside 100 or so bright spherical spots of light that buzzed around like fireflies. Thankfully, though, they soon disappeared into the air and blended in with the sun as a camouflage, just like how the orcs hid in the shadows. He travelled back to the Golden Road project, that they could continue to work without problems. "Are you sure, boss?" asked the yellow hobmanky on-site engineer. "What if those fairies harass us again?" Just then, a bright spot of light dropped from the skies and showed her true form to the Rebornians. "That won't happen again," Vivi said, her hands on her waist. "Whoa! Who is she? Is she a fairy?" The Rebornians were surprised to see a fairy face to face. They only ever saw them on books or scrolls. "Yep, I am," Vivi said with pride. "Michael made a promise to us, so we won't harass you again, I see. That makes sense. As expected of our boss. Then we shall proceed with the Golden Road immediately," said the on-site engineer. This time the Rebornians weren't surprised. In fact, they already expected it. Michael tended to solve problems that others would oftentimes consider impossible. "Hey, you're the one in charge of this thing here, right? Can we see how you operate those automobiles?" Vivi pestered the hobmanky engineer, flying across his face multiple times. Eventually, one of the drivers relented and got on the automobile and showed Vivi and the fairies how to drive. The poor lizard-folk driver almost crashed into a tree when almost 100 bright white lights entered his car, blinding him when he was driving it. "Oops, hee-hee, but we were just curious how these metal creatures work." "Are you sure they're not living beings? They eat fuel, they move, and they even release droppings as smoke." That was not the first argument he'd heard about this. For most, her words made sense, which was part of the reason why a lot of people believed in the words of the Iron Maiden religion. "We need to learn how to drive if we want to get to the King's region," Vivi argued. The fairies had already found a way to drive, surprisingly. 10 fairies were on the pedals, and another 10 were on the steering wheels. Michael doubted whether this would work, but he didn't want to find out. "There's no need for that," he said to them. "We can just teleport directly to the parched lands." Michael's shadow spread out around him, encompassing an entire 5-meter radius. With a simple twist of his wrist, Vivi and the rest of the fairies found themselves contained inside a large dome of pure darkness, even blacker than the night sky in their pocket dimension. A moment after that, the shadows rescinded back into Michael's feet, revealing a completely different environment for Vivi and the fairies. The dense and green forestry of the east was suddenly replaced by these towering metal buildings around them, and in front of them they saw the road where automobile cars were riding left and right. Humans and demi-humans in formal and casual attire walked along the streets, waiting for the light on the curb to turn green so they could cross. As far as the fairies were concerned, this was an alien world. Chapter 339, Considerations for the Coaster. What just happened? Why were we teleported? The fairies buzzed around excitedly as they looked around this new scenery. This concrete jungle was even weirder to them than the strange world of their pocket dimensions, full of glowing trees and tentacle grasses. "Ho ho! Mass teleportation? I would have wanted to use the automobile, but this is good as well," Vivi remarked. Just then, an older yellow hobmanky gentleman approached the fairies and welcomed them with a warm smile. His simple red robe and his disarming demeanor made the fairies feel welcomed by his very presence. This was Lolo, the mayor of the nation of Reborn. "Good morning to you all. I am Lolo, your humble and personal servant in your visit to the nation of Reborn. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have any needs or concerns. Most guests feel overwhelmed when they first enter our nation, so we have designated employees spread all around the corners of the streets, the ones wearing a bright orange robe and a sash over their shoulders. Feel free to ask them as well." The fairies' eyes start to dart around the area. All around they could smell the scent of overwhelming emotions. Just behind them in a little building there were humans and demi-humans exhibiting pure joy and contentment as they ate a triangular piece of bread with melting cheese on top. On the opposite side of the street, they could sense people experiencing comfort as they slept soundly in cool winter-like rooms in the middle of summer. In the Lamia district, just a few blocks from here, the sounds of water splashing and children cheering resounded out clearly as they swam in the man-made rivers for the Lamias. And most of all, the feeling of tense excitement permeated through the air and reached the fairies' nose. They traced it out to the baseball stadium on the outskirts of the nation, where a high-stakes game was playing between 2 rival teams, the Dwarves and the Rebornians. "What's that? What's that? What are they all doing? I never knew emotions could be this varied. Oh, my pixie, so many emotions." Even Vivi was overwhelmed with all the new emotions she was sensing throughout the parched lands. It was an all-you-can-eat buffet of new and exotic emotions that they have never even thought was possible to eat. Usually emotions like surprise and contentment were too weak for them to consume. But somehow the nation of Reborn was able to enhance it by at least 10 times the normal amount. "Shall I personally escort you all to a tour of the nation?" Lolo asked. "Really? That would be great," Vivi exclaimed. Michael thought it was a great idea as well. He had a lot of things to figure out first before they started the roller coaster project, so this would be a good pastime for the fairies while he was out. He just hoped that the fairies wouldn't make too much trouble while he was out. "Then I'll leave the fairies to you, Lolo. You can count on me, boss. I shall endeavor to make the fairies feel like they are home," the reliable mayor replied. "What are you worried about, Mr. Reborn? We'll behave. They won't even know that we ate their emotions," Vivi argued. That was exactly what Michael was worried about. Just ask for their permission first. Also, you can't scare them or anything. Just consume what emotion they already have. Don't create new ones, he reminded her. Yes, Vivi answered half-heartedly, making Michael unsure if she would do as she said. "I shall make sure that those affected are well compensated by the nation," Lolo added, making Michael more confident about leaving the fairies alone. "Good, thanks, Lolo. I'll leave you in charge of them while I go out and prepare." Michael wasn't even finished talking when the fairies already spread out like butterflies all over the nation. People would be surprised by the sudden appearance of these exotic fairies, who were thought to be only legends made by fiction, which further increased the reputation of the nation of Reborn as a paradise that even fairies would visit. For off to a vacation or a buffet, Michael went back to their headquarters in Angora City. He sought out Kong, the chief engineer of the nation, to ask for his help on constructing the roller coaster. He was the one most familiar with the different specifications needed for demi-human constructions. After all, he was in charge in demi-human-specific architecture for the different districts of the nation. For example, lizardmen don't pair well with human-made construction. Their beds had to be enclosed in a dark and moist space that would emulate a rock they used to live in under back in the woods. Not only that, but they couldn't sit down properly in a human-made chair because their tails would get in the way. They would be uncomfortable riding in a normal roller coaster even if it's just for a minute. He also had to consider the giraffe folk who had enlarged necks and would be at risk of decapitation if the coaster had twists and turns. Conversely, there were rat folks who were far too small to be secured in place by a normal belt in a roller coaster. So he had to make new security features for them. Another thing that he had to consider was the ride itself. For humans and other simple demi-humans, a normal drop of a roller coaster would be enough to induce fear inside them. However, for warriors and people in a higher realm, this may not be necessarily enough to scare them. "I'll send you the blueprints of the roller coaster now," Michael said as he flicked a point of light gathering at his fingertips. Chach K4 created an easy guide on how the engineering of a roller coaster worked, and with Kong's talent, he easily understood the mechanism in just a few seconds. "What do you think?" he asked Kong. The yellow hob-manky engineer closed his eyes and began to calculate everything in his mind. It's a very interesting ride, boss. I can see how this will become another attraction for the nation. As for the safety features for the different demi-humans, I think that it will be easy enough to construct and engineer. It will just need more resources to complete." Kong used his blueprint projection skill to create a few rudimentary sketches of the roller coaster chair with new additions to accommodate the different body types of demi-humans. "I'm also thinking about creating another roller coaster, but this one is more intense and extreme. I want something that will scare even the Dragonborns. Since there was magic in this world, the features on a roller coaster ride could become more creative and more deadly than the ones in his previous world. And in a sense, it was even safer as well. But boss, we don't have enough resources to build one, much less two." Kong was right. The one problem they had right now was a lack of materials to build. There were plenty of ongoing projects in Reborn that they could not afford another big one such as this. Chapter 340, Future Solution. Michael sighed. The expansion of the nation of Reborn truly was only hindered by their lack of resources. "We could slow down the renovation of Angora City to free up some materials," Kong suggested. Since Angora City was now practically under the nation of Reborn thanks to the Duke spending all his time there, Michael decided to go all out in improving their quality of life into Reborn standards. The only problem was that it was already taking in a lot of materials even though it was only in its early stages of development. For example, the plumbing and sewer system project was only 9% finished, even though they had already spent a few months on its construction. It was like a bottomless pit in the way that it consumed materials. No, keep the construction as it is," he replied. We should consolidate our influence in Angora City before the Golden Road is spread further in the Queen's region. For now, I want you to create a team to start planning the roller coaster. I'll deal with the resources problem, he said to Kong. As you wish, boss. Who shall I take with me? The department Rebornian engineers had about 900 members in its midst, most of whom were already busy with their own projects. Of those 900, only about 50 of them were senior-level engineers who Kong and Michael trusted that could take control of a project all on their own. Of them oversaw the numerous factories back in the parched lands and the projects in the King's region, while 20 were in charge of the different sub-projects in the Queen's region in Angora City, 5 in the Grafted Cluster, and another 5 in the Golden Road. I would need at least 5 senior-level engineers and 10 juniors to complete this task, boss. Take them from the factories. They don't need active supervision from senior-level engineers. As you wish, Kong replied. Michael used his shadow transportation skill to teleport himself to the Grafted Cluster, where the new Reborn mines were working day and night to support Michael with 5,000 tons of materials every day. Unfortunately, that wasn't nearly enough to go around these days. He just hoped that Priya, the lamia in charge of the mines, had some good news for him. Welcome, boss. Is there a problem? Same old, Michael replied. My forever hungry company needs more sustenance to grow. Thankfully, though, Priya evolved to become a very specific type of lamia that could grow her own minerals and resources extracted from deep underground as if they were just normal crops. As far as Michael knew, she was the first of her kind, so the exact parameters of her new power were still unknown. All our machines are working as well as we hoped, boss. We will reach our monthly quota a week in advance, but that will only net us a few hundreds of tons more per day, Priya replied, as she led Michael through the railroad in the mines, where hard-working men used their spells and skills to extract raw ores from the ground. The men saluted at Michael with their grease-stained faces before throwing their ores to a minecart. He smiled back at them and thanked them for their hard work. How about your little project? He asked Priya. The lamia engineer led Michael to a private tunnel that only she could access. It led to a relatively large chamber filled with rectangular plots of ruffled ground arranged to resemble a farm. But instead of soil, Priya used a mixture of powdered granite and stone, and instead of seeds, Priya used small crystals of raw ores that sprouted out of the ground. I experimented a lot on which ground the ores flourished under. The data suggests that using rocks that it's extracted from is best used to make the ore grow. I also need to make sure to replenish the room with all 8 manas for it to grow. Michael squatted down and looked at the small rock of iron growing on the ground. Using his supreme talent, he saw the ore glow as the ore sucked out all the mana from the air and used it to create its own body. And as he looked around some more, one thing immediately caught his eye. On the very edge of the mineral farm, he saw a tiny glint of yellow light jutting out from the ground. Even from far away, Michael realized that it was indeed actually gold. He walked towards it and saw 3 more single crops beside it. These were silver, lead, and copper. Somehow Priya was able to grow minerals that were not even found in this mine at all. What are these? He asked her. Oh, that's just a little experiment that I had done, she replied. I didn't think that it would work, but surprisingly I was able to make them grow just as well as iron ores. Michael stayed silent for a few seconds, realizing the potential of Priya's discovery. How long do you think before you can harvest all these crops? For normal resources like iron, it will take a few months at the least, but for those exotic materials like gold, probably more, she replied a bit ashamedly. I apologize, boss, it's not enough to help with our problem. What are you saying? You already helped out a lot. Just continue working hard on this. I give you my full support. Priya gleamed with joy. Thank you, boss. Although Michael wasn't able to find a solution in the mines, he was glad to find out that Priya's little experiments could help the nation in many other ways. Growing gold was like growing money. It would only take time before she was able to grow enough resources to alleviate the scarcity of materials in Reborn, as well as give it another form of revenue. Finding no solution, Michael decided to take a little break and eat some Mac Tony's chicken. He teleported himself to the truck stop and found himself standing in front of the restaurant that was already filled to the brim with customers. It seemed that the customer base for the restaurant had grown even larger during his absence. Usually there weren't many people visiting the truck stop during the middle of the day aside from those wanting to refuel. Most wanted to travel while the sun was out, but now there were definitely more people deciding to spend precious daylight to eat some Mac Tony's. Walking inside, the spicy and exotic scent of the dragon's whiskers entered his nose, giving him more longing for the famous chicken recipe. However, his appetite for eating was lessened as soon as he saw how crowded the place was. Most people were standing all around the occupied tables as they waited for their turn to eat. He could see people becoming uncomfortable as they sat on their table and ate chicken. Who wouldn't? There would be 10 other people standing near them, making them feel claustrophobic. But what were they supposed to do? The only way they could eat chicken was if they waited 30 minutes to an hour for their turn to order chicken. Chapter 3:41 Takeout. Michael squeezed through 2 elephant folks just to get through to the kitchen area. Walking inside, he saw Tony, Remy, and the rest of the chefs sweating profusely as they worked tirelessly in cooking more chickens. Michael felt bad for the little kid as he plucked out the feathers on a frozen chicken. They were so busy that they didn't even have time to greet Michael. "Sorry, Michael. We're way behind schedule," Tony replied. "Some of our customers have already been waiting for a whole hour. The restaurant was already equipped with a mechanical clock, which made timekeeping much more accurate, but seemed to only exacerbate the time pressure even more. Why are there so many people waiting inside? Didn't you prepare enough chicken for them?" "We did, boss," one of the Rebornian chefs replied, "but they don't have a place to sit in. Most of them are even eating on the floor. Even when people received their order, after 30 or more minutes, they would have to wait even longer as they looked for a table to sit in. This only worsened the congestion inside the restaurant. Some of them even resorted to eating on the floor or eating standing up, which wasn't a very pleasant experience. Michael didn't anticipate this problem. He designed restaurants like the fast food establishments in his previous life, where the occupancy was only 100 or less people inside. He thought he'd be able to solve the problem before things got too out of hand. Unfortunately, the problem of the Golden Road, the bastard bandits, and even the fairies occupied him for far too long that he was completely unable to help the restaurant become a true fast food establishment. For now, though, Michael decided to help Tony and the chefs by offering his magic to them. Suddenly, 30+ chickens levitated out of the chicken and floated in the air. 1,000 invisible hands made out of pure mana plucked out all the feathers from its skin before slathering them in a mixture of Tony's special flavoring. And with a simple fire spell, Michael burned the chickens at an extremely hot temperature enough to melt even metal for a moment, cooking it to perfection in just a few seconds. Tony, Remy, and the other chefs stared in awe at Michael's amazing display of precise magic. A simple wrong input of fire mana, or immersing it a few milliseconds later, would have burned the chickens into char. But somehow, Michael was able to cook the chickens to perfection without a single bit of burned chicken skin. Whoa, clap, clap, finally, our chickens. Even customers waiting outside the counter cheered as they saw the fully cooked Mac Tony's chicken get levitated into the counter for everyone to take. And once all of that was over, he went outside and created temporary tables and chairs made out of granite on the ground. He personally escorted all the standing customers to their own tables, solving the congestion inside the restaurant. A few hours later, the rush of customers had finally come to an end. Tony and the other chefs found some breathing room and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath as they overcame yet another hard day at work. "Ah, sir, it would be helpful if you can do that every day," Tony said, half joking and half serious. Michael understood that the congestion of people inside the restaurant was a problem that would eventually come and bite them in the ass. The point of the restaurant was to give everyone a pleasant experience of eating while on the road. But having to stand around in a place full of people was the exact opposite of that. "I should have implemented the takeout section of the restaurant," Michael muttered to himself. He was about to do it before, but he was rudely interrupted by the bandits who ambushed the restaurant. After that, he was so caught up with his business in the East Forest that he was unable to bring it up with Tony again. But now that he had some time, he could finally teach it to Tony and the rest of the chefs. "I know how to solve your problem," he said to Tony. "How? Just cook more chicken early in the day. But where will the customers eat?" Michael smiled. "Wherever they want to, while walking, while on their carriages, anywhere." "How will that even be possible?" Michael raised his hand, creating a magic circle that rotated around his wrist, which summoned a projection of a malleable piece of paper made out of nothing but light mana. This projection floated in the air, waiting for Michael's instructions. Downloading folding instructions for a takeout box. Suddenly his head was filled with knowledge from his previous world, allowing him to skillfully fold and manipulate the light mana paper into a small box that was reminiscent of all the takeout boxes Michael had ordered in another lifetime. "What's that?" Tony asked as he looked at the light box floating above Michael's palm. "This is a takeout box," Michael explained. "This is where we'll put the chicken and serve it to our customers." "How?" To answer his question, Michael opened the box to reveal that it was actually made out of 2 connected open boxes. The left half of the box contained a projection of Mac Tony's chicken, and on the other half was kitchen utensils, a fork and a knife, made out of a very thin wood material. "Whoa," Remy muttered out. His eyes gleamed as he was the first one to realize the potential of this takeout box. This takeout box is not just a container, but it's also a plate as well. As long as they have this, then they can eat anywhere they want. They can take it back home, they can eat it on the road, or they can even eat it on the side of the road. They don't have to wait inside the restaurant, they can take it anywhere and whenever they want. Tony's eyes grew larger as he looked at the takeout box. He was starting to realize how Michael was able to create such a successful company at such a young age. His ideas were truly innovative. "That's amazing, Michael," Tony praised. "As incredible as always, boss." The other Rebornian chefs applauded. "Hey, Mr. Michael, how are we going to create this takeout box?" Remy asked. "How do you fold it again?" The little boy was extremely curious about the takeout box and immediately wanted to construct one himself. However, the answer to his question gave Michael another headache. "I'll hire more workers to learn how to fold the boxes and they'll be the one in charge of all the takeout orders. You all just focus on cooking chicken. You guys don't have to worry about anything." Even though he said that, he was the one who was worrying the most. After all, in order to create those takeout boxes, he had to create another factory and assembly line to create enough products to keep up with the supply. However, creating another factory would need more materials to construct. Just when he thought he was about to solve his resource problem, another problem suddenly reared its head. Chapter 342, Takeout Boxes. Michael consoled himself with the fact that it would take a long time before he needed a factory to produce takeout boxes. At least for now, he could make do with handmade boxes that he or others could make through magic. "ChatJK4, please tell me the process and ingredients in how to make takeout boxes." "Sure, Michael." Takeout boxes are made out of a material called paperboard and can be made through... His trusted personal AI assistant quickly gave Michael all the information he needed to create his own takeout boxes from scratch. The main ingredient he would need for this was wood, so he quickly transported himself to Angora City in search of Barkus. The man used to own a whole forest for himself, so he would definitely know where the best wood was located. "Sure, Michael. We have many varieties of woods in our territory," Barkus said, pointing to a map on the tabe. "If you want softwood, then it can be found around here, just right over this mountain. But if you want hardwood, then we have plenty of it on the outskirts of the grafted cluster too." To create a paperboard, Michael needed softwood. So he quickly followed Barkus's directions and found himself right in the midst of all these trees ready for harvest. He approached a spruce tree and touched its bark. "I'll replant more trees later, but for now I'll need your services." Michael's hands glowed as a magic circle appeared hovering in front of his palms. Suddenly the tree started to shake and stir before a force uprooted it from the ground. Hovering a few inches off the air, all its leaves and the soil around its roots started to fall off, leaving only its wood. Then an invisible force squished the ball tree into a thin layer, destroying its bark. Then another force from the bottom squished the tree even more, splintering the tree into fibers. These squishing forces made out of pure earth matter continued to batter the tree until it was only pulp. This was the first process of creating a paperboard. Thankfully, was able to create a customized 4-star spell in order to simplify the procedure within just a few minutes. Next, this pulp was cleaned and purified of any impurities like soil and sap from the tree. ChatJK4 identified the unique mana signatures and ratios of all these chemicals in the pulp and created a spell to completely disintegrate it from existence. The ball of pulp in the air started to glow and heat up, with all the impurities turning into smoke and leaving the pulp ready to be ironed into a thin sheet. Thinning it out was easy, creating many layers of thin paper-like sheets from the pulp. Then for the third step, Michael commanded all of the water mana present in the sheets to remove themselves from the mixture. And as the water drains, the fibers in the pulps form a very strong bond, creating a solid piece of sheet. Now it just needs a little bit of clay for a coating layer, and Michael was able to create the world's first durable paperboard. It was much thicker than paper, and can withstand great forces without costing too much to produce. It was the perfect material for a takeout box. A magic circle appeared in his hands as he drew the unfolded layout of a takeout box onto the paper sheets, and suddenly the shape was cut out from the rest of the paperboard, creating multiple takeout boxes ready to be folded and used. He spent the rest of the day creating more cutouts for the takeout boxes, which would be enough for at least a week of service for the McTony's restaurant. Satisfied with his work, Michael used his shadow and transported him and the rest of the cutouts back to the truck stop. Tony almost threw the hot chicken pan into the wall when the piles and piles of takeout boxes fell from the ceiling above. "That surprised me," Tony muttered, putting the chicken back down on the table. He turned to Michael, who appeared right after the piles of sheets appeared on the kitchen floor. "Is this—" Michael smiled and took out one of the boxes. With a simple turn of his hand, the flat sheet of thick paper folded itself to become a rectangular box that opened like a clam. "Yes, this is the takeout box," Michael explained. This is where you'll serve the chicken to the customers." A cooked McTony's chicken floated out of the stove and into the takeout box, completing the look. There was even a disposable wooden fork and knife included in the takeout box, allowing people to eat on the go whenever and wherever they wanted. "Cool," Remy muttered. He took one of the flat sheets and started fiddling with it, trying to copy Michael's folding movements. "I'll hire people to become your servers. They'll be the ones to fold the takeout boxes and prepare the food for the customers." "What do you think?" Michael asked. This is even better than I expected," Tony exclaimed. On the next day of service around midday, the truck stop's parking space was filled with customers waiting in line inside McTony's restaurant. One returning customer brought along with him a friend who hadn't tried out McTony's fried chicken yet. "Trust me, you'll love it." They both entered the restaurant and saw that the whole place was already filled. There were no available seats for them to eat in. The friend was immediately hesitant. "I've heard that it can take 2 candles to wait for a seat inside. I'm sorry, but I can't wait that long." The returning customer couldn't refute his friend's complaint. Even though McTony's chicken was good, they would lose money if they delayed their trip by a brief moment. It wasn't worth it. "All right, I guess we'll part ways for now," said the returning customer. Unlike his friend, he thought that McTony's chicken was worth the wait. He saw his friend get up onto his horse, getting ready to go off into the distance. The man then returned to the restaurant and prepared himself to wait for 2 or 3 candle lights. "Hello, welcome to McTony's. May I take your order?" He was immediately greeted by a lamia from the other side of the counter. He didn't recognize her, but judging from the uniform she wore and the symbol on her chest, it seemed that she was a recently hired employee of McTony's. "Can I have just 1 McTony's chicken, please?" "Certainly, sir. And since we don't have any tables for you to sit in, we'll have to make your order into a takeout," the lamia said as she took his order. The man didn't know what she was talking about, but before he could question her, she walked back to the kitchen area and only returned about a few seconds later. She came out with a box on her hand and a smile on her face. Once she reached the counter, she plopped the box in front of him and said, "Here's your order, sir. Enjoy." Chapter 343, Castell's Problem. The man shook his head. "There must be something wrong. I just ordered a chicken." "Yes," Lamia replied, "and this is your order." She pushed the box towards him. The unmistakable scent of spice and dragon's whiskers hit his nose. This was definitely the famous McTony's chicken that he'd been craving. Yet instead of waiting until his legs ached, the restaurant was over the chicken before he could even count the change they gave him. He almost couldn't believe it. "What is this?" "This is a takeout order, sir. As the name implies, you can take out the chicken out of the restaurant and eat it wherever you like." The helpful lamia opened the box for him, revealing the pristine and glistening skin of the chicken. He could almost imagine the crisp. "Flick is included with the takeout, so you can consume it at home or in your carriage," she said, pointing to the wooden utensils right next to the chicken. The man couldn't believe it. This is amazing. It's so fast, and we don't have to wait a long time to get a seat anymore." "That's right, sir." The lamia smiled. "Can I get another order?" the man said, pushing a bunch of coins towards her. "Certainly." It only took her another few seconds before a second box of chicken was given to him. The man ecstatically ran out of the restaurant, carrying 2 takeout boxes of McTony's. There, he saw his friend just starting to ride his horse out of the truck stop and back onto the Golden Road. "Wait!" the man shouted. "You won't believe what I have in my hands." His friend stopped in the middle of the road and wondered why he was acting so strange. And so it wasn't long before the customers of McTony's became aware of the revolutionary takeout boxes that would completely change the food industry in the future. Back in Kingsbridge Town, in the very first building that Michael constructed for the Reborn company, was Castell, who was being buried by tons and tons of paperwork involving the Reborn company. As the acting CEO, she had a lot of responsibilities in keeping the company afloat. For example, she was practically in charge of all the trade and commerce happening in the Kings region, which was quite stressful since one wrong move could cause the Reborn company to lose millions in gold coins. But thanks to the talent and skills that Michael bestowed upon her, she was able to keep afloat and make the nation prosper even brighter than before. Because of this, she was being lauded by her peers in the Kings region as the most successful businesswoman in recent years. All that applause and accolades gave no sense of happiness for the talented Castell. After all, her head was constantly getting filled with a sense of imposter syndrome. She didn't feel like she had done a good enough job for Michael and the Reborn company. She was supposed to be the guiding hand that allows the nation to prosper, but instead she was the one hindering it instead. This was because she was unable to find a solution to their problem of a lack of resources. All the ideas and proposals that she had been thinking of were all failures in terms of them not being able to secure more resources for the company. If she had done her job properly, then Michael wouldn't be worrying about this right now and just kept on expanding the nation faster than before. Of course, no one really thought that she was the reason for the scarcity. It was normal to have a lack of materials with how many projects were being made by the Reborn company. However, Castell's sense of perfection couldn't let herself be happy with this. Because of that, she buried herself within her office, even when Michael was asking for her to join him in the Queen's region. Sigh. Castell stretched her arms and stifled a yawn. She was about to pull another all-nighter when all of a sudden she was visited by a shadow that flickered from the light bulb in her room. I'm here to report a finding, Miss Castell. The shadow formed into that of an occupying orc. Since she was the CEO, Michael always included her in everything that was happening in the company through the shadows of Reborn. He informed her of all, including MacTony's and other such news inside the Queen's region. Not only that, but her status within the company allowed her to command a high shadow to become her personal assistant. This occupying orc was one such jonin or high shadow, and she had instructed him to tell her of any business prospect that the Reborn company would come across. What is it? Castell asked, not letting her eyes stray away from her paperwork. There is some chatter within Angora City that there will be some guests visiting the southern tip of the Queen's region. It seems that these guests are considered big shots in the food industry, each one in the golden 500 ranking. Finally, she looked up at the Orcupine. Her senses told her that this news was of big importance. Who are they, and why do they want to visit Angora City? She asked, intrigued but cautious. There are 4 visitors in total. One is a representative from the 446th ranked company, another from a 431st ranked company, one from a 425th company, and the last but not least is a visitor from the 200th ranked company in the entire world. Castell was surprised upon hearing that. A 200th ranked company in the world was just about strong enough to contend in the global market. She didn't think that Reborn would encounter such a big shot so early in their expansion. What are their motives? Why do they want to visit Angora City? She asked. It was at this point that she stopped looking at her paperwork entirely. She was now focused on the orc's next words. According to our sources, they are planning to expand their business in the southern tip of the Queen's region. We are guessing that they probably want to construct a franchise store in Angora City. Castell's eyes whizzed back and forth as she analyzed the situation. I'm guessing that the 3 lower-ranked companies are subsidiaries of the 200th ranked company. The Orcupine nodded. That is correct. They are all part of the same franchise of restaurants. But why now? Castell asked out loud. Is it because the Golden Road competition is getting much more fierce deeper in the Queen's region? That is our guess as well, the orc replied. And even though we cannot get close to the heart of the bastard bandits, we are getting enough gossip to know that Blazel is informed about their arrival. She is most likely to try and make them ally with Flarecorp. With the bastard bandits slowly losing their members, Blazel was more likely to try and gather more allies from outside the bastard bandits. That was the only way she could try and contend with the growing power of Reborn. Chapter 344. Caravan of Chefs. An exotic caravan, almost as large as a small house, travelled through the unkempt dirt road through the forests and further down south of the Queen's region. The carriage itself was drawn by this extremely large, monkey-like animal, whose arms and legs had hooves like that of a horse. This horse-monkey hybrid skillfully pulled the caravan through the forest, going over mounds, in between trees, and even through a ravine without much trouble. After all, this animal was bred specifically for this type of travel, where there wasn't much of a road to travel on. Inside the carriage were 4 people, each one wearing expensive silk suits and robes that indicated their hierarchy in their society. They were very well off, to say the least. They were none other than the 4 representative chefs that had come to the south to expand their company's restaurants. The 3 of them sat on the seats to the side, while the last one was seated at the very back, where it was spacious enough to sleep comfortably in. They had been traveling for months now, trying to reach the southern tip of the Queen's region to find the optimal spot for their expansion. As they traveled through the forest, they were suddenly stopped by a few rugged individuals wielding knives on their belts. One look and the chefs could tell that they were bandits. We're being ambushed. They must be the infamous bastard bandits. Shall we pay the fee to them, Chef Cousteau? Although they were all amazing chefs in their own right, they all regarded one person even more respectfully than their own names. He was Chef Cousteau, a man with dark skin, tightly braided hair, and sharp blue eyes. He laid on his side, with one hand supporting his head and one hand holding a grape branch to his mouth. He was part of the esteemed Pyramidic Cuisine Company, renowned for their amazing dishes and foods that were sought after even around the world. Because of that, their company was ranked number 20 in the Golden 500 list. If he wanted to, he could show his insignia to the bastard bandits and force them to retreat. Nobody in their right minds would want to mess with the top 200 company. "We mean no harm," said one of the bandits. "We are simply here to deliver a message from Blazel Osgrope." Cousteau and the other chef's eyes widened as they heard that. It was only now that they learned that Flarecorp was able to take the bastard bandits under their wing. One of the bandits delivered a stamped letter to the window before they all disappeared into the woods, gone without a trace. The chefs delivered the letter to Cousteau, who read it immediately. Chef Cousteau muttered as his eyes darted across the paper. "Flarecorp is offering us the territory of the bastard bandits in exchange for our help." The other chefs were pleasantly surprised to hear this. "That's great. With the large territory of the forest, we can start creating a lot of restaurants for our expansion. We'll be able to carve a large chunk of land for ourselves before those inheritors set their sights on this place. Shall we accept their deal, Chef Cousteau?" As usual, they all turned to the dark-skinned chef. Despite their excitement and enthusiasm, the decision was ultimately his to make. "I am not so sure yet," he replied to them. "Why not, chef? Didn't you want to start a restaurant that is made for travelers? This is the perfect place to do it," said one of the chefs. "The reason that I left our homeland in the first place was because I want to experience something new. My tongue is itching for the exotic. It is the only bottleneck that is preventing me from advancing my culinary skills. Creating a new restaurant from scratch here in the forest will serve as a worthy challenge for me to sharpen my knife. But my heart is telling me that it is not enough," Chef Cousteau professed. The other chefs went silent. For them, this forest would be the perfect place for them to expand their business. "But chef, it is your company's aim to expand the business as much as possible. They would want to accept this deal," one of the chefs argued. Finally, Chef Cousteau relented. "Very well. If there is nothing else that interests me, then we shall take Flarecorp's offer and establish our restaurants in the forest." The other chefs rejoiced. "Before that, though, let us visit Angora City to replenish our rations. Then we'll meet with Blazel and the bastard bandits to discuss this deal further." After being in a cramped space for too long, the chefs finally saw a glimpse of civilization in the distant Angora City, the place once known for its connection to a lot of places. But now, it was just a shadow of what it once was, becoming isolated from the rest of the Queen's region. However, when they looked out the window and peered through the glass, they saw a strange sight. Angora City was now connected to 3 roads, one to the west, one to the east, and one to the south leading towards the King's region. They all looked at each other, wondering how this had happened. After all, from what they knew, Angora City had lost its power and influence from years of degradation of the original Golden Road. But now they could see the city bustling with all sorts of businesses. There were these metal carriages going in and out of the gates by the hundreds. They had never even seen this type of carriage before, much less one that had no visible animal pulling on it. If they had known about this road, they could have saved themselves some trouble and simply followed it towards Angora City. Instead, they went the long way and traveled through the wilderness that took them months to cross. What has happened with Angora City? Has a sub-company from a conglomerate already got to it first? It's possible. Only a company with that much money could pull off something as grand as this. Don't you think so, Chef Cousteau? The dark-skinned chef threw an empty grape branch to the side and took another one in the basket. "I heard that Flarecorp has been eyeing Angora City for a long time," Chef Cousteau muttered, plucking a grape from the branch. "This is not their work. You must have all remembered how Batrock Town looked a few days ago. Angora City looks far too happy for it to be under Flarecorp." The 3 other chefs nodded in understanding. Only he could make a comment on those inheritors. Those sub-companies under the top 10 conglomerates in the world. Chef Cousteau was the only one among them that mingled in their world. "Chef Cousteau, how do you think Angora City is able to afford this road expansion?" "I don't know. We'll see when we get there," the dark-skinned chef said casually, chewing on the grape. Soon the caravan moved closer and closer to Angora City, eventually letting them see the wonders of the automobiles and the new Golden Road. Chapter 345, Chef Cousteau. Chef Cousteau and their caravan entered Angora City. Their mount, which would have been considered quite normal in the majority of the territories in the Queen's region, now stuck out like a sore thumb in Angora City. In fact, they barely ever saw horse-drawn carriages anymore. Most of them were now these metal boxes that moved with tremendous speed and roared like a tiger. It was as if they had just stepped foot onto a different planet. They seemed to be the only ones who were weirded out on these metal vehicles. And it wasn't just the automobiles that surprised them. It was also the grand ongoing renovation occurring all over the city. Every house seemed to be under construction with some kind of improvement, and every road seemed to be replaced by these grey, flat, stone-like materials. Angora City was undergoing a great change. "This capital city has changed far too much," one of the chefs said. "There must be a conglomerate controlling this, right? I do not think so. or else we would have seen their symbols plastered on every wall and house in the streets. Then it must have been made by none other than the Duke himself. His name was Dalmain, if I remember correctly. This large of a construction project wouldn't be possible if it didn't have the Duke's permission. This made it even more likely that it was the Duke himself who started all this renovation in the city. It made even more sense when they put it into the current political context that Angora City was under. The looming threat of Flarecorp must have spurred this great change as a way to protect themselves in the future. Of course, this guess was still hindered by the fact that a Duke couldn't possibly gather this much money to create this change all by himself. But when they looked out onto the streets and saw the automobiles running through the roads, it all made sense. The Duke earned money through the roads if he didn't make them, and used that money to start the renovation. Of course, they were wrong. They were still under the assumption that the automobiles were just metal-like monsters that the Duke tamed. But they didn't know that, and they weren't all that interested in finding out. After all, they were just visiting Angora City, not intending to stay here for a long time. Under this wrong assumption, they intended to visit the Duke's castle and give him some congratulatory words. Unfortunately, when they arrived, they were greeted by the news that the Duke was off somewhere in the King's region. King's region? Isn't that a barren wasteland? Asked the chef. He must be there for some business. Oh well, then we should head back east and seek out the bastard bandits' hideout. After they replenished their rations for the journey, the caravan of chefs were just about ready to journey out of Angora City. However, their arrival seemed to have alerted a lot of companies and parties interested in seeking out a relationship with them. Who wouldn't? The pyramidic cuisine was in the top 200 companies of the entire world. Any business would want to establish relations with them, even if it was just a brief contact. Chef Cousteau, we have just received welcoming letters from all companies in Angora City. They offer us their greatest hospitality. Some just wish to give us greetings, while others want to propose a business venture with us. But of course, Chef Cousteau, or more importantly, the pyramidic cuisine, was far too important to entertain the ramblings of companies that hadn't even reached the golden 500 yet. Oh, there's one here, Chef Cousteau, said one of the chefs, handing the dark-skinned man a letter with a letter R symbol stamped on the wax. The Reborn Company, Cousteau muttered. They have, of course, seen their symbols all over Angora City. It didn't take them long to find out that the Reborn Company was number 45DH in the golden 500 ranking during its debut, which was quite an impressive feat. And upon further investigation, the Reborn Company was the one who owned the automobiles in the first place. Not only that, but they were the ones who created the roads in the first place. Such a revelation completely stunned the chefs. Oh my God, there's no way a company like this spawned out of nowhere. They must be a secret sub-company of a conglomerate. No, the news would have spread by now. It says here in the newspaper that they were founded in the King's region and worked their way up here in a matter of a few years. How is this possible? The three chefs accompanying Chef Cousteau were all part of restaurant businesses that were all ranked higher than Reborn 46, 431st, and 431st, after they were being overwhelmed by Reborn's feats. After hearing about their article in the newspapers, they were sure that Reborn's true ranking was far higher than they had right now. What do you think, Chef Cousteau? Shall we accept their offer and meet with them for a business venture? Asked one of the chefs. The dark-skinned man subconsciously twirled his braids as he thought deeply. No, he replied eventually. Reborn seems to be focused on innovation and technology. We have nothing in common. There is no reason for me to connect with them, for it will only distract me from increasing my skill in cuisine. As Castell worked in her office, she heard a knock on the door. Come in, she said. The man soon entered the room, making Castell stand up in deference towards him. Master Bart, good morning to you, she said. The man was none other than Bart Vanderbilt, the man famous for his honor and duty, and also as the father of the great Michael Vanderbilt. Please, I told you to just call me Bart. It's awkward since you're in a much higher ranking position than me. After he relinquished the Vanderbilt business in the Queen's region, Bart spent the rest of his days helping out Michael's business as an assistant to Castell, tending to matters that she was not accustomed to. For example, Bart had heard from the grapevine that a famous chef from the pyramidic cuisine had come to Angora City. Once he heard that, he was overcome with extreme nostalgia. After all, the pyramidic cuisine held a very special place in his heart, all because of one date back in his youth. It was where he met Lilia, and where he fell in love at first sight. During those days, the two of them were completely in love, with no discernible way of separating the two of them. However, things have changed recently. Both of them had become a lot more distant. They were still talking and spending time with each other, but the spark that was once there seemed to have been snuffed out by time. And so the prospect of a chef from the pyramidic cuisine coming to Angora City excited him the most. He could possibly relit the fire that was once in their hearts. But unfortunately, Castell brought bad news. I've just received word that they rejected our proposal, she said, bowing earnestly towards Bart. Chapter 346, Rejection. Bart's face saddened. His excitement was sapped as soon as he realized that he wouldn't be able to give his wife the experience of dining with the famous pyramidic cuisine. The chance for them to rekindle their love was not meant to be. "I'm sorry, I lack the skills," Castell apologized, kneeling down on the ground. Bart immediately tried to hide his disappointment. "Hey, it's okay. It's not your fault," he assured her. The pyramidic cuisine had always been reserved only for the elite of the elites. Even my influence as a Vanderbilt is not enough to guarantee me a spot in one of their restaurants. My brothers, sisters, and my grandfathers would have been able to, but not me. He was always the runt of the family. After all, he was the youngest out of all of them, and didn't have the same talent in business as others. That was why he was only assigned the Vanderbilt business in the King's region. And even back then, the only reason he was able to get a spot in their restaurant was because his father, Yai Vanderbilt, asked for a small favor from the owner of the pyramidic cuisine. If not, then he probably wouldn't have met Lilia that day. "I really apologize," Castell said, biting her lips. "I do not think that I am worthy of this position any longer. Shall I ask the young master's help?" Bart shook his head. "No need to bother him with small stuff like this," he said. "I'm sure he's busy with other stuff." Back to the chef caravan, Gusteau and his other cohorts prepared for their journey out of Angora City. After respectfully declining the invitation of numerous companies, they set out to the gates to travel eastwards. But just as they were about to move, Chef Gusteau suddenly jerked up from his lay-down position, startling the other chefs. "Is something the matter?" they asked him. Chef Gusteau raised his head up and sniffed the air. He closed his eyes and tried to follow this strange and exotic scent. "Open the windows," he hurried barked out. The other chefs had no choice but to do as he said. Once the window was open, the smell of that certain spice had grown ever more stronger than before. As an experienced and talented chef, Gusteau was able to tell from scent alone that something was a delicious meal. "You smell that?" Gusteau asked them. But the other chefs didn't have Gusteau's talent in cuisine. They weren't able to smell the hint of good food from over a kilometer away. "Turn our carriage around, go westwards," he said to the chefs. His companions were all confused as to why he was acting this way, but they knew better than to disobey his orders. So they knocked on the coach's window and ordered him to turn around. The man on the outside of their caravan skillfully pulled the reins on the monkey-horse mount and quickly made a 180-degree turn. Their sudden change in directions almost caused them to crash onto an oncoming Reborn automobile taxi, but thankfully the driver was able to push on the brakes just in time. "Beep, beep! Hey, watch where you're going!" Chef Gusteau didn't mind the almost accident and forced the carriage to move towards that scent. The smell was so strong that he could practically see it in the air. In his eyes there was a red cloud of trailing smoke that was leading him towards the source of the scent. The caravan weaved through the traffic of automobiles, disobeying the road and traffic rules, all so that Chef Gusteau could reach the source of that smell. And finally, after a few minutes, they reached it. Just towards the western gate of Angora City, there were these demi-human construction workers who were taking a break from working on an underground project. They all gathered near a pile of concrete and stone rubble, with their uniforms all dirtied and stained. However, they didn't seem to care at all. They just sat on the ground, munching on something that looked crispy and red. Chef Gusteau couldn't take it anymore and jumped out of the carriage, surprising the other chefs. The dark-skinned man ran towards the construction workers, who only noticed his arrival once he was face to face with them. "Excuse me," Chef Costa said, catching his breath. He pointed to the delicious and juicy chicken they held in their hands. "Oh, this," said one of the yellow hobmanky workers. This piece of chicken was the source of that smell. Surprise and amazement flowed through Chef Gusteau's face. He thought that the scent would lead him to a high-end restaurant in the city, or at the very least an undiscovered gem of an eatery just by the side of the street. He didn't expect this delicious-looking food to be eaten on the ground. There wasn't even a restaurant or an establishment anywhere around here. Where did they even get that? "Can I take a bite?" he asked. Although Chef Gusteau was a well-renowned chef in his homeland, right now he just looked like a beggar who hadn't had a bite to eat for a whole week. It didn't help the fact that he was staring intently at their food. Sure. Here, take a fork," the hobmonkey said, sticking a piece of chicken on the prongs. Gusteau looked at the utensil. It was made out of wood, but any questions he had about this were put aside when he smelled the chicken. Oh, the chicken! He could smell the clashing and mixture of spices inside the chicken, giving that unique, overwhelming scent that brought him all the way here. And finally, in the moment of truth, Gusteau took a bite. Crunch, and immediately the crispy skin cracked under his teeth. Soon after, the white meat of the chicken brought its juices towards his mouth, giving him the full taste of its spices. He chewed on it again, combining the crispy skin and the juicy meat of the chicken into experience that created a slew of explosions in his mouth. "I never knew dragon's whiskers could be used this way," muttered with moist eyes. This food was a revelation to his tongue. "Chef Gusteau, are you all right? Why did you run all the way here? Is that chicken?" Gusteau looked at the other chefs and nodded. "You must try this chicken, it's so good." The other chefs looked at the construction workers who were just quietly eating their own lunch. They could hardly believe that a meal eaten on the ground would strike the fancy of the famous Chef Cousteau. But in the end, the construction workers generously shared a piece of chicken to them, letting them have a taste of McTony's chicken. And soon their eyes widened and their chewing got more intense. The flavoring recipe of this chicken was something that even they, as professional chefs, could appreciate. "Oh my God! This chicken is so good. It is a wonderful use of spices and ingredients. I dare say this is a masterpiece." Chef Cousteau looked at the construction workers and couldn't help but bow in appreciation of them. "I would like to give my compliments to the chef of this delicious meal," he asked them. The construction workers all looked at each other. Finally, the yellow hobmanky told them the truth. "We just got this as takeout from McTony's." Chapter 347, Gusta Visits. Takeout? It was at this point that Chef Cousteau noticed the weird paper-like plate that they were using to eat from. It was very unusual. "Yeah, we don't have time to eat in the restaurant, so we just took it out and ate it here," the yellow hobmanky answered. "Where is this restaurant that you spoke of?" "McTony's right." The construction workers gave directions to the chefs on where to find McTony's. "Wait, are you going to use your carriages to get there? It's too slow." The chefs almost felt offended by the demi-human words. After all, their mount was considered one of the fastest monsters available in the market. "What do you suggest?" Cousteau asked. "Just use a Reborn taxi. It's much faster," the yellow hobmanky suggested. Chef Cousteau was feeling impatient to see this McTony's restaurant, so he accepted their suggestion and sought out the yellow and black automobiles riding around the roads. With some help from the construction workers, the chefs found a taxi that would take them to the truck stop at the fastest time possible. As the door to the automobile opened and they saw the interior, they were quite disappointed to see that it was quite cramped for them. "Chef Cousteau, are we sure that this is okay? Isn't it better to just use our carriage?" The dark-skinned man didn't answer and just entered the front seat of the car. Seeing their leader enter, the other chefs eventually followed suit, and 3 of them sat perfectly on the back seat. "To McTony's, is that correct?" the human driver asked. Chef Cousteau nodded and paid the fee. "All right, just sit tight and make yourselves comfortable." The driver personally adjusted Chef Cousteau and the other passengers' seats to decline into an almost laid-down position, and with just one push of a button, the chefs felt a cool air rush over towards their face, battling the intense heat of the sun around them. "Whoa! This is very comfortable. How is it so cold here?" It only took a few seconds before the chefs took back their words and fully appreciated the beauty of an automobile. I could get used to this. I wish we had this back in our carriage. Is the animal inside this metal from the Arctic, or does it have an affinity to ice magic?" The driver chuckled. "There's no monster inside this automobile," he explained. "It's all just thanks to the engine that transforms." He went on to explain the basic physics on how an engine worked. As a Rebornian driver, he was bestowed a passable amount of knowledge about engines when he awakened his talent so that he would be able to make repairs if the car broke down. The chefs, of course, couldn't understand a word out of his mouth, so they were still skeptical to believe that this vehicle ran on only a liquid called fuel. "Sit back tight. I'll get you there as fast as possible," the driver said as he stepped on the gas pedal, and immediately the car accelerated off the gates and out into the Golden Road. The chefs held onto each other from fright. They never knew automobiles could run this fast. The only one who seemed to enjoy this new experience was Chef Cousteau, who put his hand out of the windows and felt the gush of wind brush past his palms, and so the taxi set off onto the Golden Road, riding on the fast lane. The chefs cautiously peeked out the window and saw how they zoomed past a traditional horse-drawn carriage who rode on the right side of the highway. "Holy smokes," one of the chefs uttered out. The carriage was getting left behind in the dust. Even the elite mounts in the Queen's region wouldn't stand a chance against these automobiles. It was only now that they truly understood the power of automobiles. With this car, they could shorten days of travel into just a few candlesticks of time. After some time, they finally arrived at their destination. In the distance, Chef Cousteau saw a moon-like radiance glowing among the starry skies of the dark night. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not a moon, but a glowing symbol of a smoking chicken instead. Above it was the name McTony's. The symbol was hoisted up by a pillar, letting everyone see the symbol even from far away. "So that's McTony's," Cousteau uttered in complete amazement. Even the other chefs were stunned into silence. Eventually, the car slowed down as they veered off the road and entered the truck stop. The scent of the chicken wafted through the air, tempting Cousteau to come closer. "You guys can go out now. It'll take some time to find a parking spot. It's very crowded this time of the night," the driver said. They all got out of the taxi, and just like he said, the restaurant was filled to the brim with customers inside. Entering the doors, they were met with a large line of people waiting in line by the counter. "It's so crowded in here," said one of the chefs. "How are we going to find our seats?" However, just when they were discussing amongst themselves, someone called out to them. Excuse me, a woman behind them said. Please move. There's a lot of people behind you. They looked forward and saw the large line had already dwindled down. They were caught unaware that the line had already moved. It only took a little more time before it was finally their turn to order a chicken. Hello, may I take your order? The perky Lamia cashier greeted. 4 chickens, please, Gustu muttered out as he pushed a pile of coins towards her. The cashier accepted his order, and before she even finished counting the coins, another attendant behind her took out 4 boxes from the back and delivered it to her. Here's your order and your change. Thank you, please come again. Gusteau and the other chefs had their jaws on the floor. That fast. Their order was here just like that. Even the best chefs or the best restaurants in the world couldn't give out orders at that speed. Excuse me, we ordered a chicken, and there's only a box here. Where's the plate? One of the chefs asked. This is the plate, the Lamia answered with a smile. Just open this box, and you can eat the chicken any way you like. She opened one of the boxes and showed them a pristine-looking juicy chicken that was still steaming hot right out of the kitchen. The chefs were completely bewildered as they looked at their chicken takeout boxes. They looked at the cashier and she was already tending to the next customer. This was perhaps the fastest service they had ever experienced. This, Chef Gusteau muttered under his breath. What is it? They asked him. This is it. This is what I've been looking for this entire time. The other chefs were a little bit surprised. Although the chicken was good, it wasn't life-changing or anything like that. There were other cuisines much more delicious than this. You really like the chicken that much, Chef Gusteau? The dark-skinned chef shook his head. No, I'm talking about this takeout order. Chapter 348, Regret for the Chefs. As a chef from the Pyramidic Cuisine Company, Gusteau served kings, queens, and royals most of the time. However, because of the exclusivity within their customer base, he never really got a chance to let the majority of people taste his cooking. When he was a kid, he had always wanted the whole world to love the food that he cooked personally, and he worked hard to become a well-renowned chef. However, that came at a cost. He was only allowed to serve a select group of people only, those who were millionaires, influential figures, or powerful people. And if he were being honest, this was the reason why he had been stuck as a 6-star chef for 10 whole years. But after seeing how Mac Tony's operated their restaurant and how they served their customers, Gusteau felt like he had just discovered who he truly was. He wasn't a chef who served only the elites. He was a chef who served anyone who wanted to eat. He felt like he was close to getting a breakthrough. We have to talk with the owner of this restaurant, he said to the other chefs. It's decided. We're going to be locating our new restaurants here right next to Mac Tony's, and we're going to emulate what they are doing. The other chefs were surprised with the amount of enthusiasm on Chef Gusteau's face. He was practically beaming, and once he was decided, they knew that there was nothing to stop him. So they accompanied him over to the counter and requested a meeting with the chef. The Lamia cashier replied, "Certainly," before she went over to the kitchen and fetched a middle-aged man who seemed to be balding on the top part of his hair. "You must be the chef. My compliments to you," said Gusteau with gusto. "What's your name?" "I'm Tony," the chef replied. And behind him, a little boy the age of 9 peeked out in between his legs. "And this is my son Remy. We are both operating this restaurant." The two chefs shook hands, and immediately Tony realized that he was speaking with someone who was his peer. The scent of spice wafted over his nose, something that only experienced chefs would emanate from spending years of their life in the kitchen. "Greetings, Chef Tony. This is the esteemed Chef Gusteau from the Great Pyramidic Cuisine," one of the chefs said, introducing their leader. However, Tony's reception wasn't all that great. He didn't even seem to recognize the name of the 200th ranked company at all. "Ahem," coughed the other chef. "Gusteau has been invited to cook in both Atlantis and Draconia, something that only a few chefs have had the honor to do." Again, Tony didn't look all that impressed. He just kept looking back at the kitchen, worried that the chickens were going to overcook. Chef Gusteau waved off the other chef's attempts to brag. "Never mind that," he said. "I simply want to congratulate you on creating a fast but efficient way to serve your customers. It's so good that I want to copy it for myself." The dark-skinned chef chuckled to himself. "In fact, that is why I've called you here. I want to strike a deal with you to help me transform my restaurant into something like yours." Tony ruffled Remy's hair and gave Chef Gusteau an awkward look. "That's great and all, but I'm not the one you should be crediting for this. I only cook the chicken. As for the restaurant itself, my boss is the one who created all this." Chef Gusteau tilted his head. "You're not the owner of this restaurant?" "We're the subsidiary of another company," Tony revealed. "Who? Reborn?" A horrified look washed over Gusteau and the other chefs' faces. Regret started to settle into their hearts. Just a few days ago, Chef Gusteau heartlessly rejected their proposal for a meeting, thinking that it was not worth their time. Though Reborn was in the 450th spot in the rankings, the pyramidic cuisine was in the top 200th. They thought that they wouldn't ever need the help of a lower-ranked company. But now, he learned that perhaps Reborn was the key to his advancement in culinary skills. Michael's takeout option for McTony's chicken was a resounding success. Not only were they able to solve the problem of overcrowding in the restaurant, but they were also able to bring in a lot more customers in the process. Having people eat on the road and away from the restaurant served as a good marketing stunt that made people aware of the restaurant in the middle of the Golden Road. He had even heard of people specifically traveling to the truck stop just to get a taste of McTony's. One particular day he was relaxing in their headquarters in Angora City, when all of a sudden he was visited by Shayna, who had some news for him. "Lord Michael, there are a few people here to meet you," she said. "Who are they?" he asked. "It's the chefs, Lord Michael." He had heard about the pyramidic cuisine caravan that visited Angora City. The Shadow Orcs had been keeping him up to date with them at all times. He had even heard about their refusal to Castell's invitation. Now he wasn't all that offended by it, but he knew that Castell was taking it hard on herself for this failure, even though he didn't consider it to be one at all. "Are they here because of McTony's?" Michael asked. Shayna pursed through the papers in her hands and nodded. "According to our shadows, they've just recently returned from a visit to the truck stop where they met with Tony. He told them to come here and meet with you themselves." "All right, bring them in," he said to Shayna. The white-scaled dragonborn dutifully walked back out of the room and fetched the visitors on the first floor. Meanwhile, Michael sent out one of his shadows in the King's region and transported Castell directly to Angora City. The maid-turned-CEO was completely surprised by this sudden transfer. "Young master," she said, bowing to him, "I didn't expect to meet with you. We're about to have an important meeting with someone. As the CEO of our company, your expertise is needed here." Castell immediately shook her head and backed away from Michael. "Oh no, young master, I was unable to fulfill the duties of a CEO properly. I failed constantly. I have failed in procuring materials for your projects, and now I have failed in connecting with the pyramidic cuisine. They're probably going to side with Flarecorp now." Michael patted her back and consoled her. "There was nothing you could have done back then. But now you can change that. We're meeting with the chefs right now." Castell's eyes widened. And before she could even protest, the door opened and 4 distinguished chefs came inside Michael's office. The dark-skinned man with braided hair immediately walked over to Michael to shake his hand. "Nice to meet you. It is an honor to greet the man who invented the takeout boxes," Gusteau said, his eyes filled with genuine praise. Chapter 349, Negotiations with the Chefs. "Let's cut to the chase," Chef Gusteau said, sitting down at the table opposite Michael. "I want to establish our new restaurant on your Golden Road." Michael wasn't surprised. It seemed that the dark-skinned chef was able to see through the potential of a fast-food restaurant. "I guess there is merit to him being one of the top chefs in his company," Michael thought. "Rejoice," one of the chefs beside Gusteau proclaimed. "Having Chef Gusteau's restaurant established in your territory is a privilege that many people would kill to have. Now shall we talk about the split of profits and the fees? We propose that we will pay a 0.5% fee of profits to the Reborn company in exchange for using your territory as the base of our restaurant." But before the other chefs could start the discussions, Michael raised his hand, stopping the conversation dead in its tracks. "Wait," he said. "I haven't agreed yet." His words were like an alien language to the 3 chefs. If a top chef from a 200th ranked company in the world asked to establish a restaurant in your territory, then you should accept it without a second thought. But it seemed that Michael didn't get this memo. "Are you saying you reject Chef Gusteau?" they asked Michael. "I didn't say that. I'm simply saying that the negotiations aren't over. I haven't heard much of an offer from you yet." They were even more flabbergasted upon hearing that. It was supposed to be the other way around. Michael should be the one trying to convince Chef Gusteau to cook in his territory. Yet, Michael was the one talking like he was the one to be wooed. "It's not only his name that he carries, but also the brand of the pyramidic cuisine," argued one of the chefs. "Not only that, but all the subsidiaries under the pyramidic cuisine will follow suit with his move. Our companies are all ranked in the lower 400th spot, which is respectfully higher than Reborn. You should be the one trying to add benefits to this agreement to satisfy Chef Gusteau's liking." Michael remained calm while the 3 chefs tried to argue with him. "And why would I do that?" Michael asked, leaning on his chair relaxed. "I know just how valuable that spot would be in the future. The truck stop will be visited by millions of people every month." Then Michael gestured for Shayna to come closer and bring the papers she had been holding in her hands. She spread it around the table, letting Gusteau and the chefs see all the different offers Reborn got just today. "You guys are not the only ones who have noticed the popularity of McTony's. Almost every restaurant in Angora City is begging me to let them have a spot in the truck stop, and with what they're offering, I see no reason for you to have a spot over them." The chefs frantically looked over the contract applications. Their eyes widened when they saw the figures. "A 20-year locked lease. One is even willing to be your subsidiary." They couldn't believe how much these restaurants were willing to offer just to have a spot in the truck stop. "In fact, I shouldn't even be entertaining your offers. Didn't you reject my CEO's offer when she asked you to meet with her? I recall your letter calling it a waste of time." The other chefs cringed, regretting the words they sent on that letter, that they could get away with such harsh words without any consequences. "Chefs, Michael is right," Cousteau nodded, aware of his own mistakes. "We are the ones who should be begging to be let inside the truck stop business. You saw how even this single Mac Tony's is beating even our best restaurants in terms of customers. It will only grow more in the future." Michael gave him a nod of approval. It seemed that this Chef Cousteau wasn't as bad as he thought. He was a level-headed thinker who didn't let his pride get in the way of his reasoning. "I do not apologize for rejecting the meeting with her, but I do apologize for saying that it is a waste of time," Chef Cousteau said. "I'm not the one that you should say that to," Michael said. "You guys should talk to her." He pointed at Castell, who had been listening to the conversation behind Michael's chair. "Who is she?" one of the chefs asked. "She's the one you should be trying to curry favor with. She's my CEO." Michael got up from his chair and pushed Castell to sit directly opposite the chefs. All of them were surprised. Castell didn't expect to be put in the hot seat, and the chefs were surprised that she held such a high spot in the Reborn company. They didn't think that a CEO would wear a maid's uniform of all things. "Young master." Castell whispered hurriedly to Michael, "You should be the one qualified to do it." But instead, Michael just gave her a reassuring pat and a smile. "Don't underestimate her, or you'll find yourself selling even your own left foot without even knowing it," he said, winking. Castell, being put in such a high-stakes position, couldn't help but fiddle her fingers while the four chefs stared at her. "Okay, relent. Our company will pay a 2-year lease up front and a locked contract for another 3 more years," one of the chefs said, standing up to try and intimidate Castell. The CEO of Reborn tapped her fingers anxiously before she slammed her hands on the table, surprising the chefs. "Not enough," Castell shouted. Michael smiled as he watched on the sidelines. Castell's talent in business was finally showing its fruit. She had only been hindered by her low self-esteem because of her low upbringing, but he knew that she would overcome it in the end and turn into the ruthless businesswoman that he knew she could become. Her intuition as she navigated through the negotiations were top-notch. The chefs were left completely stunned as she took more than what they were prepared to bargain for. In the end, the chefs would get a permanent spot in the truck stop right now. If they wanted a spot for the future truck stops, then they would have to negotiate with Castell again. Not only that, but they would have to use Reborn products for their restaurant. They would use concrete, they would use ingredients bought from Reborn, and they would also buy automobiles to transport those ingredients to the restaurant itself.
For their payment, Castell perfectly negotiated a very favorable deal for Reborn. They would pay them in terms of materials and resources. Even Michael was excited as she gave them this ultimatum. It immediately solved all their problems about their lack of materials. More automobile construction, more golden roads, more truck stops, and most importantly, they could finally build the roller coaster that had been stuck in Michael's head for a long time. Chapter 350, another win for Reborn. After the one-sided negotiations with the chefs, Castell was left extremely happy with the result. She was practically glowing, skipping as she did the paperwork on her desk. All in all, Michael was extremely pleased with the outcome. First of all, they had allied themselves with a 200th ranked company. Second, they were able to extract more resources out of them to fuel their ever-growing expansion. And third and most important of all, Castell had gained back her confidence as a CEO. She had proven to him and herself that she could handle these high-stakes negotiations even better than him. Now Michael was sure that Castell would become another unstoppable force in the Reborn company that would help him tackle the Queen's region as they expanded further north. "It will be a pleasure to work with you," said Chef Cousteau, shaking hands with Michael. "I think so too," he replied. "Since you are a friend of Reborn, consider our headquarters your own home. You can stay here while we build your new residence in Angora City." That was also included in their benefits. Reborn would have to help them create their restaurants and their homes here in the southern tip of the Queen's region. They would have to pay for the whole thing, of course. "I think it's better if we visit the truck stop first. It'll be good to be acquainted with Chef Tony and his restaurant." Michael nodded, agreeing with the man's humbleness in defeat. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll have to console my chefs," Cousteau said, walking towards the 3 other chefs who looked quite downtrodden after the negotiations. They didn't know how they're going to explain to their own companies how they let Castell take so many benefits from the negotiation. This left them quite depressed, despite the conclusion of the negotiation. Michael's meeting with Chef Cousteau caused quite a stir within the companies in Angora City, as well as the other territories.
It became apparent that an agreement had been made between the two of them when they saw Chef Gusteau and the other chefs getting escorted by Rebornians and staying in Rebornian territories. It made the news again. Somehow, the 450th ranked company was able to strike a deal with a 200th ranked company. After a little more digging, many people found out about the nature of this deal. It was a spot in the truck stop. Many people had been quite aware of McTony's success at this point, and they were all interested in becoming a part of it. However, once they found out that even the famous pyramidic cuisine was interesting, the frenzy increased to massive levels. Castell was bombarded with more requests for a spot in the truck stop. However, there were only about 20 slots in the truck stop, and about 50 were all vying for one. As expected of Castell, she was able to leverage this demand to squeeze more benefits from those who want a spot. She was able to include a resources clause within the agreement, which required all parties to fund building construction with their own materials and a little bit extra for Reborn. All in all, Michael found himself having enough resources to fund all of his projects and more for the future. This was extremely good news. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest east of Angora City, the hideout of the bastard bandits was getting lit aflame by a very angry woman because of some bad news she had just discovered. "What? How is this possible?" she screamed, fire almost manifesting behind her. "They were able to snatch Chef Gusteau from right under our noses. We even offered them this whole forest. What did Reborn offer them?" The bastard bandits were silent. They knew nothing. They were unable to spy on the Reborn company despite all their efforts. The only reason they were able to find out about this news was because it was written in the newspapers of Angora City. Wano waited for a few seconds and delivered her another blow. "Some of our bandits found out that Reborn has started their construction of the Golden Road in the forest." Blazelle turned to him with a glare. "That is it," she roared. "I'm declaring an all-out war against Reborn. Use all our forces to destroy any progress they have with their Golden Road." Wano scratched the stump on his missing hand. "Almost half of us are already missing. Those bandits who tried to attack Reborn had all gone missing, never to return. And it was all thanks to Blazelle and her idiotic move of fighting outside the forest. I don't care. Do it or else I'll burn all of you myself," she warned. Wano pursed his lips and walked out of her room. Regrettably, he would have to send more of his men out there fighting a losing battle. Meanwhile, Michael felt extremely pleased and immediately teleported himself back to the nation of Reborn. He was welcomed by Lolo, who reported to him about all the fairies' shenanigans while he was gone. As expected, they had gone on an eating spree and consumed any emotion they could sense. Locals and tourists alike found themselves being victims of pranks, mostly harmless, to induce emotions within them. They would report seeing strange lights hovering above them, whispering and egging them on to do things even late at night. "Sai, where's Vivi?" he asked Lolo. The yellow Hobmanky Sr. led Michael to the baseball arena, where a game was currently ongoing. It was already night, and the stadium lights were on full blasts as two teams battled it out. It was the Kingsbridge drivers versus the fan-favorite engineers. The Kingsbridge drivers were considered to be the lesser of the two, since their team had just recently formed. Compared to the engineers who had been practicing since baseball started, their skill level was definitely lacking. However, when Michael looked at the large scoreboard, he was surprised to see the drivers leading 7-4 in the 9th inning. There were crying and shouts of disappointment as the fan-favorite star player from the engineers missed another ball. It was quite strange for him to perform this badly, and sure enough, Michael saw the culprit for this whole ordeal. Unbeknownst to the disappointed crowd and the players, there were these small spots of light wandering around the baseball field. Whenever a ball would be pitched, one of those lights would alter the trajectory at the last second, forcing the batter to miss the hit or the outfielder to catch the ball. Were making the engineers lose. Now, it was pretty obvious why they were doing this. Even when he was not a fairy himself, he could sense the massive disappointment and sadness within the crowd. It was a feast for the fairies. Thankfully, this was just an exhibition game and the standings didn't matter. But still, the fairies had crossed a line. Immediately, he entered the dugout of the engineers. Everyone was surprised to see him and bowed to his presence. He kept walking until he was face to face with the star player of the team. Then, he reached for the guy's cap and pinched it, revealing a sneaky little fairy hiding beneath it. Chapter 351, Fairy's Punishment. Vivi chuckled, pointing at her cheeks and tilting her head innocently. "What did I tell you about messing with other people's emotions? But this nation is so yummy. Everyone's emotions are so heightened that we can eat all of them." The other fairies finally revealed themselves, all showing up above the players' heads. "That doesn't excuse you all from interfering with other people's lives." Michael was mad at himself for letting the fairies loose on his nation. They were like a feral dog who had been caged up their whole lives, and he had just presented them with a buffet of bones and meat. No wonder they couldn't help themselves. It was also his fault that he hadn't made the roller coaster yet. Vivi and the other fairies all bowed their heads in shame once they saw Michael's disappointment in them. "Sorry," Vivi muttered, with her hands behind her back. The other fairies followed suit and apologized to the baseball players for interfering with their work. "It's okay, boss," said one of the players. "It's just an exhibition game anyway, and they'll become Rebornian in the future, right? So that means we're family." "Yeah, we're fine with it." "I should even thank them. Trying to hit a wild ball like that helps me improve my game." Despite being toyed with, the Rebornian baseball players weren't all that mad upon discovering the fairies' pranks. Instead, they were quite understanding of their situation. Even though they didn't know much about fairies, they did know that they needed emotions to sustain themselves. Lolo had told them that the fairies were Michael's guests, so it was their responsibility as Rebornians to make them feel as accommodated as possible. If it meant losing a meaningless game to help them feel happy and content, then they were more than okay with it. The players then introduced themselves to the fairies, expressing their disbelief at their existence. Many thought they were just myths, but here they were, in the lands of Reborn. The fairies were quite surprised at the Rebornians' reactions. They didn't know what to do. Whenever they had pranked someone for their emotions, their victims would always feel repulsed by the fairies. They would detest their actions and run away from them, or worse, try to kill them. After all, being toyed around like that wasn't a pleasant experience. It made them feel vulnerable, which was why most reactions were a fight or flight response. But for the first time in all their lives, they were being welcomed by their victims. The Rebornians were all well-adjusted and content. They knew that the fairies didn't mean any harm, and they didn't get any hurt by their actions. They all stood around awkwardly as the Rebornian baseball players tried to talk to them. However, the fairies didn't know how to. They mumbled their words, unable to say anything back. They had always stayed in the dark, never interacting with other species, but now they were in the spotlight. Even the mischievous Vivi was left speechless. "What is this?" she asked herself. There was something on her chest, a warm feeling. She couldn't quite understand it. As Michael watched all of this unfold, a smile washed over his face. "I just thought up your punishment," he said to them. "For now, until I say so, you can't consume the emotions of anyone. Instead, you have to work and experience the nation of Reborn for yourself. No hiding anymore." The fairies were horrified. "Don't worry. It will only last until the roller coaster is constructed. If you fail, and I'll know if you do, then I'll escort you out of our nation, and you won't be able to reap the fear from the roller coaster rides." Vivi's face was like that of the famous Scream painting. "Good luck," he said to them. "Why don't you all start with baseball? See how hard it was to play it yourself, and understand why it was so frustrating to have it be sabotaged." And so, the fairies were given an ultimatum. They couldn't consume the emotions of people until they have experienced that very emotion they would like to consume. They want to consume the emotion of someone eating pizza for the first time. Then they should eat pizza themselves first. They want to consume the frustration of a baseball player unable to hit the ball. Then they should try batting a ball too. It was an eye for an eye kind of situation that Michael hoped would teach the fairies that emotions shouldn't be toyed with. Other fairies adjusted quite easily, talking and interacting with people. Meanwhile, some found it quite hard, and found themselves unable to show themselves to the public. Vivi was one of those. She loved to play pranks and manipulate the emotions of someone. However, she was forbidden to do so. Michael made sure of that by having her always follow him around. "I need emotion," she said haggardly. There were dark marks under her eyelids, as if she hadn't slept in 2 days, even though Michael only implemented the rule just a few hours ago. "Just follow me around and live life for yourself," he said to her. "Why don't you help me with my survey for our potential customers for the roller coaster?" Michael planned to scour the whole nation of Reborn for lots of demi-human varieties in the hopes of finding out what scared them. For example, he just found out that dog folk were scared of lightning. This gave Michael an idea of adding some electrical sparks in the roller coaster to make it more scary for dog folk. There were plenty of other demi-human species with weird weaknesses that he had yet to find out. "Oh, come on, that's boring. Can't I just consume their emotions and find out from their memories? Why do I have to ask them?" Vivi complained. But before Michael could answer, he saw a shadow emerge beneath his feet. It was the Shadow Orc chieftains, Naruto and Sasuke. "What is it?" he asked them. "Boo-to-two. The Golden Road project has officially stepped foot in the Eastern Forest, boss. It had been going great ever since the fairies allowed us on their turn." Ra-ta-ta! However, another problem arose. The bandits had finally shown their hand and are planning a massive attack on our construction workers at this very moment. Michael knew this was serious. After many weeks of their failed attacks on Reborn territory, Blazel and the bastard bandits finally had enough. "Tell our forces to suit up. We have to protect our construction workers." Even though he had given them all 35% chocolate pellets, he knew that it wasn't enough to protect themselves against a horde of bandits, especially on their territory. Not only that, but Blazel posed a very serious problem that even he was not sure he could solve. "I've already done so, boss," Narito said, slapping his own arms. "I have also made sure to have my high shadows scour the area for any bandits to pick off before the confrontation starts. My high shadows are protecting the construction workers as we speak. They'll be sure to protect them while waiting for the Dragonborns," Sasuke added. Michael sat down and leaned on his knees. "How many forces are we expecting?" "About 1,000, sir. The bastard bandits are a collection of diverse human and demi-human demographics." His eyebrows raised an idea forming in his head. What if he multitasked, fighting the bastard bandits while experimenting on roller coaster features? Chapter 352, Prepping for a Fight. One of the current problems in creating a roller coaster fit for this world was finding something thrilling enough that would scare even demi-humans. He tasked Lolo, the mayor who knew every single Rebornian citizen and tourist by name, to survey all the different species of demi-humans to find their weaknesses. As expected of the talented yellow hobmanky, he was able to procure a comprehensive list on everyone's kryptonite. For example, dogfolk hated lightning, lamias hated flying, while satyrs were afraid of death in general. But of course, he just couldn't simply implement those features in a roller coaster and call it a day. He needed to find out the right amount of dosage to make it thrilling, but safe. He didn't want anyone to get really hurt from this roller coaster, just scared to their wits' end. One of his ideas was to get a paid voluntary test group that would test the limits of these features. However, that would take a lot of time, something he currently did not. Just when he solved his resources problems, Blazel and the bastard bandits came in and basically waged an all-out war against Reborn. So he thought that he would have to postpone the construction of the roller coaster to another time. But as fate would have it, Michael realized that this was the perfect opportunity to test his ideas. After all, the bastard bandits were a diverse group filled with miscreants from different groups and species. They were even more diverse than some cities, having both human and demi-human members, with the latter comprised of many different bloodlines. He first visited Sleazy back in prison to help him get a feel of all the members of the bastard bandits. "Yeah, boss. Most of our members come from delinquents from all over the Queen's region. We don't discriminate against any species. You can practically find at least one member of every demi-human group in the entirety of the Queen's region." Sleazy was busy in art class, painting a flower as he talked to Michael. "That's great. Can you tell us their positions and where they're located?" "Sure can, boss. I'll give the list to Mrs. Shayna later." "Thanks," Michael said, patting the reformed bandit's back. "By the way, we need your help in fighting the bastard bandits. Some orcs will come for you later and transport you to the battlefield. Be prepared for them." Sleazy put on a serious face and nodded. This was what he and the other bandits had been waiting for this entire time. Although there were plenty of bastard bandits in the prison right now, thanks to their efforts, there were still more out there forced to work for Flare Corp. But now, they had a chance to recover all their members. "We are at your service, boss." Even the other prisoners saluted at Michael. Thanks to Sleazy, Michael had a comprehensive list of every demi-human species in the bastard bandits, including their rank and their position within the group. And combined with the information from the Shadow Orcs, he was able to predict which demi-human groups were most likely to attack. For example, it was most likely that a group of dogfolk bandits would attack first to try and destroy the progress of the Golden Road. Now, with this information, Michael consulted one of the very finest minds in all of the nation of Reborn, Grieve. "Ho, you have come to the right man," Grieve said, his jaw clicking as he laughed. True enough, Michael thought that there was no one better than to lead this fight against the bastard bandits other than Grieve himself. After all, the skeleton was a general in his previous life and at the very top of his field too. He died a 9-star general from the human emperor himself. "I used to decimate a 10,000 army with just a single platoon. At least I think so." Of course, the skeleton man's amnesia could be some cause for concern, but his battle IQ was the real thing. And besides, they were just fighting a bunch of bandits with no real coordination within themselves. Grieve could defeat an army like them in his sleep, at least he thought so. "Can you implement these weaknesses in your plans?" Michael asked, showing him a list that Lolo compiled for him. "You'll have to use lightning for the dogfolk bandits, use spider silk too." Michael and Grieve both worked together through the night as they planned for the fight against the bandits. The nation of Reborn didn't really have an army as of yet. They only had the Dragonborns and the state troopers. That was it. In terms of numbers, the bandits definitely had the advantage. But of course, Rebornians had a few tricks up their sleeves that could turn the tides of the heat of the battle, namely the 35% concentrated chocolate pellets. As expected, The skeleton general proved himself to be quite masterful in his deployment of troops, as well as the planning of the experiments. "Okay, this is pretty good for now," Michael said, as he looked at a 3D topographical map of the forest east of Angora City. On the bottom right was the Golden Road, currently under construction. On the top left was a cave in between two mountains where the bastard bandits' hideout was located. Michael also created some mini-figurines that depicted the location of where the bastard bandits were most likely to strike. They were located in the middle of the map. That was where they would install the roller coaster experiments. Meanwhile, the mini-figurines of the Dragonborns were positioned on the right side, protecting the Golden Road. After all, this was the very goal of the bastard bandits, or Blazel, to be more accurate. Meanwhile, they were aiming to reach the bastard bandits' hideout, defeating groups of bandits on the way, hoping to convert them to their side. Once they reached the cave, they would finally confront the ringleader of this whole assault. "Ho ho! I am getting quite excited, Michael. My blood is boiling. Oh wait, I don't have blood." The very next day, Michael teleported himself onto the very edge of the Golden Road inside the forest. Construction was halted during this whole war with the bandits, so this would be their base for the entire fight. The Rebornian engineers and construction workers used their time to build a small fort within the forest, where all their forces would sleep and stay for the whole duration of this assault. They added barricades, watchtowers, and even pitfalls around the area for extra defense. Of course, Michael added his own touch of protection by adding a headquarters in the middle, where shadow orcs would report on all the things that would happen in the forest. Basically, it was the brain of the whole operation, and allowed Michael to see everything in real time, just like how modern wars were fought using surveillance cameras and drones. The Rebornians greeted him with a curt but polite nod as he walked through the concrete fort. Everyone was serious and busy for the upcoming fight. Michael felt as if he had stepped onto a real battlefield. "Ooh, they're so serious," said Vivi as she buzzed around Michael's face while looking around the fort. Since she was still being punished for her shenanigans, Michael forced her to accompany him wherever he went without consuming any emotions from anyone. "Yep, of course they're serious," Michael replied. "We're all taking this very seriously." But as he got closer to the headquarters, that serious tone was quickly dissipated as soon as he heard raucous laughter within the building. Chapter 353, Prep, or Play. As Michael and Vivi walked inside the building, they heard the sound of something that did not belong in a war laughter. I smell joy, so yummy," Vivi muttered, sniffing the air inside the building. She could feel an intense emotion coming from the people inside, and immediately she wanted to go over there and consume their emotions. "Wait," Michael said as he held her by the wings. "No consuming emotions," he warned her. Vivi disappointedly flew back to Michael's shoulder and pouted. Michael then walked inside and saw that the whole place was surrounded by the shadows of Reborn. Orcanine and Orcupine orcs roamed around the room as they all consulted their own shadows for information. When he designed this room, he thought of all those action movies he had seen in his previous life. He modeled this room to be like those super-secret top rooms, with multiple screens that showed surveillance footage and a radar pinging every second. He hadn't invented televisions yet, so he had to use the shadows skills to create a pseudo-CCTV screen on the four walls. There were also shadow orcs in their desks watching over these screens and relaying information in real time to other orcs. At the very center of the room was the 3D topographical map that he and Grieve used the other night. The two orc chieftains, Narito and Sasuke, were currently looking over this map, discussing their plans. "This looks good," he complimented them. They did a great job in executing his designs. However, they didn't seem to hear him at all. They were too busy in their screaming arguments at each other. "Boo to two. I think that we should attack the bandits first," Narito said, slapping his chest to assert dominance. "That is foolish, Ratata. We should let them come to our fort so that we can use our defenses to whittle down their numbers." The two chieftains were once again in a battle of wits to find the best course of actions. Of course, the Orcanine chieftain would suggest an all-out attack that their group was best known for. Conversely, the Orcupine chieftain would rather stay passive and defend the fort, which their group was most adept at doing. This was one of the reasons why the two orc tribes didn't get along in the first place. "Ooh, a rivalry, hate and love, friendship and hostility. Those emotions are very rare," Vivi said, flying over the two orc chieftains. Upon hearing this, Narito and Sasuke both turned to Vivi. "Love? Preposterous! There is no friendship between us." It was only now that they noticed Michael and bowed respectfully at him, but even doing so, they couldn't help but fight against each other. Narito tried to muscle out Sasuke, and Sasuke tried to jab Narito with his quills. "Boss, great to see you here, but who is she?" Narito asked. "Her name's Vivi, she's one of the fairies. It's great to meet you, Vivi, but you are completely wrong. There is no love lost between us two. That, I agree with you." Vivi shrugged her shoulders. "It's clear as day to any fairy that can sense emotion. You two secretly want to be buddies." "No way." The two orc chieftains once again got into their eternal argument. At this point, even the other Orcupine and Orcanine Shadow Orcs were tired of this routine. Ever since they had become Rebornians, they had all let go of the hate they had for each other. It was only the chieftains who remained divided between each other. Vivi's words were like pouring gasoline on fire. The mischievous fairy couldn't hold out her laugh and chuckled as she turned around, proud at what she had done, only to see Michael looking at her with squinted eyes. "He old habits die hard," she said, scratching her head. "Don't worry, I didn't eat their emotions." Michael had to give her props. She was very good at manipulating people to show their emotions. "Never mind that. Where's the Dragonborns? Where's Fudge? Why do I hear laughter in this building?" He finally asked the chieftains. If they stayed here any longer, Vivi could influence the two in actually fighting each other. "They're all in the next room over there," one of the Orcupine Shadow Orcs said. "They told us not to disturb them as they are currently busy preparing for the upcoming battle." Michael looked over to the room. He heard nothing but muffled laughter. "Oh, sure they are," sarcastically. He walked over to the room and immediately pushed the door open, revealing the Dragonborns. "Hey, not to disturb her, Master, you're here. Bro Mike, what's up?" While every Rebornian was busy sharpening swords, digging trenches, these guys were all busy playing Uno. "Master, come play." Of course Fudge would be here. He was always the mastermind in getting everybody to slack off. Beside him was Zion, who seemed to be losing since he had almost a whole stack of Uno cards in his hands. And surprisingly, even the shy Umisu was caught up in the two mischievous kids. She was the one winning, with only 2 cards left in her hand. "Michael, nice of you to join us. If I beat you, will you finally get me ice cream?" Even Una was playing. Even though he told her not to come since it was dangerous, she still came anyway. "Why are you here?" he asked her. "Don't worry." She shrugged his concerns. "Agnes is here too, and besides, I can protect myself just fine. Don't forget, I'm stronger than you, at least, physically anyway." Michael wanted to retort, but she was right. She could have been a heavenly knight after all. "Fufu, overprotective already, my son." Michael looked over to the woman sitting next to Una and was stunned to see his mother here of all places. "Mom, why are you here?" She was even playing Uno with Fudge and the others. "I'm here to introduce myself to your friends. You haven't even let me meet them before. And you haven't visited us in years. Oh, the horror. If I didn't have Michael too with me, I would simply cease to exist." Michael felt his cheeks flush as she showed everyone the wooden statue of him. He didn't even want to think about where she stored that. "Oh, how cute," Una said. "Master, he looks just like you," Fudge mentioned. "I want to have one too." Umisu shyly said. "He, boss. You do look cute," Jakku said, teasing him. "Shut up." Jakku laid on the side, looking like he had just woken up from his sleep, even though he had a few Uno cards in his hands. Michael didn't know what was happening. He was too stunned, seeing his mother appear in this place when he hadn't seen her in a while. "How did you even get here, Mom?" "Oh, you know," Lilia said, waving her hands. "I just used one of your Reborn taxis to Angora City. There I met with the wonderful Una who told me about what you're doing here, and so I went with her. What about Dad? He's back at Angora City. He's fine. He's not suited to be here anyway." Michael wanted to retort that she didn't belong here too, but then he remembered she did. There was a reason why her title used to be called the Earthen Witch of the West. Chapter 354, Playing Uno with Friends. Michael didn't know why, but the preparation for the battle against the bastard bandits became a normal game night for the Rebornian high rankings. "Mom, are you sure you want to be here? We'll be fighting against bandits, you know." "Oh, pish posh. I've been dealing with bandits all my life. I was an adventurer before I met your dad." Michael consoled himself on the fact that a 7-star mage like her would be a pretty strong ally to have in the fight to come. But to be honest, he didn't want her anywhere near the battlefield. "Come on, honey, let's play some Uno." Just then the door opened and Shayna came inside. She stopped dead in her tracks as soon as she saw everyone playing Uno instead of preparing like she had told them. "Zion? I thought I told you to put those cards away. But sis, it's so boring here without any games to play." Shayna quickly changed her Asura expression into one of calmness as soon as she turned to Michael. "I'm sorry, Lord Michael. I've been telling these no-good siblings of mine to sharpen their mithril artifacts. But unfortunately—" He could see the bubbling rage seething from her teeth. "It's fine," he said to her. "Maybe it's good to relax once in a while so that we're all ready for a fight tomorrow." There was no use worrying about something that hadn't happened yet, so playing some cards would be a good way to pass the time while also keeping everyone on their toes. "That's right, dear Shayna. Come here and sit next to me," Lilia said, patting the ground beside her. The white-scaled dragonborn smiled meekly before going over to Lilia's side to sit down. This was a huge honor for her. "Shh. I thought you wanted us to prepare for the battle, not play some cards," Jakku teased, poking at her hypocrisy, to which Shayna just ignored. Okay, let's play some Uno." Fudge shouted, using his shadows to grab all the scattered cards on the floor and consume it inside his slimy body. Everyone saw the cards getting shuffled and neatly stacked inside his semi-transparent violet jelly before it floated back out of Fudge's stomach. Come on, give me a +4. Zion shouted excitedly, rubbing his palms together. I'll distribute the cards so that there's no cheating going around, Shayna said, grabbing the stack of cards before Zion could get to it. After another shuffle, Shayna distributed the cards evenly amongst the players. You playing? She asked Jakku, who was still laying on the floor off to the side. Yeah, deal me in. All of them were seated in a circle. In a clockwise position, the players were as follows. Zion at the top, next to him was Shayna, then Lilia, Umisu, Yuna, then Michael, Jakku, Fudge, and then back to Zion. All in all, there were 9 players for this game of Uno. Soon enough, everyone had 7 cards in their hands, each having different colors and numbers, with a few special cards like the skip, the reverse, the +2, the +4, and the wild color. The goal of the game was to be the person who played all their cards into the pile. Of course, players could only play 1 card per turn, and the cards must correspond to the correct color, or the same number of the previous card for it to be played. Ha ha ha! These are some good cards, Zion proclaimed. Ho ho, me too. Fudge ominously said. To start the game, Shayna picked a card from the deck and started the pile. It was a blue 6, which meant that players could only play blue cards or cards with the number 6. The game started clockwise, so Fudge started first, putting a blue 0. Then Shayna, who put a blue 3. Now it was Lilia's turn. Michael, honey, do you have a yellow card? Michael slapped his head, embarrassed. Mom, the game doesn't work that way. It's a competition. Well, forgive me if I just wanted to make sure my son had the cards to play the game, she said, putting in a yellow 3, changing the color requirement for the entire pile. Umisu played, then Yuna, Michael, and then on to Jakku, who played the first action card, a yellow +2. Fudge would have to pick up 2 cards from the deck because of this action card. However, Fudge put down his own red +2 card, allowing him to pass on the burden to the next player. Now, Zion was in trouble. He would have to pick up 4 cards from the deck. However, it turned out that he had his own +2 card. I have one too, he said before playing a green +2 card. Ah, Shayna grunted. She didn't have a +2 card to continue the stack, so she would have to pick up a combined 6 cards from the deck, doubling her current stack. Zion chuckled to himself and stuck his tongue out to his older sister. Bleh, that's why you should have played more with us, sis. You lack Uno training. She glared at him with her eyes almost glowing red. Michael could have even sworn she was ready to pull out of her bow and arrow. Shut up! But Zion couldn't seem to let it go. What? We're just having fun, he said, putting his hands behind his back. The problem is that while you were here having fun, I was busy dealing with all the jobs that you had to do. That would have been fine, but you don't even practice with Miss Agnes anymore. Yuna didn't want to interject in their conversation, but Shayna was right. Her battle-maid was getting quite disappointed with Zion's frequent skipping of early morning training. Tisk, Zion clicked his tongue. I don't want to train all the time. I don't need to. I just need to punch some people and everything is solved. That's exactly your problem, Shayna called out. You're overconfident in your abilities, so you don't train to become better. You could be so much stronger than all of us. As a SS-class talent, Zion truly was the most talented one amongst his dragonborn siblings. Because of that, everything came easy for him, training, cultivation, skills, and spells. But Zion didn't want to change. He just wanted to play. That's boring. That's your responsibility. The 2 siblings argued once again, halting the game in its tracks. Michael wanted to say something, however. He saw his mother scooting over to Yuna and whispering something to her with a smile. So what do you think? Isn't my son so capable? She said. I think so, Yuna replied. He has certainly done a great job with the Reborn company. Of course. He inherited his magic talent from me and his business acumen from his father. He could even be considered the best of all the Vanderbilts. And you, Yuna, aren't you also considered the best of all the Montgomery children? Yuna awkwardly laughed. I guess so, haha. Then wouldn't it be good? Great, even if you and Michael. Mom, stop. What? I'm just having a conversation with Yuna. Conversation, more like you're advertising. Somehow he was also caught up in an argument with his mother. The game was no longer a game. It was just a big argument from both sides. Chapter 355, playing Uno with Brutuses. While the whole group was caught up in an argument, there was one spectator among them who relished all the big emotions flowing through the room. Vivi had blended into the room, disguising herself with a bright light on the ceiling. Nobody knew she was even there. Michael would have called out to her, but thankfully he was caught off guard by the presence of his mother that he completely forgot about his existence. This allowed her to do what she did best, just observe the situation from a third perspective and see how people's emotions unfold in real time. Ooh, that white-scaled lizard is angry. Her emotions are like that of a mother angry at her son, even though they are just siblings. She observed Zion and Shayna's argument and enjoyed what she was seeing. Being a third-person perspective like this allowed her to see the emotions displayed by each party, giving her an omniscient view, a peek behind the curtain, with all their subtle change in expressions. Even though this was the first time she met them, it felt like she knew them very intimately. It was like an X-ray. She saw all the emotions flow out of their bodies, letting her discern the real truth of their argument. For example, although Zion acted all bratty and mad at his sister, it all stemmed from the fact that he wanted to spend more time with her. That was why he always invited her to play board games and stuff. Of course, his timing wasn't really the best at times, like wanting to play games even today of all times, so Shayna would get mad and think that he was just slacking off. Shayna wasn't really mad at Zion either. She just wanted him to act more mature and be the Dragonborn she knew he could be. She thought he was the best of all of them. +4. Haha, you can make a fan out of your card, sis, Zion teased. It was then that Shayna put down the reverse card, allowing the flow of the game to turn counterclockwise. Now, she had the chance to get her revenge. You'll see, she muttered, with a bit of a smile sneaking in her mouth. Vivi wanted nothing more than to consume their emotions and live vicariously through them. Unfortunately, that would alert them of her presence. Michael would definitely force her to stop snooping. Speaking of whom, Michael was exhibiting some interesting emotions as well. His cheeks were bright red from embarrassment, and his ears were practically steaming, as Lilia continued to tease him with Yuna. You should come visit our home soon, Yuna. You'll definitely love it there. Maybe you'll even want to move there permanently, hee-hee. Lilia continued to pester Yuna with not-so-subtle signs of trying to matchmake her with her son. Michael wanted to bury his head in the ground. Imagine Lilia going to a globally famous artist's concert and suddenly screaming out onto the stage trying to get her to meet and date her son, who was sitting right next to her in the concert. That was what Michael was feeling right now. Mom, please, I'm begging you, stop. But it seemed that his flustered expression spurred his mother more. Look at him getting all embarrassed. Isn't he so cute, Yuna? Yuna covered her mouth as she tried not to laugh. She had always seen Michael as this talented, sparkly, clean leader of Reborn with absolutely no flaws. But now she was seeing a completely different side of him, one that was getting as red as a tomato. She did admit it made him seem pretty cute. You should be here often, Miss Lilia, Yuna said, peeking a teasing look at Michael. That's a great idea, Yuna. I'll take you up on your offer. Michael looked at Yuna, a look of complete betrayal on his face. He mouthed the words, why? Yuna just responded with a very adorable chuckle. She mouthed her reply back to him. Revenge for the ice cream. He had to shut up with that. Her complaint was totally valid. He had always put off her request of creating ice cream because he was so busy. Come on, let's just play, he said, hoping that the teasing would stop. Unfortunately, his own allies betrayed him. It would be nice to have you here often, said Jakku. It's the only time we can have a chance of beating the boss at a game. Et tu, brute? Michael thought to himself, glaring at Jakku for the betrayal. I can help clear Lord Michael's schedule for a weekly board game night, Miss Lilia, Shayna said, already scribbling something out on her notebook. Hey, I didn't approve of that. I'm busy with a lot of projects, he said to her, but she didn't seem to hear it at all. Yeah, it's nice to have you here, Umisu muttered under her breath, getting drowned out by the other's words. Master Mom, I'll definitely teleport you here whenever you like, said Fudge. He expected Fudge to do it, but he didn't expect even the Dragonborns to double-cross him. It was as if his mother had taken control of them. Guys, let's stop talking about me. How about Jakku? Let's make fun of how lazy he is. How about Zion? Aren't the two of you arguing, Shayna? Everyone stayed silent for a few seconds, looking at each other. So, Miss Lilia, would you be free on the weekends? Shayna asked. Yay, more board game nights, Zion celebrated. You can't go if you don't do your training, Jakku retorted. How about you, bro? You don't do it either. I train by not moving. We're different. Of course I would be free on the weekends, Lilia replied to Shayna. Yuna, you're free too, right? Of course, Lilia. Everyone ignored Michael's plea and kept talking over him. They weren't even playing the game anymore at this point, which was quite weird since they were making plans of playing more board games in the future. He didn't understand it. Meanwhile, Vivi, who had been observing everything from the background, couldn't help but look at this whole group with a solemn look on her face. They were all arguing and speaking over each other, yet there was an indescribable sense of warmth that spread all around them. Right now, at this moment, everyone has the same emotion. And for the first time, Vivi didn't know what kind of emotion this was. She didn't even know this was possible. It was like humans discovering a new color for the first time. As these emotions spread around everyone, Vivi herself felt something missing from her own heart. It was aching, as if there was a hole inside of it. Somehow, watching Michael and the others play Uno made her feel injured. What's happening? Vivi thought to herself. Spurred on by curiosity, Vivi tasted the overflowing emotions in the room. But even after consuming their emotions, it wasn't enough to understand the true feeling they were going through right now. She felt even more empty. She couldn't understand it. Usually she would feel what others felt after consuming their emotions, making her feel full and satiated. But after tasting their emotion, Vivi felt even hungrier, and no consumption of emotion would make her feel satisfied. While she was in deep thought, Michael flashed a smile. I almost forgot, he said, reaching out to the air and grabbing Vivi by her wings. You have to play with us too. You won't get away that easily, he said, hoping to divert some of the attention away from him. Chapter 356 Team Game. Michael dear, who is she? Holding Vivi in his hands, Michael introduced the troublesome fairy to everyone. She's Vivi, one of the fairies that were originally from this forest. Now the usually strong and unabashed fairy turned meek as soon as everybody was looking at her. It was as if she was a completely different person, one that Michael didn't recognize. Have you played Uno before? Shayna asked. The shy fairy shook her head no. It's fairly easy. These are the rules. Shayna gave Vivi an abridged version of the rules, just enough for her to play with them without a problem. One of the rules is that you have to give up your +4 to me whenever you have it, said Yaku, holding in his chuckle. Don't believe this lazy bum, Shayna said. Sit beside me, I can guide you through it. Vivi floated down next to Shayna and Lilia, who welcomed the newcomer with warm smiles. Let's start over then, Fudge said, as he used his shadows to take back everyone's cards. Hey, I was winning, Zion complained. You only wanted to do that because you were losing. I just wanted to include Cece. Bibi. You don't even know her name. And so, with 10 players all in a circle, the game continued. The usual arguments and banter would occasionally stop the game. Zion would go on and tease Shayna, which would earn him her ire. Lilia continued to pester Yuna with weird and cute facts about Michael during his childhood as a way to endear him to her. Yaku slept while it wasn't his turn. Fudge played the worst, with him not knowing the rules half of the time, and having his cards completely turned over and letting others see through his deck. Umisu emerged as the quiet front-runner, but she failed to win because her turn would be skipped too often, and she would be too shy to speak up. Vivi remained quiet, just observing everyone and everything around her. Meanwhile, something weird happened. Even though she wasn't consuming their emotions, she felt as if she was feeling something warm in her heart. Vivi, isn't my son so amazing? He must have charmed you all with his looks and talents, that's why even fairies like you followed him, right? Having Lilia brag to her about his son made Vivi feel something. Vivi, tell my sister that she's being a meanie. She doesn't want to admit defeat and let me skip my training, Zion said, trying to plead to Vivi. Having Shayna and Zion try to settle their arguments through her made Vivi feel like she belonged. It was at that moment that Vivi looked down at her chest and touched her heart. Is this what emotions feel like? She asked herself. As Vivi was having this realization, the door to their room slammed wide open as the 2 orc chieftains, Narito and Sasuke, came inside and kneeled to them all. Buta too. I apologize for this intrusion, but we must inform you that our mid-shadow orcs have detected movement from the bastard bandits. Ratata. The first wave has been deployed, and they are all headed towards our fort. They're targeting the Golden Road in the hopes of destroying all our progress. Michael stood up, knowing that the fight was about to begin. Will you be able to take care of it? He asked them. Yes, boss, Narito said. Our mid-shadows are perfectly capable of disposing of these bandits. But boss, I must warn you that they will soon find out about our preparations here, Sasuke said. Right now, the bandits still thought that the Golden Road was protected by a bunch of construction workers with no way to protect themselves. But after this first wave, Blazel would soon be aware that the entire force of Reborn was here to protect their progress at all costs. It's fine. We expected this anyways, he said to them. The 2 orc chieftains bowed before turning to leave. Shayna gracefully stood up and tidied her outfit. The game's over, she said. Zion, you must get ready for the fight. The youngest Dragonborn protested immediately. But we have plenty of time for another game. No, Shayna stressed. There's no time to play around. Our Rebornian brothers are fighting the good fight. We can't just stay here and play games all day. But, no buts, Shayna said. Zion looked down, pursing his lips. It looked like he was about to accept Shayna's order, but suddenly an idea formed in his head. Wait a minute, how about this? What if we had a competition? Shayna frowned and crossed her arms. She wasn't going to entertain another one of his shenanigans. Hear me out. We'll see who can bring the most bandits out of the 2 of us. If you win, then I'll do as you say and be completely obedient to what you say for 1 month. I'll go to training and I'll stop playing around. If you lose, then you won't bug me about any training whatsoever for a month, and you'll let me play games whenever I want, even late at night, deal?" An eyebrow raised in Shayna's head. "A month, you say?" Zion smiled, taking his hand out for his sister to take. He could see her start to raise her hand, about to take the deal. "A word of advice, don't take it," Lilia said suddenly. "Oh, you don't know the regret I felt when I made a similar deal with Michael. He says it'll only be a while, and 2 years later, and he's still out there going off on his own adventures." After hearing Lilia's somber recollection, Shayna had a sudden change of mind and quickly took back her hand. "No deal," she said. Zion despaired. He almost had it. But then he suddenly felt a warm hand on his shoulder. He looked up and saw that it was Michael. "Wait a minute," Michael said. "What if we make this into a better deal, something that will involve all of us?" Everyone turned to him. "Boys versus girls," he said. "The team that defeats the most bandits will win the game. The loser will have to do whatever the winner dictates for an entire month." His words seemed to have sent a spark of fire within everyone else. "Anything I want, my son will do," Lilia said, a smile forming on her face. "More board game nights, no curfew," Zion muttered. "No tasks, sleeping for a whole month." Jakku dreamed. "Ice cream?" "Finally." Yuna chuckled. "Will everyone finally listen to me?" Umisu muttered. One by one, they all nodded their heads, agreeing to Michael's proposition. It was now a team game, 5 versus 5. Yuna, Shayna, Umisu, Lilia, and Vivi. Versus. Chapter 357 Orcs Competition. Michael, Jakku, Zion, Fudge, and Grieve. The game had transformed into a hunt for the most bandits subdued. Both teams were motivated by their own desires to win. "Huddle up," Michael shouted to the guys, gathering them all in a tight circle. "We have to win this. It'll be embarrassing if we don't." Michael was motivated by the fact that he wanted his mother back to the nation of Reborn. This was the only way he could do it. Or else she would have to stay here and embarrass him all of the time. "Yosh, let's do it, bro Mike." "Yawn, yeah, but maybe a nap first." The boys' team screamed out with vigor. The only odd one out was Grieve, who was forcefully recruited to even out the numbers. "Oh ho, I must have forgotten that I agreed to this, but huzzah!" While the boys and the girls' team were huddling up and preparing for their internal competition, Narito and Sasuke both commanded their orcs to set out and defeat the first wave of bandits coming over towards them. "Boo-too-too," Narito shouted, slamming his palms onto his furry thighs as he greeted his men. These were all Orcanine orcs occupying different ranks within the Reborn Shadow organization. There were about 5 high shadow orcs, 13 mid-shadows, and 20 low shadow orcs in their midst, all loyal to Narito. These were his trusted men, those that had followed him when he was just an orc chieftain in the tribe. "Boo-too-too!" They saluted back to him. "Our boss has just given us the honor of being the first ones to strike fear into the hearts of our enemies." Narito's men smiled, each one tapping their chests lightly in anticipation. He slowly turned his head and snuck a peek at his rival Sasuke, who was busy looking over at the map. "You must all strike first and earn this honor. Do not let Sasuke's men earn this victory. Sabotage them if you have to. Go forth and prove to Reborn that we Orcanines are the superior orc species within the shadows." "Boo-too-too!" They screamed before they all turned into shadows and dispersed into the forestry around them. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the fort, Sasuke slowly turned his back away from Naruto. All around the trees around him, there were Orcupine orcs lying in wait for his instructions. There were those hanging upside down from the trees, those that were laying down on the ground with mud on their faces, and there were even those that were hiding in plain sight. "Ra-ta-ta!" Sasuke shouted, strumming the spikes all over his body to create a high-pitched sound. As his Orcupine orcs heard this sound, they responded by shaking their bodies and creating a ringing sound from the collision of their quills amongst each other. "Men, this is our chance to prove our strength to Reborn. Defend against those bandits with your very own lives. Do not let them get near the Golden Road, but most importantly, do not let them get captured by those Orcanines. Confuse them if you have to, just make sure that this honor does not go to Naruto." Unbeknownst to each other, both orc chieftains were having their own plans and ideas outside of their normal scope. It was a competition between the Orcupines and the Orcanines to see which ones were superior. Meanwhile, in the very depths of the forest, a bush ruffled as a bandit emerged from the forest ground. His face was painted with mud, his brown outfit with leaves entangled around him blended perfectly into the environment. He looked around, and after ascertaining no other people in sight, stomped the ground lightly to signal the others. Soon after, 2 more bandits emerged from beside him, seemingly out of nowhere. The hole where they came from slowly closed back up, revealing no sign that there ever was an opening at all. This was the bandits' underground cave system, which they used to navigate through the forest under everyone's noses. This stealthy way of traversing the forest came from none other than the fairies, who blessed the bandits to help them scare more people. One of the bandits signaled with his hand to move forward, and soon all of them did. 10 bandits emerged and walked stealthily around the bushes and the trees. Eventually they saw a man-made fortress in the distance. The bandits' eyes widened, clearly not expecting such a large and wide construct from Reborn. There wasn't just a road, but a walled fortress as well. They all looked at their leader, clueless as to what to do next. Their mission this time was to sabotage the Golden Road by demolishing any road that they had built in the forest. They were even tasked to dilute and change the mixture of the strange liquid mixture they called concrete to destroy any chance they had of an easy construction. "What should we do?" asked one of the bandits. "We should continue our mission. Look, there's no one here to defend against us." They noticed that despite the tall walls and barricades around this fort, there was actually no one there to defend it. It was like a ghost town. "Boo-to-to? What's that sound?" asked one of the bandits. But judging from the confused looks everyone gave him, it seemed that he was the only one who heard it. "Bo-to-to, bo-to-to. There it is again. It's getting louder. I think we should go. I don't have a good feeling about this." The fact that many bandits disappeared after trying to ambush the Reborn company added to the bandits' anxiety. But the other bandits disregarded his warnings. Their leader even scoffed at the man's cowardice. "Those rumors aren't true. Those bandits probably ran away because they're too afraid of Flarecorp and Blazel. Trust me, the Reborn company can't do anything to you. They're just a merchant group with absolutely no fighting power." The man was confident about his words, but just then one of the bandits in front of him suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Hey, are you okay?" The bandit's eyes were unfocused and darting around the place, as if he was sleeping and dreaming. A few seconds later the man's eyes focused. Then he began to shout and frantically crawl away in fear. "Ah! Get away from me!" The bandit screamed before eventually collapsing on the ground. Everyone tried to help him and felt the cold sweat in his body. "What the hell is happening?" the bandit leader asked. Unbeknownst to any of them, another shadow attached itself to 3 more bandits. It didn't take long before they screamed in fear too, before collapsing into unconsciousness just like the first guy did. "Boo-to-to." Finally, the bandit leader heard that ominous sound. It was so clear in his mind that it felt like there was a drum inside his head. "What the?" All of a sudden a giant Orcanine orc showed himself to the bandit. "Who are you?" The orc turned into a shadow, enveloping the man's whole world into nothing but darkness. Then his voice turned ethereal as he addressed the bandit. "We are the Orcanine orcs, and we are your worst nightmare." The bandit leader frowned and took out the knife from his waist, wielding it with the intention of fighting against his captor. "Don't you know us? We're the bastard bandits, and we are now part of Flarecorp. Don't mess with us if you don't want to mess with them," he said threateningly. Unfortunately for him, that was the worst response he could have said. A knife suddenly plunged into his heart, making him feel the pain of death for the first time. But a moment later, the bandit found himself uninjured, with no knife in his heart. Again the orc's voice echoed in the darkness. "We are the Orcanine orcs. We are your worst nightmare." The bandit frowned again, taking out his knife a second time. "And we are the bastard." His words were cut off as he felt his head tumbling down to the ground. He was decapitated. The bandit was forced to experience this hellish loop until the name Orcanine orcs was carved deep into his heart. "Ah!" he screamed, finally finding himself back in reality after experiencing thousands of deaths. But unlike the others, he was able to withstand the mental torture and kept himself conscious at the end of it. He crawled back, hoping to find safety. Just then, he saw a shadow latch onto his arms before his entire world was once again enveloped in darkness. Then, an ethereal voice called out to him. "We are the Orcupine Orcs. And we are..." Chapter 358 Experiment set up. Back at the Bastard Bandit Cave, Blazel was rudely awakened by a bandit with frantic news. "What is it?" she asked, with her fire almost setting ablaze the bed she was sleeping in. "Miss Blazel, our scouts have yet to return. They were supposed to return yesterday, but it has already been 2 days, and there has been no peep of them yet. I'm afraid that they've already been captured by Reborn." Blazel got up from bed and faced the bandit, who shivered in fear as soon as she got close to him. "How could that even be possible? Are you sure they're not late?" The bandit gulped. Of course he was sure, but not sure enough to risk the ire of Blazel. Just then Wano walked inside the room and grabbed the bandit's shoulder. "It's more than likely that they have already set up a defense system around their Golden Road." Blazel stared at the one-armed man. "How is that possible? They couldn't have been much faster than us. They come all the way from Angora City while we used your underground tunnels." Wano pursed his lips. All this time, Blazel had been underestimating the strength of the Reborn company, not knowing that they were a force to be reckoned with. Just from the rumors, the bits and pieces he heard about them, Wano wouldn't have started a war against them in the first place. Unfortunately, he didn't control the bastard bandits anymore, she did. They've been one step ahead of us this entire time. They must have anticipated your attacks once they progressed the Golden Road into the forest, and it's more than likely that they will target us next. A look of panic and worry washed over Blazel's face, but that didn't last long. She soon realized that she had nothing to worry about. It's fine. They will find it hard to progress their Golden Road. The fairies will pester them to no end, am I right? She asked, chuckling to herself. However, Wano didn't answer. He wasn't willing to bet on Reborn's failure at this point. In the meantime, send more troops, Blazel commanded. Meanwhile, Michael and his team, named the boys, sat together in their own room inside the headquarters. What are we doing here? Let's punch some bandits, Zion said, tapping his biceps. My junior Zion, don't be so crass. We still need them to be recruited into our nation as prisoners. I want some more loyal iron-made memboops. I said nothing. Fudge whistled innocently, retracting the mouth from his slime face. He was very lucky that Michael was preoccupied with something, or else he would have been cooked. Narito Sasuke, he called out to the chieftains. Within a fraction of a second, the two orcs appeared simultaneously, each one bidding to be faster than the other. Do we have any news on which bandit group is coming? Narito kneeled. Boo-to-two. Thanks to the intel provided by Sleazy, we have discovered that the dogfolk bandits have been dispatched to attack us. Sasuke followed along. Ratata! They are stationed in this part of the forest, so it is likely that they will come from this direction and attack the western point of our fort. Their numbers. Just as the orcs were about to finish their report, the door to their room suddenly burst wide open as 5 angry women stared down at Michael. You're cheating, Yuna accused, pointing at Michael, squinting. The contract we signed clearly states that no team should ask help from other people. As a diplomat, Yuna had everybody sign a contract to legalize their game. That way there were no backseas on the agreement. Of course, Yuna made sure the contract was foolproof. What? I'm not cheating, he argued. I'm just asking for help from my friends here. It is cheating. Yuna stomped over and pushed the 2 orcs away from Michael. You guys can't help him, she said. Michael. I'm still proud of you, but I'm disappointed, Lilia said, sulking in the corner and shaking her head. It's not cheating, Michael asserted. Lord Michael, you cannot use your authority as the boss to get a tactical advantage against us, Jaina said, turning her head away from him. Yep, I agree, Umisu nodded along. Michael couldn't believe that even they agreed that he was cheating. Lilia then prodded Vivi to come inside the room. Come on, dear, shout at Michael for cheating. Vivi looked around, confused, but the other girls in the room nodded at her, giving her assurance. You're a sore loser, Vivi said, doubting her own words. The other girls gave her a thumbs up. A smile grew on Vivi's face as she gave herself a thumbs up. We'll be confiscating the orcs. Since you got help from them this time, this means we can use them too, Yuna said, assertively pointing at the door and walking out. The 2 orc chieftains were unsure of what to do, but with just one look from Lilia, their survival instincts kicked in, and they followed them out of the room. Michael sighed. Technically, he was cheating, but he didn't think they would notice. Thankfully, though, he got the information he needed from the orcs. They were about to face dogfolk bandits. What happened to our traps? Is it all set up? Michael asked Grieve as they both looked at the topographical map of the forest. Grieve nodded, with his ribs clicking as he did so. Yes, Michael, all is well. We just need to add the constructs to the layout and it will be done. Michael had instructed Grieve to prepare the landscape for their experiment. Aside from wanting to win this competition against the girls, Michael also wanted to use this time to test out the roller coaster features he was going to build in the future. Speaking of which, he wanted to see if the prototype was already constructed by Kong and the engineers. So he briefly transported himself back to Angora City, specifically the warehouse just by the side of their department store. This was where Kong and the other senior-level engineers were working on the roller coaster prototype. Michael looked around and saw the makings of a roller coaster trailway, which was halfway constructed from the bottom as it climbed up to the apex of the ride. He saw a group of Rebornian engineers gathered in a circle as they looked at blueprints and small metal prototypes in their hands. Kong noticed his arrival and immediately greeted him. Boss, we just finished the cart prototype. As of now, it has been fitted to carry dogfolk, catfolk, lizardfolk, and other such demi-humans with human body types. In the middle of their table, he saw a large cart modified to seat 2 people in the front, and another 2 at the back. It looked like a crude version of the roller coaster carts he saw in his previous life. But this one looked bulkier and thicker than the original one. It's made from Damascus steel, Michael observed. Yes, boss. This is the only metal that is lightweight but still strong enough to withstand great accelerations. Michael knocked on the metal and nodded in satisfaction. "This will do," he said. "Now how about the features? Have you finished it yet?" "Yes, boss. For dogfolk and other demi-humans with the canine bloodline, we have borrowed from your great wisdom and created this masterpiece." Chapter 359, Dogfolk Testers Secured. Kong and the other engineers removed the veil of their product, showing a large pillar with a donut-like shape at the top of it. Michael had seen this before. "It's a Tesla coil," he thought to himself. "With this object we can summon lightning and electricity without the use of mana." Kong pushed the lever and the coil rumbled as it started its power. The first electrical discharge arced through the air, almost reaching up to the ceiling. It wasn't long before arcs of electricity spewed out of the coils, demonstrating its terrifying electrical powers. "What do you think, sir? It's good, right?" Michael smiled. "It's perfect," he said. "I'll be counting on all of you to set up the experiment in the forest." "Very well, boss. We're ready," Kong said, with the rest of the engineers nodding their heads. With a simple snap of a finger, the shadow underneath Michael's feet began to widen and envelop the engineers. A darkness enveloped their surroundings, lasting for just a second, before receding back into Michael's shadow. The engineers stumbled forward, almost falling, as they landed on the uneven ground of the forest soil. "This is where our tests will be arriving. I want you to build a simple rail track starting from here, all the way up to that cliff over there." Michael gave them all instructions on where to build the experimental track. He also led the construction workers from the Golden Road and had them do all the heavy lifting for the engineers so that the construction would be finished before the bandits arrived. Meanwhile, he went back to the fort and convened with his teammates. "Bro, Mike, can't we go out already? What if the girls already got some bandits by now?" Zion said, punching the air to appease his excitement. "I want to be lazy, but I agree with Zion. I need that 1 month of sleep, so we need to act now," Jakku said, uncharacteristically standing upright with no bags under his eyes. "Ho ho ho, I didn't know we could win a prize. How about, what were we doing this for again?" "Master, let's get ninja," Fudge said, creating his new catchphrase. "That doesn't work," he said to Fudge, which the slime ignored. "But I agree with you all. It's time to play. This is what we're going to do. Fudge, you're going to lure them here while Zion." Soon enough, an entire platoon of dogfolk bandits set off from their base camp towards Reborn's fort. They all prided themselves in their extraordinary senses, some of which were natural, and some of which came from their innate skills. This helped them get the advantage against enemies, allowing them to know their precise location even before their enemies knew where they were. Their group consisted of all the different subspecies of canines, the Labrador men, the Beagle men, and even Chihuahua men. However, they were all led by the apex of all dogfolks, the Wolfman. This Wolfman was a close relative of the fierce werewolves, which was why wolfmen were feared for their physical strength and speed that put them above all dogfolks. This particular wolfman was called Jacob, and he had a fearsome 6-star cultivation that allowed him to have a high authority within the bastard bandit group. "Jacob, I smell them. Humans," one of the bloodhound men reported. Every other dogfolk bandit raised their heads and sniffed the air, all identifying a group of humans in the distance. They could follow the tiniest bit of scent like it had a visible line that led back to the source. "Let's pounce!" Jacob shouted to the rest of the men. Their entire platoon, consisting of about 20 bandits, ran through the forest on all fours as they followed the unique scent of humans in the air. It wasn't long before they saw the heat signatures of a few humans gathered in a bunch. The lack of intense heat on their bodies indicated their lack of strength. These were just normal humans with no fighting ability whatsoever, and judging from the fact that they were building something with their hands, it was safe to say that they had come across some defenseless Rebornian engineers. "Ha ha! Fresh meat," Jacob said, licking his lips. "Go and hunt these humans. We must avenge the disappearance of our brothers." Bark, bark, bark. In a matter of a few seconds, the pack of dogfolks surrounded the group of humans without any difficulty. They didn't even seem to fight back. "Oh, woo!" Jacob howled. "You're Rebornians, right?" The engineers nodded, raising their hands to prove their innocence. "First of all, I would like to say that I'm sorry, and thank you for your sacrifice." Jacob tilted his head, unable to understand the humans' words. They should be feeling fear right now, yet there was no increased sweat production in the humans' bodies. "Coo. Do you think that there will be anyone to save you?" Jacob scoffed. "There's no one here," his shout echoed through the forest. The lack of response proved his point. But instead of cowering under his howl, the human engineers just took out their pens and began writing furiously on their notebooks. "Excuse me, but how many are right now?" one of the engineers asked. "Do any of you have any allergies?" another asked. "Are any of you related to one another?" All the dogfolk bandits looked at each other in confusion. They had never experienced this kind of ignorance before. They were beginning to think these humans were stupid. "Enough with these inane questions," Jacob shouted. But it's important to find out all the parameters of the experiment, one of the engineers said. Experiment? What the hell are you all talking about? We are here to find out the limits of a dogfolk's fear, the engineers answered simultaneously. The bandits turned silent for a moment, before they all howled in laughter. Ha ha! Fear us? We have fought against armies. We have no fear. Don't you know who we are? Jacob asked, smiling. Don't you know who I am? The engineers shook their heads. But instead of getting intimidated, they seemed genuinely curious. We are the feared canine division of the bastard bandits. Anyone who tries to run away in the forest to escape from our protection fees is always caught by our team. You think we're going to be intimidated by a bunch of smarty pants like you? The dogfolk laughed amongst each other. Jacob wiped a tear from his eye from too much laughter. Ha ha! But enough of this. One of you, go and catch them, Jacob commanded. Rottweiler man walked forward, unclenching his jaws to intimidate the engineers. You're coming with me, he said. One of the engineers raised his hand and signaled him to stop. Stop right there. Don't move any closer. And why not? The dogfolk chuckled. I'll do what I want. You can't stop me. The engineer sighed and consulted his notes. We're not done calibrating the machine, but if you insist, then by all means go ahead. The Rottweiler man stepped forward, with the other dogfolk bandits behind him still laughing and chuckling to themselves. But as he took another step forward, they all suddenly heard a mechanical click. Everybody saw as a cart suddenly sped towards the Rottweiler man at high speeds. Chapter 360, First Roller Coaster Tester. The cart crashed into the dogfolk bandit before the momentum allowed him to fall directly into the seats. "Oh, woo!" The Rottweiler man screamed in pain. But before he could try and get out of this cart, a seatbelt suddenly sprung into action and tied the unsuspecting man into the chair. He tried to rip the seatbelt from the cart, but realized that they were made out of thin, layered Damascus steel wires. The more he pulled on it, the tighter it became. Unable to get out, the dogfolk was helpless as the cart rolled through the grass, revealing the metal railway underneath. "Wah!" he screamed as the cart picked up speed directly towards the cliff. He was going to collide. He raised his hand, preparing himself for the crash. But at the very last second, the cart swerved sideways, almost tipping the very cart itself. The Rottweiler man opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. He thought he was going to die. But his troubles didn't seem to end there. He looked forward and saw that the metal railways that the cart followed continued slanting upwards as it rose through the cliffside. The momentum of the cart allowed it to scale the cliff upwards, allowing it to reach the very top. The cart slowed down as it reached the plateau. He thought it was over. But then he found that the cart continued to move and swerve to the left, effectively turning around towards the cliff itself. "No! No, 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 no!" the dogfolk muttered to himself. Click, 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 click. The cart slowed down at the very end of the edge. Then it finally stopped moving. Folk stopped breathing, cautious that any sudden movement could make the cart plummet down into the ground. Then the wind breezed behind him, giving the cart the finally push as it raced down into the ground at almost a 90-degree angle. "Ah-woo!" the dogfolk howled in fear. He couldn't help but grab onto his seatbelt for safety, hoping that it wouldn't throw him out of the cart. And just as the cart was about to hit the ground, it swerved to the right once again, allowing the Rottweiler man to escape the fall. "Ha ha!" The dogfolk bandit drooled as he tried to catch his breath. Now that it's over, he realized that he was never in any sort of danger whatsoever. This cart and track had made it seem like he was going to fall, but it had swerved away from a direct collision. Not only that, but he was a warrior in his own right. He realized that he could jump the cliff and land safely on his feet if he wanted to. "What was I afraid of?" the Rottweiler man said to himself. He tried to get out of the seat, but realized that the seatbelt was still firmly attached to the cart. And despite slowing down, the cart had yet to reach a complete stop, and still continued to roll forwards. This time the cart wasn't going towards the cliff, but inside it. There was a small cave opening in the distance, and the dogfolk could see that the tracks led inside it. I'm no longer scared," he said to himself. The cart continued onwards, entering the dark cave devoid of any light. For the dogfolk bandit, this wasn't scary at all. Bandits like them lived in a cave and spent most of their time in the tunnels. A little bit of cramped darkness wasn't going to hurt him. But then rumble, thunder roared through the cave, echoing endlessly in the chamber. "Storm?" the dogfolk uttered anxiously. He had a bad feeling about this. If there was one thing that all dogfolk were afraid of, then it was BZZT. Lightning arced through the ceiling, lighting up the cave and showing the horrified expression of the Rottweiler man. "Ooh!" he screamed, with his utter fear and terror echoing out of the cave and reaching the other dogfolk bandits in the forest. "What was that?" Jacob roared. Dog folks like them communicated through the howls, meaning they could feel the horror and panic that the Rottweiler was feeling right now. The hairs on their bodies stood up. One of the engineers ignored the wolfman's roar and consulted his other engineers. "We should add more velocity in the cart. It almost stalled at the very top of the cliff," he said the other engineers, writing down in their notebooks. Just then, everyone heard the sound of metal clanking as the cart returned back into its starting point, having looped all the way from the cliff back to the forest below. Its inhabitant, the Rottweiler man, had fallen unconscious in the seat, drooling his saliva all over the seatbelt. "What did you do to him?" Jacob demanded an answer. But once again the engineers ignored him. "Now, shall we go on to the next test? Who wants to volunteer?" The engineer asked the dogfolks. Another empty cart rolled out from the forest and towards the dogfolk bandits. It was the same as the last one, meaning that anyone who fell into its trap would suffer the same fate as the Rottweiler man. "Roar!" Jacob growled at the engineers. "You will pay for this, men! Attack them!" he commanded. Now that they knew it was coming, it was very easy to dodge the incoming cart no matter how fast it was. Just then, the dogfolk bandits picked up a sound from behind them. "Punch, punch, punch! I want to punch some people!" But before they could reach the engineers, one of the bandits suddenly felt a huge force pushing him from behind. Jacob turned around and saw a red-scaled demi-human with draconic-like features punching one of the bandits from behind. The Chihuahua man was caught unaware and stumbled forwards from the punch, eventually falling down perfectly into the cart. "One down. One more seat available," Zion shouted as he faced another bandit. The husky man with black and white fur howled as he unsheathed his knife and lunged at Zion. The red-scaled dragonborn ducked away from the knife, surprising the dogfolk. The husky man used his spell Zigzag Claw, allowing him to increase the speed of his knife swing towards Zion. But even with the power of a 4-star spell, the dogfolk was unable to even graze Zion's clothes. The dragonborn always ducked and danced around the blade perfectly. Eventually, out of frustration, the husky man overextended his swing, allowing Zion to duck and deliver a devastating liver shot to the body. The dogfolk bandit almost vomited out his insides, but before he could even do anything else, Zion punched the knife away from his hand and sent out a perfect uppercut to his jaw, sending him flying directly towards the cart. Now with 2 passengers, the cart sped up through the tracks and experienced the same fear and terror that the Rottweiler man experienced for the first time. Just then, more and more carts rolled down through the tracks, carrying the combined capacity of about 10 more bandits. And before they knew it, another passenger was unwittingly forced to ride the coaster. Jacob turned around and saw a similar-looking demi-human with dark blue scales as he brought down his sword and defeated a bandit in swordplay. "What? Who are these people?" Jacob shouted. Chapter 361. Electrifying the Dogs. Yaku faced 3 bandits, all brandishing their knives towards him. "Come on, my brother is right there. He's punching bandits left and right. Why not go after him?" he complained. "I'm too lazy for this." But the bandits continued to approach him. Their knives glowed in a unique and different color, as they used their 4-star spells in succession. A retriever man rushed towards Yaku, with his knife glowing golden just like his fur. The earth beneath his feet rose from the ground, following the movements of his knife. The dogfolk lunged towards Yaku's throat, which Yaku parried with his sword. The bandit swung his knife, intending to cut Yaku's ribs. And just as Yaku was about to dodge, the ground beneath his feet caved in, giving him no support to move his feet. The knife came towards Yaku's chest, but just as it was about to reach him, a prismatic shield manifested around him and fought against the knife's earth magic. The knife stalled in mid-air, surprising the retriever man. A millisecond was all Yaku needed as he swung his sword, with blue lightning emanating from the blade. The retriever man showed a face of fear upon seeing electricity within the blade, which gave Yaku the freedom to swing his sword and hit the dogfolk in his chest. "Oh, woo!" the retriever man whimpered. The other 2 dogfolk bandits rushed towards him right at the moment he attacked, leaving Yaku no time to recover. Just then, Yaku's feet became ablaze with blue lightning, before he turned into nothing but a wisp of electricity. The 2 bandits lunged their knives, hitting just the air. Yaku's sudden disappearance made them lose their footing as they stumbled to the ground. While they were out for the fight, Yaku used this chance to chase the injured retriever man. Just as the dogfolk was about to recover from the fall, he suddenly saw Yaku appear in front of him and swing his sword upwards. Electricity followed through his swing, enveloping the retriever man and carrying him directly towards one of the unoccupied seats in the carts. "You'll pay for this, awoo." The 2 dogfolk finally found their footing and rushed towards Yaku once again. The shepherd man howled at Yaku before a magic circle appeared around his knife. Soon, flames erupted all over his knife and up into a pillar above the tip, creating a semblance of a sword. He swung his sword to Jakku, and Jakku deflected the sword with his own swing. Electricity and fire clashed. Meanwhile, the Bulldog Man raised his knife and used his 4-star spell Air Cruncher. He swung his sword 2 times, one at the top and one at the bottom, leaving behind a visible wind structure made out of mana. The wind eventually morphed into jaws resembling that of a bulldog's mouth as it attempted to gnaw at Jakku. Meanwhile, the Shepherd Man continued to barrage Jakku with large and heavy swings, increasing the heat and intensity each time Jakku parried it. The two were evenly matched in terms of power, and the Shepherd Man was sure that Jakku would be vulnerable to the wind attack of his comrade. But just then, Jakku's sword glowed with a bright light as the power of the mithril artifact manifested itself to the Dragonborn. Immediately, Jakku's physical power with the sword increased by 1-star realm. The Shepherd Man's eyes widened as he saw Jakku's electric sword brush against his own fire sword, with the power almost enough to push it out of his hands. "What?" the dogfolk screamed. Jakku kicked the bandit in the chest, pushing him away before turning around and dealing with the wind attack coming right towards his face. The jaws opened wide before clamping down towards his face, but at the last second he used his sword and forced the jaw to remain open. While his sword was preoccupied with the wind jaw, the Bulldog Man behind it rushed towards him, intending to pierce his stomach with a knife. Just then, electricity surged around Jakku's sword, and for a brief second, the sword disappeared from the windjaw's clutches. Intersecting lines suddenly appeared around the windjaws, before the pieces slowly drifted away from each other, having been cut into pieces by the sword. The magic circle in the Bulldog Man's wrist dissipated, giving a brief vulnerability inside him. Jakku used this chance to raise his sword and use its tip to gently touch the dogfolk's chest. "Clear," he said, as electricity surged from his sword onto the dogfolk, giving him a huge burst of electric shock, similar to a defibrillator. The Bulldog Man shot towards one of the seats, with his body smoking as the seatbelt wrapped around his chest. "3 down," Jakku muttered, putting his sword to his shoulders. He looked to the side and saw Zion dodging and weaving as 4 bandits surrounded him from all sides. Even though they were all in the 4-star realm, Zion was able to evade their attacks through the 1-star realm boost that the mithril artifact was giving him. But still, there were 4 of them. Despite Zion being stronger than them individually, their numbers led them to achieve a stalemate. Zion couldn't attack nor could he escape. He could only dodge. "Hey, little bro, you need some help?" Jakku asked. Zion scoffed. "Are you kidding me? Don't try to take this away from me. I need the points. You already have 3. Jakku shook his head. "We're supposed to be a team, you know. We're not counting bodies." They were already having a competition with the girls, but Zion also wanted to have a competition with the boys. He wanted to be the one that brought in the most bandits. That way, if they won, he would be the ultimate winner. "I can handle this," Zion said. "Just need a little bit of a pick-me-up." Just then, 4 knives simultaneously lunged towards him, giving him no chance to escape. The bandits thought they had finally gotten him, but at the last second, Zion jumped up. In mid-air, Zion took out a chocolate pellet from his pockets and immediately swallowed it whole, wrapper and all. His body convulsed as his body activated Sugar Rush. His magical power almost reached the 5-star realm. With his gauntlets glowing black and violet, Zion punched downwards, using the shockwave he created to reach higher and higher until he was above the trees, allowing him to see the entirety of the forest. There he saw the dogfolk bandits, who squinted as they looked up at him. The ground started to rumble. No, it wasn't the ground. It was the air above them. And the source of it all was none other than Zion himself. Before they could react, Zion's gauntlets released a blinding light before he punched the air, cracking the very space beneath him. The dogfolk bandits briefly saw the cracks, as it spread downwards towards them. But as soon as it reached them, they felt the force of 1,000 elephants from the tip of their head down to their feet, causing an explosion from the very ground they stood on. Soil, grass and rock exploded around the forest, creating an instability in the forest floor. Jakku turned into electricity and arrived just in time before the large chunks of rock crashed into the metal railway and destroyed the roller coaster. "Ha!" Jakku sighed. "This is why I wasn't going all out," he said, shaking his head at his brother's carelessness. Chapter 362, Successful Experiment. Jacob looked around himself, exasperated at what he was seeing. These demi-humans were decimating his dogfolk bandits as if they were nothing. They were all respectable fighters in the 4-star realm, yet they could not defeat a single one of those scaled demi-humans, even when they were surrounding them 3-1. It seemed impossible. Not only that, but they weren't just defeating the bandits, they were pushing them to enter the strange cart that zoomed off into the cliff. He noticed that those who returned from this ride were all passed out from fear. Wait, are they the Dragonborns? This realization came far too late for Jacob. It had been rumored that the Dragonborns of Reborn were formidable fighters, but none of them believed it till now. And it wasn't just them that were powerful. He looked to the side and saw a strange skeleton monster wielding a sword as he fought against 5 bandits at the same time. It was as if he was looking at a heavenly knight in action. The skeleton barely used any mana or magic, yet it was able to play around with the bandits, parrying and deflecting their knives with pinpoint precision. Even as a 6-star fighter, his instincts told him that he shouldn't fight against someone like that. These 3 Rebornians were already decimating their numbers. But it seemed that there was also another one with them as well known from the shadows. Brah! 5 bandits sluggishly walked forward all on their own, with their eyes completely unfocused as if they were still dreaming. They continued to walk until they reached one of the carts. "What are you doing? Get away from that," he warned them. But his words meant nothing to them. They voluntarily rode into the carts and strapped the seatbelts onto their chests. "Anything for the slime god," they muttered under their breaths. Unbeknownst to Jacob or anyone else, there was a shadow attached to their feet, letting Fudge trap their consciousness into illusions. After that, they followed his instructions of their own accord. "I have had enough," Jacob roared. He looked towards the engineers and saw them continuing to take their notes, blissfully ignorant of the fight going on around them. "Roar!" He rushed towards them in all fours, fur raised, and lunged at them with his jaws opened wide. And for a brief moment, Jacob suddenly saw a golden-haired boy amongst the group of engineers. He could see the boy looking at him with clear eyes, as if every move he made was telegraphed straight into his head. His intuition got the better of him, and he stopped his attack, with his claws skidding into the soil and grass. The golden-haired boy was staring right at him, as if welcoming him to attack. Jacob had a bad feeling in his stomach. If those Dragonborns and the skeleton were any indication, then it meant that he shouldn't underestimate this little kid. Graw. Jacob's tail shot up, with his fur rising like a spooked cat. "Do you surrender?" the boy asked him. His pride as a 6-star officer of the bastard bandits almost made him say no. But his sense of self-preservation allowed him to meekly nod his head. "Good decision," the boy said, before pointing behind him. He looked around and saw that most, if not all of his dogfolk bandits were down on the ground, either from defeat or after experiencing the roller coaster. He was the only one left standing. I surrender," he said. Michael tallied all of the dogfolk bandits and found their numbers to be in the high 20s, which was a pretty good haul for one day. Not only did they score some points in the game, but he was also able to test his roller coaster feature. "What are the results?" he asked the engineers. "It was great, boss. All the dogfolk species exhibited great fear from the Thunder Cave. As expected, thunder and lightning is a proven weakness of all canine species, which we can now harness to manufacture fear from the roller coasters." Michael looked at all the dogfolk bandits still strapped to their seats after just going through the ride once. "We have to reduce the intensity. I don't want our customers to pass out too much from the ride. Tone it down to about 50%, he said to them. "Understood. We'll have the final design for the first roller coaster in a short while, boss." The engineers quickly wandered back to the fort, bringing with them all the data and prototype with them to work on the project more. All in all, this was a very pleasant experiment. The data from this would allow the engineers to perfectly adjust the ride so that the roller coaster would be thrilling but still fun to ride the so-called Goldilocks zone. "Okay, round up all the bandits and take them back to our prison," he shouted to the forest. Black shadows emerged from branches, under stones, and through the cracks on the ground. These were all low-shadow orcs, whose job it was to take care of the prisoners and bring them to the nation of Reborn. Soon enough, Jacob and the rest of the dogfolks were rounded out and teleported, leaving just Michael and the rest of his team. "Woo! That was a good exercise," Zion cheered, punching the air. "You think the girls did better than us? Stop celebrating. You almost ruined the roller coaster. If I didn't intervene, the experiment would have been ruined. Next time, don't add more burden to me. I'm already too spent." Yaku complained, knocking on his brother's noggin. "Ho ho ho, I forgot what I was going to say," Grieve muttered to himself, becoming completely occupied with trying to remember his words. Fudge hopped on over to Michael and saluted. "Master, I've detected more bandits coming to us. Shall we give them a warm welcome?" "Yes, let's go," Zion said, already scurrying off before Yaku grabbed a hold of his collar. Michael chuckled. "Yeah, let's go before the girls get to them first." And so Michael and the boys continued to advance forward, defeating groups of bastard bandits in the meanwhile. Of course, Michael did some little bits of experiments here and there, but nothing too big like the dogfolk one. For example, he came across a few lizardmen whose weakness was ice, but not just ice, but ice from the top of the mountain. So, he used ice-specific spells to test their tolerance. He had an idea about creating a roller coaster with the theme climbing Everest. This ride would target demi-humans with the fear of cold, heights, and a little bit of water. Thankfully, he gathered enough data for the engineers to make his idea into reality. From sun-up till sundown, Michael and the boys continued to fight and subdue bandits without stopping. Eventually, their total tally was exactly 523. With the bastard bandits' cave just up ahead, Zion insisted on continuing to advance through the night, which Michael agreed with. Just then, he saw a shadow form in front of him. A shadow walked him before relaying some important information. "Boss, some bandits are about to reach the Golden Road. Currently, it is only being defended by construction workers and engineers. Shall I tell the Shadow Walk to intervene?" Michael could have teleported back and dealt with the situation easily, but he decided not to. "Have the reinforcements arrived?" he asked. "Yes, boss. They and their instruments have safely been transported here." "Good. Then let them fight it out. Only intervene if it gets dangerous. They can take care of themselves, especially with them around." Chapter 363, Workers 5 Bandits. Because of their mastery over this forest, the bastard bandits found it easy to navigate towards the supposed Golden Road. By now they have noticed the extremely protected fort that had spawned seemingly out of nowhere. There were watchtowers and even a moat to protect the main building from any unwanted intrusions. "We won't touch the fort," said one of the bandits, leading almost 40 men behind him. The man was another major officer from the bastard bandits, second only to Wano himself. His name was Crab, a nickname given to him because of his propensity to use scissors in both hands instead of knives, just like all the bandits. Many would have made fun of him for his weird obsession with scissors, if not for his 6-star cultivation. He was personally chosen by Blazel for this mission. She had grown frustrated at their inability to strike a devastating blow to Reborn, and had wanted a win for once, so he was tasked to blow their Golden Road into pieces. Thankfully, it was now nighttime, with no patrols within the vicinity whatsoever. They moved under the cover of darkness towards the small tents around the large automobile trucks carrying cement. "Scout! What can you see?" Crab asked one of his lieutenants. The bandit used his 4-star spell, creating magic circles in front of his eyes and allowing him to peer through vast distances as if it was right in front of him. "There's only about 20 or so people inside. No one's wearing any weapon, just some tools. They're civilians, boss." Crab smiled. It looked like he would be able to deliver good news to Blazel after all. "We'll strike when the moon is obscured by the clouds," he commanded. Just then one of his men approached him with an anxious thought. "Boss Crab, I have a bad feeling about this. Why are there no guards around here or the fort? It's absolutely empty." Crab waved off the man's concern. "They are all probably inside the fort, secretly watching whoever tries to infiltrate inside. But we won't go anywhere near it, we'll just hit the Golden Road. Do you see anything around the road? It's empty. There's no place for them to hide. I'm sure that there's no one guarding it, and even if there were, they won't be able to see us. This is our forest. We can navigate this place better than them even if we close our eyes. They won't be able to see us in the darkness." Since he was an officer, his words were final, and the anxious bandit could no longer voice his concerns. So as soon as no light from the moon shined down on them, the 40 bandits moved towards the tents. They made no sound and no trace. Owing to their mastery over the forest, they were able to reach their target without anyone noticing. The Rebornians remained inside their tents, partying with music, talking amongst each other and laughing while drinking beer, completely unaware of the bandits just outside their tent. Crab looked behind him and raised his hand. 3, 2, he shouted, raiding the tents with his scissors cutting through the fabric. The rest of the bandits followed suit, barging through the different tents, brandishing their knives. The Rebornians were caught off guard, scrambling out of the tents as soon as they saw Crab and the bandits. But then they were surprised to find that the bandits had already surrounded them, leaving them no chance for escape. Snip, snip. "Don't worry, we won't hurt you," Crab said, snipping his scissors. "As long as you tell us the recipe for the concrete, then we'll let you go." The Rebornians consisted of engineers, construction workers, and other such civilians. Just as the scout said, there was no one here who wielded a sharp weapon, just shovels, rulers, and some musical instruments. One of the engineers was none other than Kong, the chief engineer of the Reborn company. He took charge of the situation and handled Crab. "We will do no such thing. That formula is the Reborn company's proprietary secret. We can't give you the recipe, but we can give you cement if you want it." Crab shook his head. "Not enough. We want the moneymaker. We want to sell our own concrete and get tons and tons of gold. Finally, I can get out of this bastard bandit group." Kong shook his head. "I refuse." "And what are you going to do?" Crab ridiculed. "There's no one here to protect you." "Wrong," Kong asserted. "And we can protect ourselves." "With what?" "Those shovels. Those guitars and drums." Crab and the other bandits laughed. Fighting the fearsome bastard bandits with blunt and crude tools was a ridiculous idea, especially since they were already outnumbered, with the bandits doubling their people. "You going to fight back? Construction workers like you?" Kong nodded. "Yeah. I've never fought in my life before, but I sure can defeat someone like you." Crab frowned, insulted by Kong's confidence. "Destroy them," Crab commanded the bandits. Kong and the other Rebornians picked up their tools, shovels, pencils, and rulers. Surprisingly, each of these mundane tools glowed with such power and intensity that it illuminated the whole forest under the moonless night sky. "What the?" Crab muttered. "Those look expensive. Get them!" The bandits rushed towards the Rebornians, their eyes reflecting the light from the tools. "Clear path!" Kong shouted, stomping on the ground. The soil cracked beneath his feet, propagating in a straight line towards the bandits coming straight at him. Rocks and even small trees that was in the way were thrown up in the air as the cracks spread towards them. The bandits activated their own spells, creating magic circles around their knives to block the attack. One bandit directly in the way scoffed before using a single slash to defend against the earth spell coming towards him. He countered it with his own earth spell. A large rock formed at the tip of the bandit's knife and shot towards the propagating cracks. The bandit continued to run, expecting his spell to overpower the cracks. But then the rock simply disintegrated into a million little pieces before reaching the surprised bandit, throwing him 20 meters up in the air. Other Rebornians casted a similar spell, with each one of them hitting a bandit and launching them above the trees. "What? That's impossible." The Rebornians were able to withstand the first wave of bandits coming their way, even though they were using simple tools not even meant for warfare. That was the power of the mithril artifacts. "Coo, never mind that. We still have the numbers advantage. Surround them," Crab shouted to the bandits. But of course the bandits were still overall stronger than the Rebornians. Their numbers and their skills in fighting allowed them to overcome the Rebornians' surprisingly strong spells. "You'll pay for this," Crab threatened. Feeling the mounting pressure of multiple bandits coming towards him, he turned back and nodded to the people behind him. These 10 or so Rebornians were not engineers nor construction workers. They were musicians. And so they held their drums, their guitars, and their flutes, singing a merry tune that echoed throughout the forest. Chapter 3, 64 Civilians. Really? The musicians blasted their instruments, making the bandits grab their ears out of surprise. Immediately, the first thought in their minds was that the musicians were trying to alert the guards in the fort through their music. So, this made the bandits try to rush the engineers even more, wanting to finish the fight before reinforcements came. Crab himself decided to move. His scissors glowed with blue light as water manifested around him, creating large crab-like pincers made out of water mana. He rushed towards Kong, the perceived leader of the Rebornian civilians. His water pincers grew ever larger as more water manifested out of the magic circle in his wrists. It looked like it could cut a human in half without a problem. "Cancerous bullrush," Crab shouted, using a 5-star spell. The water pincers rushed towards Kong, intending to sever him in half. Kong's hard hat glowed with a reddish light, signaling his use of the mithril artifact. "Kakaka, that's not going to be enough," Crab warned him. He was surprised that engineers like them could summon such strong magic through their mystical tools, but that still wasn't enough to deal with a 6-star fighter like himself. By Crab's estimation, a simple 5-star spell would be enough to defeat him. His water pincers closed in on Kong. In response, Kong raised his hand and summoned a magic circle. Mana started pouring out of his palms and reaching down into the ground, pulling it up and eventually creating a large structure to defend against the water pincers. "Pincer maneuver!" Crab clamped his pincers onto the earthen wall, expecting it to crumble under his power, but as it clasped onto the wall, Crab felt an insanely strong wall that he could not budge. His water pincers were able to tear through metal itself, yet it was now unable to tear through a simple wall made out of soil. How is this possible? As Crab looked around, he realized that he was not the only one having this problem. The other bandits beside him were getting thrown back as the engineers and construction workers used simple earth spells to defend against their onslaught. 3 yellow hob-manki used microwave air, creating an intense heat wave towards the bandits coming towards him. "Coo, hot! I can't fight it." 4 construction workers used concrete mixer, manifesting a huge ball of water and trapping the bandits inside them. The bandits used their own 4-star knife spells to try and get out of this water to no avail. They ended up experiencing what the construction workers would call a washing machine. These 4-star bandits found it almost impossible to counter these non-fighting spells. Somehow these Rebornian civilians were fighting back, and the bandits found themselves struggling just to defend themselves. "How is this possible? Where do you get the power?" Crab screamed at Kong. They knew that those mystical tools that they used endowed them with some kind of power. By Crab's estimation, they were able to advance 1-star realm higher than their normal cultivation. It was how these 2-star civilians were somehow able to defend against the onslaught of their 4-star bandits. They achieved a 3-star realm whenever their tools glowed a prismatic color. But now these Rebornians weren't just defending against them. They were attacking the bandits, and somehow they were winning. Their spells had not just reached the 3-star level, but they had gone over to the 4-star realm as well. This was impossible. Crab screamed, trying to crunch Kong's earthen wall with his water pincers. But still to no avail. Bang, dug, dug, tring, tring, pank. It was then that Crab noticed those rhythmic sounds coming from the musicians. He finally noticed the change in the atmosphere because of them. The flow of mana had somehow increased inside the Rebornians because of those musical notes. The biggest indicator was the fact that the musicians' instruments were also glowing with the same mystical power as the ones used by the construction workers. Those musicians were somehow able to give a 1-star realm increase in a human person. This discovery stunned Crab. It gave him goosebumps once he realized that the Reborn company was hiding an immensely strong potential for warfare. "We must finish this immediately. Attack them with everything you've got," he commanded the bandits. Right now they still had the advantage of numbers. They were twice as many as them. If they could overwhelm these inexperienced fighters into a close-quarters combat, then they would eventually win despite the difference in strength. The bandits, realizing that they had severely underestimated these civilians, finally chose to go all out and surround the Rebornians from all sides. Their knives glowed with power, choosing not to defend themselves, but to simply just attack mindlessly. Crab himself opened his water pincers and continued to chip away at Kong's earthen wall. With each snip of his scissors, a small chunk of soil would be pulverized. Finally, Kong felt the pressure. He looked at his other comrades and saw them struggling to keep the rabid bandits at bay. "Brothers, consume your chocolates now." Upon his instruction, each Rebornian took out a chocolate pellet from their pockets and swallowed it whole. Immediately, the magic circles they manifested turned brighter. The bandits felt the change. Feeling the earth and water spells they used became harder and harder to penetrate. Crab was speechless as he witnessed this change once again. Just when they were making progress, the Rebornians would once again pull out something from their pockets and level the playing field. It was a cheat. But it seemed that it didn't end there. Kong looked back at the musicians. "Use your chocolates too," he said to them. Taking a brief break from using their instruments, these musicians swallowed their own chocolate pellets. As soon as they strummed, drummed, or blew their first note, the resulting sound created a strong resonance in the air that seemed to penetrate deep into everyone's soul. Once again, the bandits felt the pressure from these non-fighting spells increase by a large margin, completely trumping their own power by almost 2-star realms. Crab was speechless as he saw his fellow bandits being launched into the air by simple waterball spells. This gave Kong the chance to deliver a counterattack. "Concrete planning!" he shouted as a magic circle appeared hovering in front of him. Suddenly, the large collection of liquid cement rose up from the cement mixers like a tsunami. Cement almost covered the whole skyline. This was the combined power of a mithril artifact, sugar rush, and musicians. Kong struggled with the power, but he successfully brought down this wave of cement down into the ground, swallowing every bandit it touched. They were helpless as their lower body got submerged into thick, viscous liquid cement that quickly hardened into rock once the engineers and the construction workers used their spells to fasten the process. The only one still fighting was Crab, who used his 6-star water pincer spell to cut any cement that came his way. But unfortunately for him, he was the only one left from the bandits. Kong and the other Rebornian civilians cast automatic drive onto the trucks, cement mixers and concrete rollers to surround Crab. These large metal vehicles threatened to crush the bandit, finally getting him to surrender. "Are you all really just civilians?" Chapter 365, Spying on the Other Team. Michael soon heard about the victory of the engineers and the construction workers. Their overwhelming triumph proved that even ordinary Reborn could summon great powers within themselves during times of crisis. This was what exactly he hoped for. Ever since he found out about Flare Corp and their intentions of conquering Angora City, he had always worried about the innocent citizens that would get involved in the fight. He didn't worry about the Dragonborns, the Shadows, nor himself. They could protect themselves. But he did worry about the normal, regular people who would get caught up in the mess of a war. Thankfully enough, he had given them plenty of ways to protect themselves if anything ever happened, which he would make sure didn't happen in the first place. "We had a good harvest of bandits today," Zion chirped. "I bet we're in the lead, right? The girls definitely won't get more than us." "Ho ho, I wouldn't be so confident, young Zion. They are quite strong, even in the olden days at least, I think so." "Must be so nice, Grieve. Do not remember anything," Jakku commented. "That way I won't have to bother myself with thinking. Everyone, there is an easy solution. We should just find out. I can easily infiltrate their group and spy on them while they fight. Fudge said, his smile deaf and evil. Oh, yeah, do that. Zion jumped up and down with Fudge. Michael, of course, had to be the voice of reason and deny such violation of privacy. Fudge, we have to play fair, he reminded them. But Master, we aren't cheating, we're just looking, there's nothing wrong with that. Fudge argued, which Zion quickly agreed to by furiously nodding. Why would we even do that? It'll just add more pressure for us, Jakku said, yawning. I say we just do what we do and just have a relaxing day later and eat some mac-tonies, what do you say? I would love to, young Jakku, said Grieve. But oh, I forgot that I don't have a stomach, ho-ho. Meanwhile, Fudge and Zion kept on begging Michael for his permission. He stopped and put his foot down. No, he said adamantly. There was a certain code of honor with these kinds of games, and it was something that Michael did not want to break. After all, he considered himself as a gentleman. That's the end of it, he said, walking away from the two. But Master, what if your mother is saying some weird stuff about you to Yuna? Michael stopped in his tracks, completely frozen. Dozens of images and memories passed through his mind, specifically that of his childhood, and the embarrassing things he had to do to act as a child. Fear took hold of him. If Vivi could see him right now, she would see how terrified he was. The feeling was like having your favorite artist seeing your embarrassing baby photos, one that was completely naked. The horror. Zion and Fudge both poked at him. Master? Fudge sighed. Ah, I guess you're right, Master. We shouldn't spy on them. If they find out, they'll just use it as an excuse if we win. Before Fudge could hop away, Michael suddenly grabbed him from the top of his head and turned him around. Master? Wait, Michael said, with his eyes obscured by his bangs. Maybe we should have a little peek, just a little. And so the boys ended up stopping their progress to spy on what the girls were doing. Unlike the boys who went on a hunting spree all around the forest, the girls, on the other hand, were a little bit more lax and casual. They had made a little comfy camp, complete with their own customized tents and even furniture. It was as if they were just having a fun, relaxing stroll in the forest. Shayna and Yumisu's tents were normal, consisting of just a flat bed and a box to store their belongings. Yuna's tent was a little bigger, as she liked the comfort of a large space. She was also sharing a bed with Vivi, so it was just enough for the two of them. Those 3 tents were nothing out of the ordinary, but when it came to Lilia's tent, it was 2 times bigger than all 3 combined. It was complete with a kitchen, a living room, and a portable bathroom. There was even a generator present to power up all the lights and the electric fans that she set up all around the camp. She had been too accustomed to living in luxury back in the nation of Reborn that she couldn't live without it anymore. Michael, as he and the boys watched from Fudge's clones set up a tree near their camp, couldn't help but slap his own forehead in disappointment. Is she camping or fighting bandits? He asked himself. I'm so envious. I want a tent like that too. Jakku said, his eyes widening as soon as he saw the queen-sized bed in Lilia's tent. They were all watching in front of a large boulder, where Fudge had projected a permanent shadowtation circle that showed what was happening on the other side of the clone. They watched as the girls were gathered near the campfire, drinking tea as they passed the time. They looked very comfortable. They're not even hunting bandits. We're definitely winning this game, Zion chuckled, making faces at Shayna on the screen. But just as he said that, about 40 or so bandits emerged from the bushes. They had the girls' camp surrounded from all sides. The girls didn't seem to be surprised at all. They calmly put down their tea and stretched their bodies as they stood up. This is the 100th bandit we've faced today. A good harvest, Shayna said, writing down in her notebook. What? Zion screamed from behind the screen. We've been going around the forest all day to search for bandits, and all they're doing is sitting in their tents. Unfair. Their tactic worked, because the bandits see the girls as an easy target. But they couldn't be more wrong. The girls raised their weapons and attacked the bandits even before they said a word. Shayna pulled out arrow after arrow as she used her mithril artifact bow to pin multiple bandits to a tree. Her arrows curved all over the place, even hitting targets behind her. All she did was fire arrows, and the arrows did all the work for her. Umisu used her spear, swinging it around the bandits that approached her. And with each swing, the wind that gathered from her spear turned even more and more stronger, before it eventually resulted with the creation of a tornado with each swing. Bandits found themselves getting thrown high up into the air despite holding onto a tree. Yuna used her rapier with extreme precision and speed. This was the first time Michael saw her in action, and couldn't help but be impressed. Her moves were not even something he could replicate. She seemed to dance with every move before the bandits found themselves cut in a million areas. Vivi created an earth golem that thrashed its giant fists around, destroying any bandit unfortunate enough to be near it. Meanwhile, Lilia stayed in her seat, letting the young ones do all the work. She sipped tea while looking over at Yuna. You're doing great, dear. I must say, you're such a physically talented woman. I wonder what would happen if you ended up with someone equally talented in magic. Someone like my son. Maybe your kids will be tremendous geniuses, hee. Chapter 366, Motivation to Win. Whoa, boss, chill. It took the combined strength of Jakku, Zion, and Fudge to prevent Michael from going through the portal and showing himself to the girls. What is she saying? Michael stressed. He could only watch on with horror as his mother began telling stories of Michael from his childhood. Did you know that Michael was such a cute little baby? He never left our side when he was a kid, always wanting to sleep next to our bed, Lilia said, reminiscing happily about the past. Oh, that's cute, Una said, chuckling. Meanwhile, Michael, who was hearing everything unfold, couldn't help but bury his head on the ground. I was only doing that to learn more about mana absorption. He screamed to the screen, but the boys just patted his back and consoled him. Michael couldn't believe that all of the embarrassing things he had to do to act like a child was getting aired out at this moment. It must be mentioned they were all currently embroiled in a battle against the bastard bandits. Yet Lilia still couldn't stop gushing about him. I would like to know more about Lord Michael. For research purposes, Shayna said, secretly jotting down everything she heard in a notebook. Umisu suddenly appeared behind her, spooking the white-scaled dragonborn. Sis, give me a copy of that too, she said meekly, before swinging her spear and toppling 5 bandits with a gust of wind, flinging them to crash into a large boulder. Vivi opened and closed her mouth, wanting to speak, but she was too shy. Vivi, do you have something to say? Una asked her while slashing 3 bandits with her rapier. I want to know more about Michael too. He's a nice guy that helps us out, she said. Foo. Of course. I'll tell you all about it, Lilia said enthusiastically. He's such a little cutie. I remember back when I would wash with him in the baths. Michael was nearing his limit. He couldn't take more of hearing this. Lucky for him. 2 bandits finally put their notice onto Lilia. What are you girls blabbing about? He grunted. I'll cut you all into pieces. The bandit rushed towards Lilia with his knife glowing with the power of fire. Don't interrupt her. Shayna growled, shooting off an arrow that struck him directly in the ribs. Ow! We were about to hear something precious, Umisu shouted, lunging towards the bandit and flipping her spear upwards. The bandit, already injured from the arrow, almost passed out as the spear hit his chest. Then he found himself rising up to the skies that followed the spear. After almost reaching the clouds, the bandit fell back down into the forest directly in front of Una. I'm sorry, she said. It's your fault for angering us girls. Una twirled with her rapier, and as she swung her weapon, it seemed to have turned into a thin fabric that gracefully flowed into the air. Just as the bandit was about to fall into the ground head first, Una straightened her rapier and thrust it at his chest, breaking his armor and pushing him into a tree. Me too. I'm angry too, Vivi shouted with enthusiasm. Go, Miss Vivi, deal the final blow, Shayna said. Vivi gleefully pointed at the bandit, and her loyal earth golem started to pound him into the ground. With each swing of its giant boulder-like hands, the bandit sank deeper and deeper into the ground, until all that was left of him was a human-shaped hole in the floor. Good job, Vivi. Una praised her, offering a high five. Yeah, Vivi headbutted Una's palms. The other bandits were triggered once they saw how pitiful one of their comrades became. Finally, 3 bandits set their sights onto Lilia in an attempt to deal with the weakest link of the group. As they charged towards her, Lilia picked up her cup of tea and began drinking it. Then she used her other hand to cast a magic circle around her wrist, with green and brown colors emanating from her body. 3 large vines erupted from the ground and immediately wrapped themselves around the bandits. What the? I can't get out. Struggling, they tried to cut themselves free, but found their knives getting chipped upon, clashing with the vines. The power from these magical vines was suffocating them. It was overpowering their own magic to such a degree that they couldn't even bring out their own mana. What the hell? How is she so strong? Finally, one of them realized who they were dealing with. He squinted at Lilia, who was wearing an expensive yellow tunic. Soon, the image of a fearsome woman with blood-stained maid robes coalesced into his eyes. No way. Those vines. She's the Earthen Witch of the West. What's a 7-star magician doing here? The bandits were horrified to find out that they were facing against a legendary adventurer that even the bastard bandits were wary of. She had disappeared for many years, with many thinking that she had died. But as it turned out, she was alive and well. Run! The bandits screamed, but unfortunately for them it was already too late. They had picked a fight they were never going to win. Shayna took out 5 arrows from her quiver and loaded it all onto her bow. And with a single shot, she released 10 copied arrows imbued with magic towards the fleeing bandits. It struck them directly in the back, pinning them to a tree. Umisu thrusted her spear with a large gust of air emanating from the tip. It displaced everything it touched, trees, boulders, and bandits alike. They felt themselves getting blown away by a massive tornado before crashing back down on the ground unconscious. Una turned into a blur as she rushed through a line of bandits fleeing. By the time she reappeared in front of them, their bodies had already been inundated with 1,000 cuts. Vivi's golem destroyed everything around her, trapping bandits in a quagmire that slowly swallowed them deeper. Meanwhile, Lilia's vines continued to sprout all over the forest floor, dragging horrified bandits by their ankles and bringing them back to the camp. Nice. That's 100 more bandits to our tally. By my estimation, that takes us into the lead against the boys, Shayna said, ticking off the box in her notes. Girls, if we win, I'll get Michael to show you all how cute he is when you pinch his cheeks, Lilia said. Yes, I want to see that, Shayna said, furiously writing in her notebook. Me too, Umisu muttered. He. Maybe I can consume the embarrassment emotion from Michael too, Vivi said. I wonder how he'll look, Foo, Una chuckled. We'll make sure that he won't get away from this, Lilia added. Shayna dear, have the boys do all the work in the Reborn company so that we can have him for ourselves for 1 week. Agreed, they all chanted. Meanwhile, Michael was in despair as he heard what they were planning. The worst part was that they were in the lead, meaning they would likely win. Guys, we have to hunt more bandits. Chapter 367, Flare Corp Reinforcements. Meanwhile, back in the bastard bandit's cave, an anxious bandit slowly entered Blazel's room. Tell me you have good news, she said, threatening him. Have we destroyed their golden road? Gulp. Finally, the bandit was able to gather up some courage. No, miss? What was that? No, we were not able to do that. Blazel got up from her throne, made out of igneous rocks, still glowing with magma. We sent out half of our remaining forces. What do you mean they failed? The bandit had no answer for that. Even he didn't know the full details. The only thing he knew was that the bandits who went on a mission never returned. Just like all the bandits who attacked Reborn. They just mysteriously disappear. How are they doing this? The weakest bandits on our roster are 4-star fighters. How are they winning against us? Blazel's hair was disheveled, and her Flare Corp uniform was in complete disarray. She seemed to have aged at least 10 years after all the stress from dealing with the Reborn company. She couldn't seem to win at least once against them. What about the tunnels? Why are they not utilizing it to its full extent? With those tunnels, you can get inside their base without problem. The bandit bit his nails. That's the thing, boss. The fairies, they're no longer helping us. What? The fairies constructed those underground tunnels in the first place. They had been creating these portal tunnels that helped the bastard bandits go anywhere they wanted in the forest. But ever since the Reborn company arrived, the bandits could no longer access these portals. Damn it! Blazel cursed. Her anger was flaring up into real fire, with her diva almost manifesting behind her. She had to calm herself down. Relax, she told herself. At least now I don't have to rely on these second-rate bandits. Footsteps rang out inside the cave as an entire battalion of soldiers, all wearing orange armor, came trotting inside Blazel's room. These were her personal escorts, warriors that had been trained by Flare Corp to protect and serve all of her needs. These were top-notch soldiers, unlike the bandits. Their cultivation was at least in the 5-star realm. We apologize for the delay, the battalion commander said, kneeling to Blazel. We had some difficulties navigating this terrain, but we are now here ready to serve you. The soldiers all stomped their feet on the ground at the exact same time, intimidating Wano and the rest of the bandits. I need some of you to go out into the forest and search for the fairies. I want to know the reason why they aren't helping us. The battalion commander bowed, before pointing at 10 men and commanding them to move out. You go, make Flare Corp proud. After seeing what the girls were up to, Michael and the boys were even more motivated to win. Michael didn't want to become the plaything of the girls. Zion didn't want to lose against Shayna. Yaku didn't want to get forced to work for a whole week. Fudge didn't really care if they won or lost, but was loyal to Michael, so he also wanted to win. Grieve was just going along for the ride. Let's hunt some more bandits. Michael cheered out. But just before they moved, Michael saw the appearance of a shadow orc, who kneeled to him as he reported the latest news. Boss, Michael, I've come to inform you that Blazel has sent some of her personal forces to infiltrate the fairies' hideout. The shadows of Reborn had many spies hidden on the outskirts of the bastard bandits' base, and because of the animosity between the bandits and the newly arrived Flare Corp battalion, there was a lot of gossip and conversations regarding their mission. It wasn't long before they found out what this 10-man group was tasked to do. I'm not worried about the fairies, he said. After all, nobody had ever found the fairies' hideout except for him. Not only that, but the fairies in that village had all immigrated to the nation of Reborn, meaning that they would no longer find anyone left inside the village, except for one. Virian, Vivi's mother, and who Michael guessed to be the Pixie Queen. The Pixie Queen was supposed to be the strongest out of all fairies, and equivalent in power to that of the Ocean King and the Draconic Queen. But even so, Michael didn't want to leave her alone to fend for herself. It was because of him that there were no more fairies left in their village to help. "I'll check in with her, see if she needs any help," he said to the orc. But what about us?" Zion said, kicking the stone on the ground, disappointed. "You guys have to continue your hunt for bandits," he said to them. "We can't lose to the girls under any circumstance." He shuddered at the thought of his mother getting a 1-week pass to make him fulfill all her wishes, and at this point it wasn't just his mother he was worried about, but all of them. "I'll deal with the 10-man group for Virion, and I'll catch up with you guys later." He had his shadow clones attached to them anyway, so he could arrive next to them in an instant if he needed to. "All right, take care, boss. We'll get back the lead for you," Zion said, punching the air. "Master, I'll collect more bandits, don't you worry," Fudge said, though Michael wondered if he was doing it for the team or for himself. "I'll try not to fall asleep, boss," said Jakku. "Ho ho ho. I won't not try to remember what I don't remember I think. Ho ho ho." Grieve laughed with his jaws cackling through the forest. Michael had to trust that they would beat the girls all by themselves, but of course he was still worried, so he wanted to deal with this problem quickly. Chat J4, activate the pocket dimension key, please. "Certainly, Michael." A magic circle appeared around his wrist, and with a simple twist of a hand, a satisfying click resounded throughout the forest before Michael found himself transported into the land of the fairies. Just like before, the entire skyline was dark, and the only source of light was the illuminating trees and tentacle vines in the ground. Chat JK4 helped him navigate his way back to the fairy village easily. In the middle of a clearing, he saw a land filled with giant mushrooms made to look like houses. Beside this village, he saw the Mushroom King laying down with a sad look on its face. It looked like an abandoned dog whose owner had gone off to college, and once it saw Michael's face, it suddenly jumped up and ran towards him with a big smile on its face. "Whoa, big guy." The Mushroom King hugged him tightly, giggling to itself. "You had a change of heart, huh?" As he recalled, the Mushroom King wasn't entirely welcoming of his presence, but it seemed that loneliness had softened its heart. "Hey, is Virion here?" he asked. The Mushroom King nodded before using its mushroom cap arms to point at the lowest house in the middle of the village. The door was still closed, meaning that she was still busy engaged in her books. Chapter 368, Virion's Revelation. Chat K4, can you create a spell that will temporarily make me as small as a fairy? Understood, Michael. Synthesizing a new spell. A new magic theory washed over his head, giving him the exact mana ratio needed to create the reduce spell, which could reduce his size to be as small as a mouse. As he raised his hand, a magic circle appeared above his head, slowly scanning his entire body before, boop, he turned into the size of a normal finger. So this is how fairies see the world. Now that he saw their village in a smaller size, he could finally appreciate its architecture. The mushrooms all looked gigantic, and there were a lot of smaller mushrooms they used as their furniture. He slowly floated down towards the large house smack dab in the middle of the clearing. Virion's name was written right next to the door, so he knew he was in the right house. Knock knock. He knew she was busy reading books, but he thought that she should know about the Flare Corp army coming towards her. "Hey, it's me, Michael. I'm just coming toward you. We'll try to enter this pocket dimension." There was no response. Michael decided to go for now. The Mushroom King was strong enough to defend against those elite soldiers from Flare Corp anyway. He was just going to leave behind his shadow clone so that he could come here if things got too dicey. Just as he was about to teleport away, he suddenly heard a creak from the door. He turned around and saw the door open to Virion's house, but she wasn't there. "Hello?" Michael asked. Seeing as the door was open, he decided to enter her house. As he went inside, he saw a quaint one-bedroom interior that looked the same as any other house in this world. The living room was on the right, the kitchen was on the left, and the bedroom library was in front. It looked like a normal house, except for the fact that all the furniture was made out of mushrooms, chairs, tables, and even desks. The walls were ridged, just like a mushroom's undercap, and everything was illuminated by these glowing tadpoles that sit perched on top of short pillars. Virion's bed was surrounded by tall shelves that housed books and scrolls alike. These shelves were so tall that Michael had to look up, as it had extended far out towards the very top cap of the mushroom house itself. Near her bed of grass, he saw Virion looking over a scroll at her desk, with the glowing tadpole right next to her. She was unresponsive for about a minute before she finally rolled the scroll back up and returned it to the shelf. "Michael, what brings you here? Have you acquainted yourself with the village?" Virion asked. Yeah?" Everything looked the same as it was when I left." "You left?" she asked, genuinely confused. "I did, a few weeks ago." "I guess I was too engrossed with my reading," she said, shrugging. "Anyways, it's good timing that you're here. I wanted to talk to you about your strange powers, the power to control all 8 mana elements unity. Michael had never heard that word come out of anybody before. This was the first time anyone mentioned the power of unity besides ChatGK 4. Do you know what it is? He asked, enthused at the prospect of finally knowing more about unity. Yes. As a matter of fact, it was what I was researching all this time. The power of unity is something that your human ancestors once wielded, and it was what made them the apex creatures of this world. Unity was widespread among humans. Why was I the only one who was able to wield it then? Michael guessed that something must have happened back then that made humans lose the ability to wield unity mana, and the fact that this was the first time he had heard of this fact meant that the truth was probably obscured from humans through the years, either intentionally or unintentionally. Why was it lost? Did something happen? Virion shrugged, disappointed as well. The scrolls in my possession do not talk about the reason. It only says that one day humanity lost their greatest power. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that the Godforge pieces are all broken up. I seem to remember that a catastrophe happened that caused the destruction of the relic into different pieces. But of course, this was just conjecture. He would have to do more research to find out the truth. Virion walked over to Michael, amazed as she observed the way all 8 elemental mana surged towards him. You are an anomaly in this world. You are a natural magnetic, Virion said with wonder and amazement in her tone. Magnetic, what does that mean? That is the phenomenon in which a person receives the blessing of the Godforge piece. Michael's heart almost skipped a beat as he heard that. She knew about the Godforge piece. Magnetic. Yes, Virion nodded. Back in the ancient era, people with the power of unity could interact with the Godforge at will. They were not rejected by it, but after they lost this ability, so did the blessings of the Godforge. But this did not stop humans from trying to get this power back. They have forcefully implemented a Godforge piece into their bodies, even if they risk their own lives. Michael's eyes widened as he realized that this was what people have been doing with their Godforge pieces. What do you mean that they're forcefully implementing into their bodies? Is it through surgery? Virion nodded. That is correct. Through the hands of a skilled healer, Godforge pieces are surgically placed into their hearts to gain its hidden power. Those that are lucky enough to survive this operation are called magnetics. Michael remembered how he obtained the Godforge piece in his heart. It was very different from what Virion described. For him, the Godforge piece forcefully entered inside his body even before he could react. But it seemed that for others without power over unity, they would have to undergo surgery to implement a Godforge piece in their bodies. As a natural magnetic, this means that you will be accepted by a Godforge piece immediately without any problems. Virion looked at Michael as if he was a museum art piece, a perfectly preserved relic from the golden age of the past. And what happens after people receive a Godforge piece in their bodies? Does something happen? The fairy nodded. Humans may take months or even years of practice to do this, but they will be able to awaken what is called abilities. These special powers transcend even that of normal magical spells. It will not use mana, nor be affected by mana. It can only be affected by other abilities from other magnetics. Michael looked at his own heart, which had partially been replaced by the Godforge piece. He began to activate his unity gun on the tip of his fingers. This was what activated the Godforge piece in the first place. And there's something more, Virion added. Once you are able to master the Godforge piece within your body, as Michael's finger began to glow with a bright light, a projection of a mechanical, robotic hand slowly appeared on top of him. Chapter 369, Magnetics Divas. Virion's eyes slowly widened with unbridled surprise as she looked up and saw the projection on top of Michael's head. The image of a gun was slowly manifested in the mechanical and robotic arm, mirroring the unity gun in Michael's hand. Her mouth started to stutter. A diva, she screamed. Michael slowly released the power gathering in his fingertips, and soon the projection sizzled out of existence, as if it never existed in the first place. If he had continued to power up his unity gun, he would have no choice but to release it here in Virion's house, and cause untold destruction. As the dust settled, Michael felt the mysterious power from the Godforge piece settle back in his heart. It hid in the small metal fragment, with even his own supreme talent unable to locate it inside. Whew. He took a big breath. Meanwhile, Virion slowly backed away from Michael until she sat on a red-spotted mushroom chair. You already have a diva. This means that you already have your own Godforge piece, she said, massaging her head. Diva! Is that the strange projection that appears behind me? Virion fervently nodded her head, with golden dust sprinkling all over the place through her wings. Yes, all magnetics can awaken their own divas. Now these divas are completely unique to an individual, meaning that each diva has their own unique powers. Slowly, the pieces of the puzzle were starting to take shape. The God-forged piece allows a human to become magnetic. Then, through the mysterious power of the God-forged piece, they would be able to obtain new and strange abilities that only other abilities could defend against. This was an overpowered strength that most humans would be envious of. This meant that the demand for the limited God-forged pieces all around the globe skyrocketed, meaning only the conglomerates with endless money could afford them. And those conglomerates, like the Vanderbilt family, the Oscorp family, etc., wanted their descendants to follow in their footsteps, so that's why they gave their inheritors a piece of God-forge to see if they could become a magnetic. This was how Christian Hammerstone obtained a God-forged piece. It was given to him in the hopes that he would become magnetic. But of course, through fortunate luck, it ended up in Michael's hands, and in the end, he was the one who became magnetic. It would also explain Blazelle's strange fire apparition that could threaten even the High Shadow Orc sent to monitor her. It was her diva. Divas could only be defeated by another diva, so it would explain why they were forced to retreat. What are abilities? What kind of power are they made out of? What are the different kinds of divas? All sorts of questions popped up in Michael's head. He was extremely curious of these diva that he had finally known the name of. Wait, do people have only one diva? Virion nodded. Yes, only one. They are tied to their own soul, their unique character. Whatever diva you awaken is what you will have for the rest of your life. But what about that first woman that appeared when I first activated the God-forged piece? Huh? The metallic woman, or more commonly known as the Iron Maiden, was technically the first diva that Michael awakened. When I first awakened. He explained to Virion about the phenomenon of the Iron Maiden. Once he was done explaining, Virion immediately bolted towards her library and began to furiously throw around books and scrolls to find whatever she was trying to look for. One by one, she began skimming each scroll to find an explanation to the Iron Maiden phenomenon. She continued to read for a minute, then 10 minutes, then 30, then up to an hour. It looked like she would have continued reading if Michael didn't interrupt her. Have you found anything? He asked her. No, I can't find anything about this Iron Maiden. Virion's violet hair was disheveled from the stress. She sat on her bed, completely defeated as she was unable to find an explanation. She was probably not your diva. I haven't heard of a full diva manifesting at the first awakening. How many God-forged pieces do you have? Just one tiny bit, he answered, using his hands to describe the shape of the piece he obtained. That small amount would not be able to manifest a full diva. That metallic arm that you manifested earlier is probably your true diva, as it is still incomplete. As for the Iron Maiden, I have no explanation. It may be a ghost, a goddess, or whatever. I have no clue. Michael had already accepted the fact that the Iron Maiden would remain a mystery for a long time. The best way to find out the truth was to simply follow what she told him build me. And by that, she probably meant he had to gather more God-forged pieces, which he would happily do now that he found out about divas and abilities. So does that mean that I have to gather more God-forged pieces to see the true face of my diva? Yes, she answered, also curious about his diva. Morgnetics have different levels to their cultivation. Right now, you are at the very first stage of body formation. Once you have gathered enough God-forged pieces, you will level up to the second stage of body formation. By then, another part of your diva will be revealed. At the 9th stage of body formation, the entirety of your diva will be revealed. Michael felt his blood pump as he learned more about divas. He wanted to see what his own diva looked like. How about abilities? You said that they are not like magic spells or skills. They are also not made of mana as well. Virion searched through her scrolls until she found one that showed a very crude and rudimentary drawing of what looked like a human with a diva on top of them. The diva's lower body looked like it was made out of very fertile dark brown soil. On top of it were long stalks of grass, acting as its fur. On its head, there were different crops that collaged to make the features of the diva's face. It had tomatoes for its eyes, green beans for its eyebrows, a potato for a nose, wheat for hair, and a carrot for its mouth. For example, this magnetic has reached the 9th level of body formation and has completed his diva. As you can tell, the diva has a theme of farming and crops. The morgentic person will now obtain abilities that are related to crops. This person is able to turn everything it touches into a crop. Tables will become made out of carrots, armors will become as soft as cabbage leaves, and even humans can turn into nothing but fertile soil. Each diva's abilities are unique and have their own conditions to activate. These abilities will grow as you advance through the different stages of body formation. As for you, your diva still has not formed enough to show your own abilities. Sometimes it shows up at the 2nd stage, or sometimes as late as the 7th stage. It depends on the person's talent and luck. Chapter 370, Finding a Way to Spend Money. Michael looked at the illustration with awe and wonder in his eyes. This kind of power transcended what he currently knew about magic and mana. It was as if divas and abilities could rewrite the very fabric of reality itself. "How about my unity gun? Is that considered an ability?" he said, doing the gesture for a finger gun. Virion looked through her scrolls again for a second before shaking her head. "I don't know. I'd never seen a natural magnetic before. Usually there is another requirement for a magnetic to manifest their diva. They need a mithril relic. Even if a magnetic have already advanced through the stages of body formation, even if they have discovered their abilities, as long as they do not have a mithril relic equipped, then they would not be able to call upon their diva. Mithril relics are crucial for magnetics. It is the weapon in which their divas are able to manifest their power. The fact that you are able to manifest your diva without a mithril relic in hand is because you are a natural magnetic." Michael was able to manifest his diva for a brief second as he activated his unity gun. "I think it's because unity gun is a spell that uses the unity mana. My mastery over all 8 elements is what makes me a natural magnetic in the first place." There was a correlation there, but not enough evidence for Michael to conclude. "So does that mean that I don't have to get my own mithril relic?" he asked. "Even if you can manifest your diva without one, you still need one. The humans of the ancient era were natural magnetics like you, but they still use a mithril relic to manifest their diva. It is said to help you connect more with the diva and be able to manifest its true power." Michael nodded, making a mental note for himself to finally get himself a mithril artifact. "So all I need is a mithril relic?" he asked. "Yes, it is imperative. Of course, finding one for yourself is already hard enough. Those humans have already hoarded all the good ones left behind by the ancient era. But fear not. There are always pocket dimensions, buried graveyards, and discoveries that turn up every day. If you're lucky, you may find one there." Virion began sorting through her books and presenting it to Michael. "This is where you'll likely find a mithril relic." Michael was thankful for her help, but he didn't need it. "It's fine," he said to her. "I can obtain one for myself." Virion raised her eyebrows. "Oh, you already have one." Michael swayed his head left and right. "Not exactly, I can make one for myself if needed." The old fairy shook her head, confused. "What are you saying?" "I know how to make a mithril artifact from scratch." Virion froze, with even the golden dust flowing off of her wings seemingly stopping in time. "What?" "Yeah, a mithril relic is just a mithril artifact that is worn down by time, right? I can make one from scratch." Shock would be an understatement to describe what Virion was feeling right now. After all, the method to create a mithril artifact was thought to have been lost in time, as well as the ability to wield the unity mana. That was why humans have scoured the earth for the mithril artifacts that remained from the ancient era. But because thousands of years had passed, those mithril artifacts had now been degraded to such a degree where it is only a fraction of what they were before some, had even been broken off into just pieces and fragments. Those degraded weapons were called mithril relics. But now Michael just revealed to her that he knew how to make the original mithril artifact. Artifact, not relic. But, are you sure you're not from the ancient era? You are already a natural magnetic, but now you're also a blacksmith that can create mithril artifacts. This is absurd." Michael shrugged. "I figured out how to create one after I touched piece that the dwarves have in their possession." Virion's jaws were on the floor. She almost fainted. I don't know how to feel anymore." When Michael arrived in their village, Virion just thought that he was some kind of human genius that was very adept in magic, and spell so much so that he was able to find a way into their pocket dimension. But then, he showed the power of unity in the diva. Then she thought he was a freak genius who somehow awakened the forgotten power of the humans in the ancient era. But then, he just revealed that not only could he create mithril artifacts thought to have been lost in time, but he was also acquainted enough with the infamously isolated dwarves that he was let into their greatest treasure of the giant god-forged piece. It felt like all the luck and the strings of fate were intertwined in one person. She couldn't believe it. It was only now that she realized it. He was special. Real special. "Okay. Deep breaths, Virion," she said, trying to recenter herself. After hearing about what Michael was capable of, Virion would no longer be surprised by anything. The only other way she would be surprised was if he revealed that he was an envoy of the goddess or something. "Either way, you need your own mithril artifact," she said, showing the illustration of the diva again, this time pointing towards the sword on the human magnetic's hand. "But that is not the end of what is required. Magnetics use something called a spirit of old, or also known as the oil of old, and add it to their mithril relic for it to truly be a weapon worthy of a diva." Michael scoured his memory, and even ChatJK4's databanks, but found nothing about that specific type of oil. Do I just apply that oil to the mithril relic as is, or is there a special ritual? Where can I find it? Virion pursed her lips and shook her head. Unfortunately, that is all that I know. Our scrolls only speak about how this oil is crucial to be able to contain the power of a diva. Without it, mithril relics could shatter upon activation. Finding it is easy, but getting it is extremely hard. It is located in the very depths of the sea, at the very heart of Atlantis. Only the Ocean King can permit the trade of the spirit of old. As you can guess, the demand for this oil is large. But the supply is very limited. Because of that, just one drop of this spirit of old can cost about 1 billion gold coins. It is not something that normal people can purchase, and is only reserved for those human conglomerates with endless money. Virion looked at Michael, thinking that he would be disappointed at such a steep price. But instead, he was nodding satisfactorily. At least I'll be able to spend my money now. He had too much money and not enough things to buy. Chapter 371. He thought absorbed all of this new information and felt the excitement of discovery fueling his veins. And if ChatJK4 had a body, he was sure that it would froth at the mouth at the chance of analyzing and discovering this new type of power called abilities. It would be for the betterment of everyone if you increased the God-forged pieces in your possession, ChatJK4 said. You and me both, buddy. But of course, the only source of God-forged pieces that he could get were all in the hands of conglomerates and trillionaires. He wasn't even sure if there were any God-forged pieces left. Maybe everything had been used by people to become magnetics. Boom. Boom. It was at that moment that 2 large explosions shook the entire lands of the fairy's pocket dimension. Michael closed his eyes and focused on the shadow clone he left outside, and saw the appearance of 10 orange-armored men setting the entire forest ablaze. Virion immediately floated outside of her house. The permanent dark skies of the pocket dimension were starting to lighten up. The illuminating trees and tentacle grass were cracking into pieces, letting out a bright white light. The entire pocket dimension was losing its stability. Who is doing this? Virion shouted in anger. Even the Mushroom King stomped his trunk-like feet on the ground, releasing some of its spores to try and repair the damage dealt in the forest. Where's Vivi? Where's everyone? Virion looked everywhere, but the entire village was like a ghost town. She was the only one left inside. I can explain, he said to her. He briefly talked about his deal with Vivi and the roller coasters, as well as the Flare Corp 10-man army that was coming over to speak with the fairies. That damn child! Virion cursed. She just does whatever she wants without thinking about our entire race as a whole. A magic circle flowed from Michael's feet up to his head as he slowly grew back to normal size. Don't worry. That's why I'm here. I'll deal with those guys for you, he said to her. The Mushroom King walked up next to him and puffed out 2 big breaths. It seemed eager and ready to fight against those humans. Thanks, buddy, but I can handle this myself. You just stay here and protect this village, okay? It nodded its head and immediately stood its ground just outside the village. It reminded Michael of a very loyal dog, a complete opposite of what it was when he first met it. Virion looked worried about the damage to the pocket dimension. But Michael's presence calmed her down a lot. I would have said be careful, but with your powers and your diva, these humans have no chance against you. I just want you to be careful with the forest. No problem, he said, as he raised his hand and turned the magical key. In an instant, Michael found himself back in reality. He stood there just meters away from the 10 arsonists that had come to ruin the entire forest just to lure the fairies out. They were using their flaming swords and exploding morning stars to wreak havoc upon nature. Their 5-star realm allowed the fire to persist despite the wetness of the region. "Ha! Who are you?" Finally, one of the soldiers noticed Michael standing in front of them. They were unnerved with the golden-haired boy that appeared out of nowhere. Then they wondered if he was a fairy, but the lack of wings and his large stature debunked that pretty quickly. "Hey, kid. What are you doing here? This is Flare Corp property. Get out of here now if you don't want to get caught up in the mess. Are you listening to us?" Michael ignored them all and focused on the growing fire that continued to spread rapidly in the forest. Their fire spells took on a life of its own as it actively devoured plant life like a hungry beast. He could feel the power of 5-star mana inside of it. And the only way he was going to stop it was if he countered it with the element the complete opposite of fire. Water. He raised his hand up in the air, creating a small magic circle the same size as his hand. The Flare Corp soldiers immediately recognized the magic theory in his spell. "That's not going to work, kid. This is no ordinary fire. It can't be extinguished by a weak 1-star water ball spell. Stop interfering in our work, or else we'll be forced to take you in." The magic circle continued to rotate an inch above his palm, ready to be cast. But he wasn't done yet. He poured in more mana from his body, creating a slightly larger magic circle above the already existing one. The soldier's eyes showed confusion and a little bit of ridicule, but then another circle appeared on top of the other two. Then another, until there were now 5 magic circles stacked atop each other, with each one slightly bigger than the other. The difference in power was evident. Even though the magic theory was a simple water ball spell, the power it emanated was at the 5-star realm. Whoa. It was only now that the soldiers realized something was wrong. This was no ordinary boy. They gripped their flaming swords up, ready to attack him. But Michael had just finished his cast. The magic circles flattened to become one, creating a larger magic circle. And suddenly, whoosh, a large pillar of water exploded out of the large magic circle up towards the sky, creating a reverse waterfall. The soldiers looked up and started to feel droplets sprinkling on their faces. But then, the water reached its peak and started to go down. Their faces were now obscured by the large shadow of a tsunami coming down to devour them all. Some soldiers were smart enough to start running. But even that did not save them from the huge amount of water that crashed down onto the forest floor, taking everything with it and letting it flow outwards. The monstrous fire that was engulfing the entire forest screamed out in defiance as it saw the water coming towards it, but the water still extinguished it all the same. The 10-man Flare Corps army washed away almost 100 meters away from their original location. Their swords, their armor, and their clothes were soaking wet, destroying the inner fire that powered it. "Cough! Cough! Who the hell is that kid?" one soldier cursed. He picked up his sword and casted another fire spell, letting his sword burn a flame. "Flames, are you all right?" He asked the rest of his team. They all responded positively. They might have been wet, but they could still fight. "Kid, you have made an enemy of Flare Corps," the soldier screamed. Michael slowly floated towards them, with his hands behind his back. "You were already my enemy," he replied. "Then you will pay," the soldier said, raising his flaming sword towards him. The man started to become engulfed in flames, vaporizing the rest of the water on his body. Michael looked around him and saw all 10 soldiers repeating the same magic circle that the soldier created. Chain of the Fireball. A large chain of flames manifested around Michael. The individual power of their 5-star realms soon intertwined with each other, creating a connection that multiplied their strength. This was now a 6-star spell, with the chain slowly wrapping itself around him, and with the fire of a 6-star spell burning the air around him, Michael raised his hand and pointed it at one of the soldiers. Unity Gun. Chapter 372 Metal Slag. The Flare Corps soldiers were renowned for their teamwork and cooperation. They were specially trained to use their 5-star power and defeat those that were much stronger than them. And by their estimation, Michael was only a 5-star magician at best. Their 6-star chain of the fireball could contain and burn someone like him. However, they felt something change in the air. It felt heavier for some reason. Their eyes eventually moved towards Michael's hand, where his pointer finger glowed a bright white light as the power of unity gathered inside it. Above him, the apparition of the robotic, mechanical arm slowly appeared, holding a silver deagle in its hand. The entire 10-man army of Flare Corps soldiers was stunned upon seeing this. The apparition was so unexpected that most of them ended up losing focus and breaking concentration on the 6-star spell. The fire chains broke off, with sparks flickering and spreading in the air. Eventually, the fire lost its power and turned into nothingness, leaving Michael free. A diva! They had come from the main Flare Corps army. This was not the first time they had seen a diva in action. Their king and the superior officers below him all wielded this ancient and mysterious power that they could not comprehend. They knew the kind of power that a diva could possess. They thought that this kind of power was only reserved for those that had a royal blood, like those born in the Oscorp family. They would have never thought that a random kid would also wield this power. Heck, they wouldn't have even believed it if they found out that Michael was part of the Reborn company. Being magnetic was a talent only those geniuses and with the right lineage could have. Michael raised his unity gun and pointed it at one of the soldiers. "Tell me more about divas. Who has one in the Flare Corps army?" he asked them plainly. The soldier flinched as they felt the full brunt of the diva's right hand pointed right towards him. Even if he didn't know what kind of metal contraption was in its hand, he knew that it held untold power. But despite the threat on his life, the soldier kept his mouth shut. "Soldiers, attack him at once!" he shouted. The orange-armored men moved at the same time, raising their swords as it blazed with the power of fire mana. 3 soldiers thrusted their swords, creating a 5-star powered flaming bird at the tip of their blade. These 3 animals shot straight towards Michael, hoping to interrupt him from attacking. Michael shook his head. "I just wanted a simple answer." And with the trigger, he shot a minimum-powered unity gun towards the soldier he questioned. The beam of light almost instantaneously pierced through the soldier's orange chestplate and through the other side. The man fell to the floor in pain but otherwise in good health. The beam had cauterized the wound as it entered his body, making sure that he would not bleed out to death from the shot. Still, the man was in too much pain to continue fighting. He laid there, squirming, leaving only 9 other soldiers left for Michael to deal with. Just then, the 3 flaming swallowtail birds shot towards him, but not before being stopped by an invisible prismatic shield that hovered above his skin. Serping exploded into a fiery bomb as it crashed onto the Unity defense, but was soon cancelled out by the inherent power of the prismatic shield. Michael was invincible in the face of 5 star spells, but that didn't seem to be enough of a deterrent for these soldiers. The other 3 men performed synchronized swings with their swords, creating a flaming remnant in the air. "Trigonal hellfire!" they screamed. Their slashes coalesced as they crashed into each other, creating a pyramid shape that shot towards Michael at fast speeds. The pyramid crashed onto Michael's prismatic shield, once again exploding in a cloud of flames. But once these flames were extinguished with the power of Unity in the shield, the other 3 soldiers appeared just a meter away from Michael, with their swords ready to reach him. Their tactics were sound. If magic couldn't penetrate Michael, then maybe their swords could. They thought they had finally gotten him. But just before the blades were about to reach Michael, 2 large magic circles appeared underneath the soles of his feet. Suddenly, a visible sound wave emanated from the magic circle, propelling Michael away from their swings. They tried to pursue him, creating flaming explosions on their feet for an instantaneous speed boost. But as soon as those visible sound waves reached their feet, the fire was suddenly extinguished into a withering wisp. "How? That's a physics lesson for you," Michael said to them. Low-frequency sound waves could extinguish fires just as well as water. Chachi K4 told him that. He raised his hand again, powering up the Unity gun on the tip of his finger. "I don't want to do this, but you leave me no choice," he said, pulling the trigger. 08. The beam shot right towards one of the soldiers, incapacitating him immediately. He didn't waste any more time and powered up another shot. The tip of his finger once more glowed with the power of Unity. Just as Michael was doing that, a soldier successfully positioned himself behind him. He bent his body low before exploding towards Michael with a fiery flame. Michael pulled the trigger, and suddenly the soldier behind him felt a searing pain just below his ribcage. The man looked down and saw a gaping hole in his Flare Corp armor, brought on by the Unity gun. He looked up and saw Michael's hand bend backwards, with his finger still smoking from the shot. 3 down, 7 more to go, Michael thought. He was having the time of his life, but the soldiers were pressed and stressed. Seeing their comrades go down with 1 shot was a sobering image. They released any and all kinds of magic spells that they could conjure in an attempt to break through Michael's impenetrable shell. But no matter what they did, their fire was unable to burn through the invisible prismatic shield. It continued to eat away at any fire that they created. Michael's finger glowed a blinding light before he released a shot, taking down another soldier. But these men couldn't give up. 2 of them rushed towards Michael with nothing but their swordplay. They lunged their swords at different sides, forcing Michael to retreat a step back. He raised his hand, about to pull off another Unity gunshot before a soldier appeared from under him and swung his sword upwards, threatening to cut his arm off. Michael redirected his aim, shooting the sword instead. It immediately flew off the soldier's grip, with the blade completely pulverized into nothing but mere slag upon impact. The soldiers took this chance and rushed at Michael with their swords. The only way they could fight against him was during his reloading shot, the few seconds after Michael shot off his Unity gun and needed his mana to replenish. "This is so inefficient," Michael thought to himself. Just as he said that, he suddenly felt something move. He looked down and saw the molten slag from the broken sword in the ground still cooling off after being shot by the Unity gun. Then it twitched. By the very slightest of movements, the molten metal slag moved. He didn't do that. None of the soldiers did that. Chapter 373, Wanting to Shoot More Stars. Michael felt entwined with the molten slag. He felt a hidden connection with it, something that didn't seem to be entirely physical. There wasn't even a string of mana that controlled it. It was something else. Just a little more, he thought to himself. With just a little bit more effort, he felt like he could control the metal slag telekinetically without the use of his mana. Unfortunately, the 6 remaining soldiers did not let him take his eyes off the battlefield for even a second. 3 soldiers came at him from all sides, performing their Flare Corp-specific swordplay that focused on power and explosiveness. Their swings were wide, and their powers were enough to leave a large gash on the ground even without contact. Michael raised his hand, creating a magic circle underneath his feet. Just before the moment the swords were about to hit him, lightning struck the earth from high up to the heavens. The explosion sent the 3 soldiers flying outwards. They crashed onto the trees, with their skins still smoking and feeling bare from the electricity that surged through their bodies. When they tried to recover, their muscles refused to move, with Michael's spell leaving them paralyzed for a few seconds. A blinding light appeared in Michael's finger as he shot another soldier in his stomach, leaving only 5 enemies left. and before he could celebrate, the other 3 soldiers ran outwards towards a tree, using their momentum to climb up towards its branches before diving down towards Michael. Magic circles appeared on their bodies, enhancing their physical capabilities to its maximum. Fire surrounded their whole bodies, with the wind suddenly picking up and creating miniature fire tornadoes on their bodies. This was a very smart play by the soldiers. If Michael used water to put out the fire, then the wind from the tornado would repel the water and empower the fire. If Michael used earth to put out the tornado, then the fire would scorch the element, turning it into ashes. For a normal magician, this would be a bad matchup. But of course, Michael was no ordinary magician. Michael raised his hand, creating a magic circle above his palms. As the mana flowed outwards, a violet sludge with the same consistency as slime burst forth. Just as the 3 fire tornadoes converged at his location, Michael flung the violet sludge around him, creating a protective sphere. As the fire and air clashed with this violet liquid, its intensity began to wither off. The flames began to die down, eventually turning into nothing but a whispering flame. The tornado lost its power, reduced to a mere gentle breeze. The 3 soldiers were caught stunned as they landed next to Michael, completely vulnerable. They didn't understand what happened. The truth was that Michael used a very complicated 5-star poison spell called Withering Elements. After all, the poison element wasn't just a simple poison that humans were familiar with. It was the concept of decay, degradation, and rotting. That was how the fire and air elements lost their power. Michael raised his hand, unity gun loaded, and fired at another soldier, reducing their numbers to just 4 remaining. The soldiers forced themselves up, with their bodies exhausted and almost running out of mana. They didn't know how Michael continued to cast spell after spell without getting tired. In their last-ditch effort, they rushed all together, creating another combination spell. "Eternal Cross of the Flame!" they shouted. The soldiers began to perform their sword stances as they slowly rotated around Michael. They swung their swords and lunged, dragging their feet to create a specific indentation in the ground. As they created a circle, a large fire erupted underneath their feet, creating a wall of flame that trapped Michael inside. Suddenly, these soldiers disappeared within the wall of fire, becoming nothing but meteor-like flames that swam across the entrapment. One of the meteors shot towards Michael, and once he looked closely, he saw the figure of a blade at the tip of the meteor, intending to skewer him upon impact. But of course, a prismatic shield appeared above Michael's skin and deflected the flaming meteor. Unfortunately, it simply returned back into the wall of flames, replenishing the fire that it lost upon impact. Then, another meteor crashed towards Michael, before another, then another, then another. These 4 meteors were relentless in their pursuit to break through Michael's unity defense. Unfortunately for them, it stood tall with no sign of cracking. Michael powered up another unity gun in his finger, raising it up and aiming it at the blazing meteors that crashed towards him. Their movements were erratic, making it hard for him to focus on aiming. Thankfully, he had Chachik 4 by his side. "I have uploaded an automatic homing system in your visual cortex." Just then, Michael saw a game-like interface appear in his vision, where a crosshair appeared in a specific area where the meteor would be in a few seconds. He aimed, waiting for the right timing before triggering the shot. At the exact same moment that the beam left his finger, Michael felt a subconscious urge in his mind. It was one of those thoughts that were instantaneous and didn't really have an exact sentence that popped up into his head. It was simply a connection of ideas, the firing of neurons in his brain. And in that moment, the metal slag in the ground once again twitched, but this time its movement allowed it to skip at least an inch from its original position. Michael felt it. He knew that he was the one who made this metal slag move. He just didn't know how or why. The unity gun shot off, accurately hitting one of the meteors. The flames sputtered off before revealing the soldier behind it. The man crashed out of the formation, 3 more remaining. And as the meteors continued to barrage his unity defense, he kept trying to replicate the feeling he had just now. Yet no matter what he did, he was unable to make the metal slag move even a microscopic inch. Maybe I need to use my unity gun, he thought to himself. So he raised his hand and powered up another shot. After a few seconds, he moved his hand to an empty spot to the right and fired off the beam, accurately hitting one of the meteors as it moved randomly. In that exact moment, Michael felt something. The metal slag moved again. It wasn't as strong as the one before, but he was still able to make it move just a tiny bit. He didn't waste more time and fired off another unity gun shot, accurately hitting another meteor. And there it was again. The metal slag moved. As he continued this process, he felt ever more closer to becoming more in tune with that strange feeling in his heart. He felt like if he did it just a few more, He could somehow control the metal slag with only his mind. Spurred on by this need, Michael fired off another shot, hitting the very last meteor in the formation. "Just a little bit more," Michael said. But as he looked around, there were no more meteors left. The entire 10-man Flare Corp army was defeated. "No," Michael said, almost kicking the ground angrily. Chapter 374. "What?" Michael raised his hand, firing off a Unity gun shot in the air. But unfortunately, the metal slag refused to move. The adrenaline from the fight had completely worn off as he defeated the last of the soldiers. "I was so close," he muttered. This was probably the first time that he was angry that there weren't more enemies to defeat. He plopped onto the ground, sitting in the forest with 10 Flare Corp soldiers lying unconscious on the floor. Just then, a bright light manifested in the air right next to him before, pop. The light transformed into the figure of an old but spry fairy with violet hair. Virion looked around the forest and saw burn marks on the ground with scorched trees and bushes in a 30-meter radius around Michael. It was thanks to him that the fire was only contained in such a small area, or else their pocket dimension would have turned unstable. Despite the victory, Michael didn't seem to be all that happy with the result. "Thank you for your service," she said to him. "It must have not been easy dealing with 10 well-trained soldiers at once." She tried to console him, but it seemed to have done the exact opposite. "Why didn't they send 20? Michael cursed the heavens. Confused, Virion asked what happened. "It's that," he said, pointing to an irregularly shaped metal ball on the ground made from a molten steel blade. "I almost felt my abilities awaken." The only explanation to that phenomenon was that it was an ability. Telekinesis was a very common type of spell in the world. However, it always necessitated a magic circle and mana to accomplish. That was the physics of this world. However, he was able to move that metal slag even without any sort of mana from his body. He would have seen, Eth would have felt it if mana made that metal move. But it didn't. The fact that it was only activated once he started shooting his Unity gun owed more to this fact. That's... Virion wanted to say that wasn't possible. Awakening an ability despite being only in the first stage of body formation was supposed to be impossible. Even the genius humans couldn't achieve that. But then she remembered that Michael was a natural magnetic. Normal rules didn't apply to him. "It could be your ability starting to awaken," she said, nodding her head. "Was there anything specific about it? Was there a special power?" Michael shook his head. "No. My control over the metal slag was so brief that I couldn't really get a grasp on why it was moving, but if I had more practice, I feel like I could have figured it out." Virion started to put things together. "It must have been the pressure of battle that allowed you to slowly awaken your ability. But you said that you only felt it once you used your Unity gun skill, right? I wonder why you didn't feel it before and only now." "It may be possible that the mere fact that you were made aware of abilities and divas made you subconsciously more in tune with your new power," ChatJK4 explained. "Either way, I suggest you keep trying to understand your ability. Practice is your best bet. But if you don't want to go through all that trouble, obtaining more God-forged pieces will streamline that whole process." Michael nodded, keeping a note of it. "And, about your roller coaster, I can only say that I am extremely grateful for your help. Once it is done, it will provide a constant flow of nourishment for us fairies. It's a huge load of relief." "No problem," he replied. "I've always wanted to build a roller coaster. I'm glad it would help you fairies." Virion coughed, clearing her throat. "I'm sure that my unruly daughter hasn't thanked you yet, so on behalf of all fairies I thank you. To show my gratitude, I am willing to reveal to you a secret that US fairies have kept for a long time. We have a God-forged piece in our possession." Michael perked up. "Really?" "Yes," Virion nodded. "All major rulers of the world have at least a piece of it in their possession. The Ocean King, the Draconic Queen, the Monster Queen, all of them. Of course, even our own Pixie Queen is in possession of one. Though our share of the pieces are much, much fewer than the rest. I would be willing to part with ours as thanks." Michael was stunned. "Really? You'll give it to me just like that?" "Yes. But I have just one condition. Let us relocate to your nation of Reborn. The God-forged piece in our possession is what helps stabilize our pocket dimension. If I were to give it to you, we would lose our home. So as long as you give us our own place in the parched lands, then I am willing to pass our piece on to you." He didn't even hesitate and immediately nodded his head. "Of course, you're really giving it to me. You're helping the entire fairy race with the roller coaster. And on a personal note, I am really grateful that you stopped these humans from burning down the forest and destroying our sanctuary. If it weren't for you, we may have been done for." "What are you talking about? You could have dealt with them all on your own," he said to her. "You're the Pixie Queen." Virion looked at Michael and shook her head. "I'm not the Pixie Queen," she said, almost chuckling. "The Pixie Queen is the embodiment of what makes a fairy, a fairy. She is our protector, our strongest savior. I'm just an old woman barely able to fly." "But who?" As Michael said that, a premonition flashed in his mind. The Mushroom King sat on the outskirts, its spores wiggling as it waited for Virion to return. Once she patted its red-spotted cap, the Mushroom King gleefully let out spores that glittered like gold. "Thankfully, Vivi's friend here stopped the fire from doing much damage," Virion commented. Michael still found it hard to believe that Vivi could create or even command a 7-star creature such as the Mushroom King. In his eyes it was a pet, and Vivi was the troublemaker kid that always accompanied it. "The God-forged piece is located at the very center of this pocket dimension directly underneath my house." Virion floated over her own house, letting her wings flutter and release golden dust-like particles that surrounded the entire mushroom house. Eventually, a golden aura overcame the entire structure before the ground underneath it started to rumble. A few seconds later, her house lifted off the ground, floating slowly upwards. "So this is the infamous fairy's dust," Michael said in wonder. Thanks to his mastery of mana, he figured out that the golden dust was just a collection of bunched-up mana that created a magic spell. Basically, it was a levitation skill, and as the mushroom's roots were plucked out of the ground, the soil was disturbed enough to reveal a white fire that, strangely enough, didn't burn any of its surroundings. "This is what we call the eternal flame," Virion said, the flame's lights flickering on her face. "We believe that it was what helped us preserve our sanctuary here in the forest. Our ancestors and the ones before them all told us to protect and preserve the fairy race through all means possible. Most of us thought that it meant protecting this pocket dimension, this God-forged piece. But our fateful meeting with you made me realize that preserving our fairy race doesn't mean staying in place. It could also mean going with the flow of the times. Humanity is at an upheaval. I could feel it even here in the pocket dimension. The status quo is slowly changing, and that could spell trouble for us. If you hadn't met us, we would have certainly been forced to ally with those other humans. I believe that siding with you not just protects our race in the coming change, but also progresses it. I present to you our God-forged piece." Michael floated towards the raging white fire buried in the ground. As he came closer and closer, he saw a metallic shine peeking out from the unearthed soil. Ba-dump, ba-dump. He felt his heart start to stir more specifically, the God-force piece in his heart. It sensed its own kind. "I'm sorry, but the pieces in our possession are small compared to what other species hold. But it will still allow you to transcend 2 stages of your diva," Virion warned. Michael raised his hand and let the natural attraction, or magnetism, he felt from the God-force piece pull him in. Finally, his palm passed through the raging white fire. The flame erupted even more as he made contact, challenging him to see if he was worthy. This fire could burn through anything. But then, a prismatic shield appeared above his skin and repelled the white fire, allowing him to move closer. It flickered for a second, as if surprised. The absolute unity defense in his hand was familiar, complementary to its own flame. At that moment, the ground shook. The metallic piece started to unbury itself from the loose soil. The God-forged piece was starting to unearth itself as it rushed towards Michael's side. Finally, it shot off almost instantaneously to his heart, flinging Michael backwards until he landed on the Mushroom King's embrace. He looked down, seeing no wound nor entry point as the God-forged piece entered his body. But he felt it. It bypassed his skin and his organs until it found a place near the 2 upper valves of his heart. Then it met the old God-forged piece sticking to his heart. The 2 paused for a moment before they clicked together like a puzzle piece. They were like long-lost brothers, finally having a reunion in Michael's heart. Michael thought that that was it. But then the 2 God-forged pieces surged with unprecedented power. It was a foreign power that not even his mastery of mana could resist. His diva manifested above him. The mechanical robotic arm held nothing but a clenched fist. As he felt the power pulsating from the God-forged pieces, the diva above him started to move. Virion clenched her hands together as she saw the disembodied hand start to grow. More of its robotic structure was starting to be revealed, from the wrist going up to the elbow. As it reached the joint, the growth stopped. Eventually, his diva shimmered out of existence. Finally, Michael felt the power subside. He clenched his heart, which was slowly starting to beat slower to its normal rhythm. He took deep breaths, trying to recenter himself. He found that performing mana gathering helped with the recovery. "Ha!" As he returned to normal, he looked at his hands and felt different. Somehow he could feel the presence of his diva, even if it wasn't above him. Not only that, but he was starting to have a sense of the new power, or ability, that he was about to awaken. It was like gaining a new arm, except this arm was still numb and something that he was still unable to control, but still it was a huge difference from before. Back then, he couldn't even feel his ability. He felt like he could make that metal slag move now if he wanted to. Despite thinking that he was able to make good progress, Virion thought differently. That's it. You were supposed to transcend to the third stage of body formation with that God-forged piece. But you're still at the first stage? Michael closed his eyes and saw his diva's presence. It had grown significantly, but not enough to form a full arm. You were supposed to grow your arm and a little bit of your chest, but instead you've just progressed maybe halfway to the second stage. Maybe natural magnetics like me need more God-forged pieces to cultivate. Virion was in deep thought. In her mind, that wasn't likely. But maybe her knowledge about natural magnetics wasn't as deep as she thought. I don't know, but from this it looks like you'll need to put twice as much effort than a normal magnetic to advance through the stages. Michael was bummed with that, but there was no choice. He was just thankful that he was able to progress his diva even by a little bit. At least now he can try and awaken his ability.